It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers. Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime.
As you wish.
No one can take us down!
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. we are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believes in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime.
As you wish.
No one can take us down!
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers. Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime.
As you wish.
No one can take us down!
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia.
Down. That Night Missile should just about do it. Doesn't get through the window though. Missed a punch anyway. Finds the kill on Tatology with the SMG.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way. Grabs one, traded instantly.
The young Prodigy can salvage it. Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
It's been a busy weekend, a busy tournament so far, but leading into Championship Sunday, we only have 3 teams remaining here. The Gaming Gladiators, Panthera, and waiting in that grand final already, the Scars out of Japan. My name's Blue Panda. Joining me is Black and Blue on the cast. Coming into Championship Sunday, it's been an interesting tournament. What are your thoughts so far?
I mean, it's been incredible, right? The 3 days that we've had here so far. We saw Panthera edge it out in the end near the game, but then Scars able to take over when it finally mattered. And just the series that we ended off yesterday, I'm still hyped from that. I'm still kind of hungover from it, if anything, so I'm really looking forward to the lower bracket finals that we got coming up here. Yeah, it's going to be a super exciting time, of course. Our event powered by Intel and ROG. Their newest products on the market being this ROG Strix-Scar 17 SE and the Flow Z13. Check it out if you're in the market for a gaming laptop. But otherwise, we've got some Siege to break down and play. Unfortunately, the Monkey Hunters LFO, the first team to go home yesterday, won't be taken to the stage today. But the Gaming Gladiators, they've had a bit of time. Black and Blue, they've sat there, they've watched, they've figured out what they want to do coming into today. But right now, there is a lot that could come out of this initial matchup.
For sure. We're looking at here, Gaming Gladiators finally looking a bit more alive. Yesterday's game versus Monkey Hunters. We saw them struggle during their first day, yes, but now they have a chance at redemption to try and be that only, I guess, kind of redeeming team for APAC South, right? We got 2 APAC North teams still in contention, and it's up to the Gaming Gladiators to make C proud, but we know that Panthera, after their performance yesterday, they're not going to let things slide, not easily at the very least.
Yeah, I know for a fact that they were a little bit frustrated with how things played out. There were a couple opportunities where they might have been able to change the outcome of a round, but unfortunately it came down to the narrow margin and it was let slip, specifically off the shoulders of a lot of what Lua was bringing to the table for Scars. I mean, that guy was clutching up some horrendous 1vx situations that he really had no right to win, but just backing himself with his individual skill, playing the game properly, he did it. It was phenomenal to watch. So coming into today, Panthera are going to be locking down those opportunities. They don't want to be presenting those to Gaming Gladiators, and we will be joined by our 2 teams on the stage at the moment, but this is a battle of South versus North, Black and Blue. Gaming Gladiators, the last representatives of APAC South here. If they go out the tournament in this lower bracket final, it's all APAC North from here on out.
Exactly. Then at that point, we're pretty much going to have a rematch of what our upper bracket final was, but I choose to believe that that's not what's going to happen. We're going to have the North and South battle, and we did see, that during the opening days wherein we saw Gaming Gladiators try and at least maybe come up with a map win, but that was so far seemingly so elusive from them. They couldn't even get the map. We see them come in yesterday, play against Monkey Hunters, a team with a bit less experience maybe internationally, but still proved a valiant fight. But I'm looking to see now the Gaming Gladiators find the form that we know they can.
Yeah, having a look at our bracket and how it's played out so far. Of course, we got our first 3-mapper yesterday in that upper bracket final between our 2 APAC North teams, a battle of South Korea and Japan. which Japan walked away with a 2-1. I mean, that last map alone was so impressive. The resilience that the Scars crew showed to be able to take it out and take it to overtime and push it over the edge. But now going into that lower bracket final, Gaming Gladiators, the one tier 1 team in this competition, Panthera, a tier 2 team that is currently on the cusp of making tier 1. Both Scars and Panthera respectively top their leagues this year, so they are vying. They're honestly, this is a scalp that both teams are wanting to claim, and Scars has already done it once.
Yeah, that national #1 spot is certainly held by them, but they want to take it here as well in the ROG Masters APAC. Now, Gaming Gladiators, if they take this series, this opening matchup, there's going to be a bit of a break before they go to the grand final, but they're going to have an opportunity for revenge. Honestly, both of these teams are, but obviously, Gaming Gladiators, theirs was to come a bit later, as they did get taken down early in the day, and we haven't really seen them be able to take a map off Scars during their first opening matchup. So going up against Panthera, a team that we did see really push Scars to the edge, a double overtime, actually 2 maps went in overtime in that series last night. It really was Panthera showing up and proving that, APAC North right now in this tournament, it seems to be dominating, and they are still the favorites, I think, to win this series.
Yeah, look, APAC best pack, unfortunately, there is that divide right through the middle between North and South, but look, we'll take it. An APAC team is guaranteed to win this competition, so we don't really lose out. So at least we've got that going for us. But yeah, look, there is some real intensity that has been brought to this competition, and there is very good reason. You look at it, we've already given away that fourth place prize. $2,000 went to the Monkey Hunters LFO. The loser of our first match today will walk away with 3, and then from there on out, there is $13,000 up for grabs. Now remember, this is not local currency. This is not, is it the Thai baht, if I remember correctly? But this is US dollars. That's a huge chunk of change, especially here in Southeast Asia.
Oh, for sure. You can get yourself a hearty meal and then some after. So, obviously, prize pool, important, but these guys, they want the premier prestige of being able to call themselves the champions as well. So that is what they're also fighting for. The bragging rights to smug in the faces of the rest of their colleagues whenever they match up against to see them next time around. To say, we were the champions, you guys are not. But you guys can get yourself the championship status as well. If you do, check out some of the laptops that we got on here. We have the ROG Strix Scar 17 SE and the ROG Flow Z13. And I want to talk about the Flow because that just amazes me and how flexible it is and how adaptable it can really be in many situations. Wherever you want to bring it, very portable. It comes into a tablet, it turns into a laptop. How much more could you want in the 3050 Ti powered gadget?
I mean, look, maybe a different color scheme, like the ROG Black's quite cool, but maybe a nice lightning blue, steel blue. I reckon you and I think we can both agree the nice blue color scheme would work quite well. But in all honesty, it is an incredible piece of tech. It's incredibly adaptable, like you said. Can change between a laptop and a tablet. That Flow Z13, you can take it on the run. You can take it traveling. It's great for you casters like us having our notes in front of us. I've got a janky little tablet that I definitely want to replace now, having seen the Flow Z13 and what it offers. I might have to have that conversation with my partner about breaking the bank for it. But look, if I had it here in front of me, it would definitely boost the quality of the broadcast because I'd have all my notes, I'd have the schedule, everything that I could possibly do.
You could always, pretend that it's not as, I guess, bulky as they might think. Your partner might think, hey, Panda, do we really need this? And all you have to say is yes. Yes, it is. It's a necessity in my life. This brings me joy, and it will bring you guys joy as well if you join our giveaway. And maybe check out the laptops. We did have some giveaways, I think, throughout the days, and we also saw at the stage itself, at the event itself, we're giving away some nice freebies to everybody there. So if you guys are from Thailand, make sure to check out the venue. I'm sure you guys already know about it, but you should definitely go to and support some of the best teams that we have here in APAC. But I'm just excited for the games we have up today. Will we have exhibition matches again? I'm not too sure. We'll let you guys know about that in a bit. We certainly had some fun hijinks yesterday when it did come to it, but we're going to open up today with the opening match. Of course, we know who it is. Gaming Gladiators versus Panthera. These guys in running to get that second place slot.
Yeah, exactly. Both teams vying for a shot at the grand finals. Both teams, vying for a chance at the rematch, strangely enough, having gone down to Scars already. And then you go on your screen up first, of course, it is the Gaming Gladiators the superstars coming into Apex South this year have looked hot. They've had a couple of highs, couple of lows, a major experience as well. But right now, it's about dealing that destructive blow towards Apex North and a victory here.
Oh, of course. They're the only remaining Apex South team here, Gaming Gladiators, and they want revenge. Not just for themselves, but for the entirety of Apex South. Of course, the Monkey Hunters, their fellow comrades, were taken down by their own hand yesterday, but not one that they wanted to do necessarily. Of course, any opponent in their path must be taken down, and that's what they're doing here right now. The Gaming Gladiators looking to take down the Panthera squad as they come into the Gladiators. Who's gonna really come out on top? We're gonna have to see, but I think it's Panthera who have really kind of surprised me and just impressed me in how they were able to play yesterday. They've gotten really, really deep in the Korean Open, top 5 perennially placing there, and here right now they're looking to go home with a maybe grand finish.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the players on this Panthera roster, JLT, Ryder, we're doing some magical stuff yesterday. I mean, I was genuinely blown away by some of the shots that those guys were hitting, and it was just the sheer confidence to know that you have that ability, full trust in their own teammates as well, because, I mean, you saw how many times it played out where a call was made and they just stuck with it because there was no fear.
Yeah, just who needs flexibility when you can simply strong arm and power your way on through, right? I guess that's what they're trying to go for here, because sometimes you really did see that the only kind of game plan from Panthera was basically domination, right? Try and dominate their way through the defense, push on through, don't need to go around the other side, just drop through the hatch, let's go at it. And it's been working for the most part, and many times, but that's not to say that they still don't have a leveled head on their shoulders, because we've seen them, you know, make adjustments throughout the games, throughout the maps that have really been, I guess, fortunate for them. It's just unfortunate that the one time they decide to really stick to their guns and pick basement like 4 or 5 times, it wasn't the right time nor way to do it.
Yeah, look, unfortunately that is the way it does go sometimes, but you make do, you adjust, you try and overcome going into, you know, future play days. So right now, the goal, grand final spot, that lower bracket run, it starts here. They've got to pick up the victory. I'm excited to see what maps these teams are going to be opting into, knowing full well that we've had a decent showcase of both of them so far. So there's going to be plenty of VOD work available.
For sure. We've seen the previous maps that these two teams have played already, and it was, I guess, a really, really great final for us to have Oregon be played by both teams so far. That Oregon has been a bit more wayward than we've seen normally for that Gaming Gladiator side. Panthera showing up, but obviously stuck in their ways. I'm hoping today that they've figured out that, you know, maybe guys, sometimes you gotta think outside the box, come out of the basement, quite literally, and try and aim for higher heights, because yesterday could have been theirs. It was so close, but slipped from their grasp. Gaming Gladiators, though, they're no shy of playing in the lower bracket, and they have been in this position many times on over. They're not uncomfortable playing here, and they know they got what it takes to come back into it. But Panthera, they are still a very formidable opponent, barring even what happened during last night's game.
Yeah, no slouches by any stretch of the imagination. And this is really going to be a decent sort of limit test opportunity for them going into that grand final, knowing full well that the Scars are currently undefeated. There's a reason they took that upper bracket route through into the grand finals. They've dropped a single map, and that was in overtime as well, against the team that you see on your screen now. Vamos, JLT, Ryder, Shoot, and Ran. I mean, you look at these players and you can immediately think of certain operators that we got to see yesterday. JLT and his Mozzie, Ran running that DMR line, and Ryder with the Malusi MP5 combo was lethal. These guys have some great depth in terms of the way they approach the game, and some great mechanical skill to back it up.
For sure. We've seen them really been able to somehow successfully, time and time on over, bail themselves out of difficult situations. Now, the problem is, even though they're good at John Wicking their way out of a tough spot,
it's not necessarily the best position to be in time after time, and you have to minimize how many opportunities you give to the opponents to capitalize on those moments, and you have to minimize how many times you find yourself in those tough spots. So I think that's the real important factor here. Yes, they're one of the best teams, maybe even the best team in this tournament at shooting themselves out of a bad situation, but they have to minimize how many times they get placed there, especially by their own hand.
Exactly. We are hopefully going to get to see what the teams are looking to showcase in that map veto. We've seen, you know, your stock standard. We've seen Clubhouse, we've seen Oregon, a couple of bank appearances here and there. Cafe Dostoevsky has showed up as well. But for the most part, it really has felt kind of... I mean, even we got the border to come through from the Monkey Hunters matchup against the Game & Gladiators. So, I mean, look, I kind of want to see maybe a little bit of a skyscraper, something a little bit scrappier, something where you can just rely on the mechanical skill player on those tight corners. Maybe even something like the Villa, which there's such a complexity to how you need to approach a map like Villa. So I'd love to see these teams showcase that today.
Oh yeah, we saw some notions of, you know, more spread out double layer maps. Even though Villa is technically 3 layers, you got a basement. It does kind of play like a lot of the more wide sprawling, you know, theme parks or anything of the sort that are a bit more, I guess, flat, if anything, kind of like Border. But we're getting ready to get into the game. I'm curious to see if we're going to get any of the maps that we haven't seen these teams play just yet. Oregon, opening ban, curiously enough, here from Game & Gladiators, might have been dissuaded from last night, but they go for Clubhouse to start things off, and you wished for it, you're gonna get it here right now, Panda. Villa for our second, Chalet for the third, and Decider if we ever get to it. This is a curious, I think, map veto that we've had for the series.
Well, apparently both teams are so against Skyscraper that it's been banned twice. So one of those is going to be Border. No, sorry, Border's the last one. Okay, which map is it then that has been banned? So we got Oregon, Cafe, Bank, Skyscraper, Border, Theme Park. One of them's Theme Park. There you go.
Theme Park, yes.
But look, I can understand teams not wanting to go to Skyscraper. It is a pretty volatile map at the moment, but Clubhouse, Villa, Chalet, I mean, this is a great showcase of what APAC teams are capable of. We thrive on the first two, especially. Clubhouse, Villa is, I mean, probably two of the most picked maps, I think, currently at the moment, and Chalet isn't too far behind. So look, this is phenomenal. Gaming, they pick a strong map to start. Panthera, they pick a phenomenal map to answer back, but then we get to go to Chalet. Couldn't ask for more, honestly.
You know, I think this is actually a decent map veto for Panthera. We saw them play pretty well on Clubhouse both times around. It's the only map they haven't lost yet so far, and it's been, especially after playing it twice. And you look at Villa, and this is a map that we have seen Gaimin be quite mortal at in the past. Yes, they're still a good team on Villa, but we've seen them kind of falter, and at the same time, you know, Villa just in general, even though it does enable players like Ape to go big, you know, him on his roam, we've seen Panthera be quite proficient at clearing that out time and time on over on their attacking side. So this map veto, I think it is a bit more skewered here and skewed towards the favor of the Korean Panthera squad, but of course it's only half the battle. The other half has to be played on the server, and I'm really looking forward to see Gaming Gladiators show if they can take this, even though the map is, at least in my opinion, the veto is a bit more skewed towards Panthera. If they can take it and somehow flip this on over, they have the first map pick, they're going to Clubhouse to start this game off, and I'm curious to see if we ever end up in Chalet, which I do want to see, to be quite honest.
I mean, if I was to put money down, if I was to bet the car, I would say that, yeah, I reckon we are going to go see Chalet. I reckon Gaimin, they had that first day punishment against Scars. They got the scare, so to speak, that they needed coming into this tournament to kick them into that next gear. So look, I would be very, very surprised if this played out like their first match of the tournament against the Scars, where they just get absolutely locked out of the competition and show up with a collective 6 rounds across 2 maps. But in saying that, the inconsistency has been a glaring problem with this Gaming Gladiators roster of late.
Oh, that is of absolute certainty, right? We saw really both of the APAC South representatives from SCA, after coming from Berlin, struggle to find the same footing that they had pre-tournament. going into the season, right? Going into this third split, going into stage 3, going into this autumn split of Operation League, they all were kind of faltering after that Berlin Major, and it continues on here into this tournament, losing versus Scars. Even though Scars is a great team, to be quite honest with you, it still was not the Gaming Gladiators we've come to expect, and so everybody's got their eyes out for them, being that team, being that only tier 1 team here in the tournament, being the only team that has made it to a major, and that just makes the target on your back even bigger. So every single move they have, it's been studied by these teams, especially by Panthera now, who are playing them in the lower bracket final, and that just makes things ever more so difficult tenfold. But Gaming Gladiators, they're used to the fight, they're used to the battle, and they're used to getting the job done. So it's really going to be a battle of attrition here, and just far contrasting playstyles, I think, coming into this lower bracket final.
Yeah, most definitely. And you look at it currently, there is a lot of odd work available for both these teams. There hasn't really been any significant changes. And I mean, look, we talk about the Rook, we talk about the Doc and say, yeah, they're pretty significant changes. In the grand scheme, no, not really. So in terms of comp, we're not going to see a huge spike in Doc or Rook in competitive play, because realistically, the overall utility setup that a Rook or a Doc brings isn't quite as strong as other certain operators in the comp pool. So I think, yeah, at the moment, both teams are well aware of what their opponents bring. The big difference, like you said, something to do with major appearances. Like the major debuff that has happened. I mean, you look at it, Chiefs go to the major at the beginning of the year. They're no longer a team. Elevate Gaming Gladiators go to a major. They're looking in a rough spot. Direwolves went to a major. They're looking in a rough spot. But right now, there's a chance for the Gaming Gladiators to turn around. We're looking to jump on into Clubhouse here, black and blue. We're kicking things off with that operator veto phase. I'm excited. I want to see what these teams are prepped coming into this.
Well, we're about to find out. Map number 1, Clubhouse here, attacking banned by Panthera. Maverick could be in play. We've seen him be very influential, especially on his best map, practically on Clubhouse, and that exactly is what they take off the board. Following up here, what do you expect we could maybe see?
I want to say something like a Nomad Nook, potentially. I think is what we could look to see. Potentially the Flores. I don't think we're going to see a Thatcher. I would be surprised if we saw a Thatcher. And it's going to be a Monty. Okay, a staple of the competition so far this weekend. The Monty ban being targeted both ways. As we've seen, I think every team so far this weekend bring it out. No Monty in play, which means the closest you're going to get on the attack is a bit of Blitz.
I think this is a really smart ban here coming from Gaming Gladiators. They have seen the Clubhouse of Panthera yesterday and just how much they really were utilizing that Monty, especially in like taking the garage pushes, and especially when, you know, they really are hampered by things like smokes and stuff. So it's really smart for them to take this off. Kaid, okay, makes sense. They take it out. There's a Thatcher anyways, so whatever. Azami, that makes sense. He just completely changes every single layout of every single room that she decides to apply all her Kiva barriers in, and really is a big shakeup in terms of those power positions. So landscaping kind of turned up a bit. Gaming Gladiators here on the attacking side, they're going to be starting off, and it seems like the double hard breach is what they're going to be running to get the game going.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Makes a lot of sense, especially going into Clubhouse. Majority teams you'll find at the moment will run even tertiary hard breaches in the comp at the moment, making sure that they have absolutely everybody utility they need to get things open. But you look at the defense, Vigil, Mozzie in play. There is going to be an extended, horizontal, not horizontal, vertical roam. The other one, the one that goes straight up and down. Vertical roam coming into play with the Mozzie and the Vigil combo. They've got info, they've got impacts, they've got nitro cells, denial. I mean, this is an insanely well-rounded comp that screams aggression coming out of Panthera.
It is well-rounded. Just makes me wonder, though, if it's a bit too jack of all trades, master of none. They have a bunch of roam denial, yes, to really help them, drone denial rather, to really help their roam go around with that Mozzie and the Vigil. Well, as always, you know, taken from the old SSG roam, but they don't have the mute that typically supports that as well. No castle in that regard to help them block off as they are going for a vertical roam. Nothing of that sort, and so they will rely on, I guess, falling back earlier than the classic SSG roam might be, so they can anchor down with the utility they have on site, because they have utility placed on site for anchoring it back down when it does come to it. So I don't expect this roam to try and really hold out for too long, just waste enough time, maybe find a pick, and then all the way back down they go.
Yeah, I mean, they've got that setup available to them to be able to hunker down on the site. They've got the Goyo into play. They've got the impacts to try and deny the hatch. Especially with a Hibana in play, you're going to be looking to try and impact trick that kitchen hatch as much as possible. Look, there's a lot on both sides coming into play, but already Gaming Gladiators, they've taken some top control. They're looking to clear down, flank out, and push out these defenders, make sure that they are all stuck in on that site. And there we go, Tolji claims first blood, and that's Ryder. What an angle. I love this little repellent. Teams seem to keep forgetting about it.
It's been there since like the inception of Clubhouse, but yet it's so effective. Almost so common you'd forget, and it's a very common place to rotate through as well as a roamer, and that's exactly why you'd kind of want a bit more support on that roam, you know, a mute or a castle, especially blocking out this bar section to allow you to be able to focus more on the angles that are important, like that crosshair when you go through those kitchen hallways, and not have to worry about getting shot from bar as well. Maybe if that barricade was up, you could have been able to at least somewhat anticipate or have the recognition of that possible angle. But now, a minute left on the clock. They've given the pick on up. They've wasted a decent amount of time still. Ryder, he's done his job at the very least, even without finding a pick. And now they're going to hope to anchor down in the last minute.
Yeah, one of those nitro cells already committed, as you can see, out of the hands of JLT. They've just got shoes left remaining. Ricks trying to get this hatch open, and there are 2 impacts still available in the hands of Varmos, but I don't think he's going to go for the attempt at all. Game Gladiators have got some great position. They've still got a plentiful amount of utility available to them. You can see right now Joe threatening from above, trying to distract, being able to enable Hoven to maybe make a push through towards Moto with the kitchen hatch now open. This is where things start to get incredibly volatile. All the avenues are there, all the guns are in play. It's now about making that execute happen. So many different angles coming together. Shu falls, unfortunately caught out in enough angle, but Arpe answered back immediately. JLT and Rand go huge. 3 versus 3, make that a 1 versus 3. It is Rix alone trying to stick out the defuse. He's got no time, and it's all over. Panthera hold fast in the face of Apex South aggression and take the first round.
It was aggression, but I guess placed a bit too late. By the time they were going for the execute, you're counting down the minutes, the seconds, 15 seconds, going on down. It's not much time that leaves much room for error, if at all. And that start of the execute was going so well, right? They find the pick, yes, gives them a 5v4. Then they execute on it, get the down initially, get another pick right on after, but they just simply were pressed for so much time that you can't be as diligent in clearing corners. You have to kind of brush your way straight into the site. In that case, they get shredded by the Alda. They get shredded by every single defender still waiting in sight. There were 3 on more. The trade comes on in, but at that point, they were in such a disfavorable spot that it would have been difficult to get the plant off anyways. And for Ibane at the end, what could he do? Nothing really mattered really at the end. So we're going now up into Master and Jim. Seems like a cash extension, as is stock standard here from Panthera with a clash.
We see the clash coming out once again. It was quite prevalent yesterday in our matchup between the 2 APAC North teams. So I'm excited to see how they look to integrate it here. Shu pulled it out a few times. And, oh, look at this drone though. Big information. Not just the bandit, but that clash spotted as well.
That sets the tone here of what they can expect coming into the round. And the whole, I mean, most teams would suspect having some sort of cash presence anyways on the defense here when holding Jim in bedroom, but that just confirms that exact idea. But they have tools to deal with this. They have the Zophie. That lifeline can do a number on the clash. Thatcher EMP comes on out. They get the breach open. They use both the exothermic and the Selma, so that's curious. They get things open at the very least.
Again, a lot of noise, just drawing attention, especially with Hoven down here on the lurk. I think a lot of what they're doing currently is to enable that lurk player on the attack to really do some damage. But you look at the setup. They still have the tools. They've still got 2 EMPs. They've still got the exothermic and a couple of Selma charges to be able to deal with that jacuzzi wall. So it's not like they blew everything and are just going to have to funnel through doorways. Like, it's really just about spreading Panthera as thin as possible, and it's exactly what they're looking for. Just chip damage onto Shu.
It's good control here by Ape on the southern balcony. Allows him to further contest that construction. If they can get themselves into logistics somehow, then they have a really good pincer on anyone possibly playing in construction, and by all means should have full control of it. The Bandit here going to give them a few problems, though. Something they're going to have to deal with. Luckily, Thatcher is online, but if he goes down early, that is going to be a massive problem for them. So you can see them playing Joe a bit more passively. Him going to have to deal with a big wall instead. If they can get this open, that's going to help their intent tenfold coming into this, especially knowing that the Clash is there in the hallway. They can pincer her if she ever does fall back through it.
Exothermic out of Jacuzzi with the EMP combo. JLT, again, taken out. Tolji claiming himself a second opening kill this map. And Gaming Gladiators coming in with some real intensity here into the Championship Sunday opener. Hoven with the Gemini gets some big information. They're cutting deep. Ran goes down as well. And this is a phenomenal start. Ape claims a third as Ryder falls. It's on to Shu and Vamos. Hold to 5-5-6, and the shield doesn't matter. Team kill onto Ape as they were all greeting for the kill onto Vamos. It's on to Shu, stuck on the main stairs currently. You do what you can, but I think you're very limited in this situation. Oh, the Selma toss as a bait.
Just in case. It works, right? Does the Selma do damage if it hits somebody directly? That's my question.
No, I think they remove damage from direct impact of utility.
Oh,
I can't remember
sense.
if that was just teammates. Obviously, you can no longer, down your teammate to get the revive to give them extra health, but I can't remember if it's also for enemies as well.
Could be the case. I don't wager it too much, but hey, it helps, right? Booster the emotions, help pump up the hype for the team, and get them right back into the game, especially after a round like that. We're going back to gym and bedroom, so what will Panthera do differently here? Castle coming out on this time. The Bandit on JLT. Jolt not really doing much in that previous round. Luckily, his utility was already placed down, but I mean, the Nitro Cell could have been maybe better used later in the round. It didn't come into play. Now they're running double SCS. They have so much plant denial on this round, on this site, that if Gaming Gladiators cannot start off with at least getting a pick, or at least burning a decent amount of utility before they execute, they are in for a rough time.
Yeah, most definitely. Similar setup. The difference being, obviously, no Maestro, no older 5-5-6 in the third round. They're going to be trying something a little bit different. Hoven running the pistol rather than the Gon 6. Obviously not too worried about clearing up that utility. They've got the Dockerbeat and Joe that I think will also be bringing it. But it is a vastly different approach this time around. They don't have the Thatcher, even though the site is going to be reattempted.
Not running a Thatcher this time around. Yeah, I'm curious why they even switched onto the Dokkaebi, knowing that there was a mute on the other side, knowing that, or at least seeing as how the roam didn't seem like a massive problem earlier on in the previous round. They swap on over to the Doki instead. I guess she does have the impact EMPs, but if they can play it right, then for sure, it works. If not, then could have been a worthwhile change. They get the construction open at the very least, something crucial to helping disable that Clash's potential. Now they're on path to try and take cash.
There you go, that Gon 6 coming into play. The impact EMPs, obviously, yeah. Look, Thatcher's great, but Logic Bomb is great as well. Plus, now that you have the impact EMPs, Thatcher, he feels in a very odd spot in Rainbow Six at the moment. Now, maybe wonder if we are going to start to see an era where Rainbow Six Siege operators quote-unquote retire and we see Thatcher removed from play or something.
I mean, that would make sense. He is, I think, aside from Kaid,
yeah, he was until Kaid was introduced, the oldest operator in the game.
Exactly. So, you young kids, back in my day, we had none of these gadgets. Want to remove him from play, but that wall shall be removed from play as well. That's great for them to get this big wall open now. Couldn't bandit trick it successfully. Had to go for the 50-50, did not connect. Now, they've got so much open. Still, a minute left on the clock, though, without a pick. Jolt has taken some damage. He wants to hold on to that nitro as long as he can. It's the only nitro they've got right now. They still have the toxic bathes from denying the plant and making things more difficult in the last 30 seconds. So Gaming Gladiators have to get on this right now. Logic bomb call. They've got one more for the execute.
Or the nade. This could be big if they line it up, and Shu's down and finished off. Perfect stuff there from Hoven below to set it up. 3 quick kills, 4. And 1, 2, 3 claim back before Hoven ends the reign of terror. But it all came from that initial frag grenade out of Hoven's hand, and it just crumbled from there.
Did you see how he ducked under the shots? He proned for just a second there, and somehow came away unscathed. But yeah, perfectly played from Hoven. The call, the ping, you can see the red ping right on top of him. Was all the way down in the kitchen. Cooked the nade perfectly. As soon as the clash was down as well, Rix was right there to follow on up as a thermite. And Gaming Gladiators, that is the Gaming Gladiators we know and we love to see. When they can get things going that way, when they can really coordinate on their executes, they show that hyper-aggressive style that Apex got to offer.
Yeah. That was impressive. I mean, the coordination off the back of that and how quickly it all came together. Yes, JLT is an absolute demon when it comes to fragging, and he got 2 back while being a known quantity in Logi. But just the 4 kills on the fly before they could even react was really quite impressive out of the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, lightning fast. Shock and awe, if anything, coming into that round, ending that round rather.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, either way, it's a lead, if only by a single round, currently for the Gaming Gladiators. And again, they've stepped it up day to day. You look at day 1, they go down 7-3, 7-3, and even they are quite confused at how they found themselves in that situation. Day 2, they come in, they push the Monkey Hunters around, unfortunately. But day 3, they've come in with some intensity. They want to prove that Apex South is the best pack. They want to push to their grand finals. They want redemption against the Scars after what was a rough day 1.
I mean, entirety of APAC in solidarity, of course, brethren, but these battles are not taken lightly as well. Not gonna let these ones pass just by simple bouts. No, we're gonna go the distance on these type of games. You betcha. So much roam capability here for Panthera playing the basement. And Ryder, he's been typically one of the driving forces for Panthera, but we haven't seen him come alive just yet here on the defensive side.
Decent amount of time burnt, but you look already Panthera all hunkered down on the site as the strategy is geared up to enable. We're just going to wait, play off the utility available. Nitro cells are there. Impact out from Barmos to deal with the first of Rix's. There we go. There are 2 and now in the hands of Ryder. So another X-Kyro going out. Ryder not in a position to deny it, so they should be able to get this kitchen hat quite freely from here on out. Yeah. Nitro from JLT. Yeah, all this utility is just being wasted. Gaming Gladiators are baiting this out spectacularly.
Smart here by Rix. Oh, told you somehow finds a pick on Vamos that drops the Maestro from dirt. He didn't even expect it. How does that happen? Now the evilized, quite frankly, just nullified from being utilized the way that they were expected to be able to use it now. Blue trying to be controlled here by Ape and Gaming Gladiators. I was going to say, smart from Rix. As now Jolt is down. Simply use 2 X-Kyros at a time and burn the impacts, but Shu answers back. Exactly what they needed.
Holding fast. Tolji has been a force unto himself. Look at it. Joe and Ape find more. Tolji's on the hunt for the closer if he can find it. Just desperately wants to get the numbers, though full well that his team are more than likely to claim them. Ryder does find them, but it's now in a post-plant situation. Backs against the wall. The 1 versus X. Lua might have been able to do it, but against the Gaming Gladiators, that was always going to be a tall task.
Almost gets the kill as well. Lua was right at the ready. And Gaming Gladiators, whenever they start to get themselves going, whenever they get that pick and start to execute, it's a complete avalanche from a mere snowball that it turns into. Suddenly a flurry of frags goes their way. Everything, complete shock and awe here without Panthera able to even realize and recognize what's happening. That's a great shot by Shu there to catch off guard Hoven, but a bit too little, too late for the team, as they already were bleeding, dwindled in numbers, and now they're going to try their luck up top.
Well, 3-1 start for the Gaming Gladiators. Pretty comfortable, if we're being honest, right now.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
The Valkyrie, we haven't really touched on the fact that it is in play. Same with the Mirror, but again, it hasn't really felt like an issue. PC crash, unfortunately, for the Gaming Gladiators, so we are likely going to have a rehost with that one. Actually, yeah, no, it would have to be a rehost. Never mind, we're into the game phase, not in the pick phase, so that will likely be a rehost given the time that it was called. But I mean, Black and Blue, let's break it down. We've seen 4 rounds so far. It's a 3-1 currently for the Gaming Gladiators. They have had a solid handle on Clubhouse so far.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen them, they're really good at their time management. They've been quite stellar in really finding the opportunities that they need to and dwindling down what utility they can on Panthera. As I was saying a while ago, like Rix on the Hibana, testing how many impacts they've got to chuck at him. They know there's a Maestro up online, there's a Vigil, could possibly on site as well to deny me with impacts. Send 2 Kairos pellets out at a time to utilize, to waste as much utility on the opposing side, and once it's confirmed, you can chuck out the rest and get that hatch wide open. The kitchen hatch especially is so important, so even using a total of like 8 X-Kairos to get that open, as long as you're sure that it will safely open, then that is by all means worth it. And Gaming Gladiators, they realize that in their attacking side, and when it comes to it, Panthera, they don't have much to rely on in the final 30 seconds when the execute does come, because Gaming Gladiators, they've burned whatever anchor utility is on site for Panthera to utilize.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We're still waiting on confirmation, but I couldn't see any particular reason why there would be to deny the rehost call. We were still in the prep phase. We were still early enough on, so we just need the stage admins to make the call for us. That's what we're not paid to do that, Black and Blue. We don't get to make those calls. We can talk smack about the calls, but we don't get paid to make them.
What do you mean? Casters start the game, isn't that?
Yeah, we start the game. That's
goes?
it, though. From there on out, it's out of our hands.
We press the start button. Like, okay, it's time, but only when we're given permission. And that's the real call here. Well, it seems like they're having a fun time, even with whatever technical issue they might have otherwise had. Obviously, trying to keep the mental up in good spirits. They got another best of 3 to play. Either of these teams do, if they ever do win this series versus Scars at the grand final. So, really, cool heads shall prevail. They gotta keep light tones as well.
Yeah. And there's momentum here. It's truly unfortunate it was the Gaming Gladiators that suffered the crash there, because they're the ones who have the momentum in this matchup at the moment. So that is going to stall out just a little bit. For now, from here, it's about how well they can retain it going into the rest of the half, because we've seen what happens when momentum is stalled out. You lose momentum, it can cost you a map.
Oh, for sure. Momentum is such an important thing in R6. You only got 7 rounds to be able to take it, and if you can string 2-3 in a row, that is massive. That's already, a quarter of the game, half of the half. Be absolutely huge to be able to take rounds in a row. In these games, we've seen them typically be a game of runs where a team will go 2-3 rounds straight, then comes the other doing the same in return. We haven't often seen round after round traded by either side. It's been more of a game of mini runs, if anything. And so, Gaming Gladiators, they're on a run right now, continuing their momentum 3 rounds straight, looking for a 4th.
That's exactly it. But so far, I mean, look, again, you got to admit, it has been a rather dominating half, 3-1. It's not to say it won't end 3-3, but so far, it has felt like Gaming Gladiators have had a bit of grasp on how to approach Clubhouse on the attack here. They've understood what they've needed to do step by step. They have been frying in the gunfights. I mean, you look at Tolji alone, some of the shots that he's been hitting. Hoban, the coordination from that nade into Logi, which set up the entire round victory for the Gaming Gladiators. They are just doing everything that they need to be doing. And it is coming together in a symphony of success. And it's truly impressive to watch. It does maybe make you question a little bit, where the heck has this been? You know, so far this stage for Gaming Gladiators and you know, APAC South and beyond. But again, you could even put it down to just the fact they're back on land.
Yeah, it's maybe just been them kind of finally regaining their footing, right? Things a bit rocky, coming back from the major, coming back to another setting. But now, once more, they finally feel comfortable in what they're doing and where they are, looking to regain some of the former glory they had during Stage 2. And now is the time to do it here, after playing the lower bracket final. Panthera, no slouch of a team. This is the pick of the Gaming Gladiators, by the way, for map number 1. So, all things according to their plans so far, barring, I mean, at least, especially with the fact that they're on the attacking side here. So, this is pretty good from them so far.
Yeah. But, I mean, we've seen the resilience and the doggedness, the determination that APAC North teams are so famous for. I think you'd be foolish to count Panthera out of this tournament just yet. It is going to be a true battle to the finish to decide who makes it to that grand final alongside the Scars. But, I mean, you got to remember, both these teams have a chip on their shoulder. Panthera, statistically, did better against Scars than Gaming Gladiators did because, I mean, 7-3, 7-3 speaks for itself. Gaming Gladiators had a reasonably short run on Play Day 1. In fact, the shortest of any of the teams in that, other than, obviously, the Scars who beat them.
That's interesting. So it's been them going with it back and forth quite commonly, if anything.
Statistically, they've actually had the shortest tournament so far.
That is true. Played the fewer games, at the very least, but here's another number for you to scratch your head on. Here in this tournament so far, in the entirety of the ROG Masters APAC, even with the qualifiers, for Clubhouse at the very least, it's been a 59% win rate on defense. It's a bit more defender-sided, but you look at the general statistics, like in Stage 3 of APAC South, and it's been a stark contrast. It's been a 59% win rate percentage map on the attack instead, completely flipped around. So I just don't even know what to make of that.
APAC, it really is quite a unique beast. You love to see it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's one of the most exciting regions to watch it in Rainbow Six Siege in the world at the moment. Forget America, forget Europe. They all do the same thing. APAC is where it's at. You can never quite guess how things are going to play out round to round because they always have that deep strat book. But as it stands, we are looking to get back into it. From the looks of things, yeah, we're back same site, same operators as you would expect with a rehost like that. But has this broken the momentum for Gaming Gladiators is the real question.
I'd like to think that, if NA, you look down south of them, South America, the entire LATAM and Brazil region, if you want to see how, NA a bit more structured, you go down south, South America, all just balls to the wall. That's kind of what APAC is to EU and OCE, where APAC and OCE a bit more aggressive at times compared to, how EU might play, a bit more structured up top. And it just gives you a stark contrast in terms of the halves of the world and where we are and how we see these teams play. But obviously, even with that, even if we consider APAC as an entire, just one region, there's still stark differences when you see teams from APAC North and South. When you see a team like Panthera from Korea versus the Gaming Gladiators from Indonesia, you already see just how differently they play. And even if we're still within the same continent, these guys bring so many different looks to the table.
Yeah, it's that creativity, which is just so exciting to see. But right now, everyone in, no crashes, no issues. The Thatcher in play for the Gaming Gladiators. The JLT really does have his work cut out for him here in this round.
Oh yeah.
And whether or not, you look at it, Shu playing around Secret, might be looking to go out for a cheeky Nitro attempt. But the EMP's coming out, the exothermic, it's all a bit of a bait. JLT, unfortunately, cannot get the job done. CCTV breach successfully opened there. Gaming Gladiators with the first success in the round.
Yeah, smart. They knew that with only the right side being electrocuted by the bandit, he was absolutely going to trick the left side. So they put it back on up, the bait and switch, as you did say. Get the second exothermic for Garage, and now they are in record time getting both big walls open.
Not wasting too much there, and I think, yeah, Gaming Gladiators likely feel like they've got some ground to make up after day one, and they're trying to do that by accelerating this. Big stuff so far at Hoven. Look at them cut deep through to Billiards. They've got the drones in. They've got so much information here to work off, and it definitely feels like Panthera have been caught off the back foot today.
Yeah, they are really being drained out of space. By him being in the bar there, Hoven, that just cuts off the entirety of the strip area as well from rotating back safely. And now that just makes everything so much more difficult for Panthera. The ground that they did have at the start of the round simply taken away within a minute.
This is where things start to get a bit scary. Nade deep towards the entry to Garage, not to be. Now it's about clearing up the rafters position. Rand finds the first kill, but he's taken back by the Nader Hoven. So it's a straight trade. Tolji has already done his job, though, for the most part. But it looks like, yeah, Shu down, and Pitt was looking to try and make a play, but droned out, forced out of the angle. With Arpe covering the crosser to the site itself, they can take rafters control and push on from Garage.
That pressure, though, that he aided with by having Shu there all the way down makes things more difficult for Gaming Gladiators to get on the execute. Hoven finds the one here inside the storage. He knows that Shu is still somewhere lurking around the seams in the basement, but there's monsters else upwhere on the top floor to deal with. 15 seconds left on the clock. They have the man advantage. Banshee keeping Joe in check. He no longer has any EMPs to get it dealt with, and he swings off of it. Perfect timing from Vamos. This could be Panthera swinging it back. Ryder gets the kill. Rick's on the trade immediately. They can stick the plant, but he has to keep him safe. Ape, perfect timing to keep him in check. The Chu! He comes in at the right moment. He knew the plant had to be stuck and is not in the angle to get taken down along with it. What a comeback round for Panthera.
Regardless of, you know, where the plant had gone down, those two pushes simultaneously, one of them would have taken the kill. It was genuinely insane that Panthera, despite being bullied so much in that round, were able to turn it on its head and come out with the victory because they played it so concisely, exactly the way that they needed to, in fact. If not for the dual push from both the, you know, the Smoke and the Valkyrie in that situation, that round would likely have been Gaming Gladiators.
For sure. A bit more delayed from Shu, yes, on the Valk than the Smoke was, but still, it works. That was their win condition there. Just drop the Soul Planter. That's all they needed to do. Great target prioritization, as is standard, as is what we expect from a team like Panthera. They're able to somehow recover from a round like that. Really, the time being the biggest opponent of Gaming Gladiators there, because they were looking spectacular on most of their takes of the Garage. They get the Garage wall open, they get the big wall open without much of a fuss. They had Hoven really deep on the roam down below, but Shu, his mere presence, as we said, the fact that he even got spotted out here in the basement already pulled so much time away from the ticking clock of Gaming Gladiators' attack.
Well, I mean, look, it was okay. I just saw what Joe is doing. Joe has chosen violence. We have the fuse in play, but at least there is an answer in the form of Ryder on the Thorn on Panthera. So we will have the Razor Blooms countering those fuse charges potentially. Both teams having that explosive threat. But it is a basement hold. So, yeah. You know what I've noticed, Black and Blue? There is only a single Nitro cell on a basement defense, and there is a fuse in play. This could get scary.
That is difficult. Luckily, they have a smoke, though. So, it can kind of provide some of the same benefits. Canister here, obviously, to aid that smoke so he doesn't have to use every Toxic Bathe and holding off doorways. Instead, they can utilize some of it for plant denial. And they have the Thorn to try and ride off of. So, There is only one Nitro Cell, yes, but they have some tools to kind of make up for that fact and supplement the other tools that they're going to have to replace with. And that has to be played perfectly, though. Might be a bit more complicated than it should be.
Well, they are setting up the coverage. You look at them already beelining, and Joe will get to work in that kitchen corridor. He is going to look to pop it, and there we go. The fuse puck's coming out and towards that basement 90. Hove in there as well. Trying to cover in towards Memorial, just exposing those angles. Covering the nade deep. Unfortunately, again, no real traction found just yet, but look at that angle. Tolji has a great little spot. Almost had the angle onto Shu there, but so many near misses for Gaming Gladiator so far this round.
They're clearing out a lot of utility down below with those fuse charges. Joe, he's working on it. Absolutely bombarding the squad. And at the very least, you know, if they had at least one more Nitro Cell, they could have maybe tried to play the vert on up and deny that kitchen from being utilized as much as it is. But Hoven, I think he absolutely just nukes Shu with a nade. That's their sole Nitro Cell dropped here, Panda.
Yeah. And that's rough. That really is. That would have been instrumental in potentially counteracting this push. Joe, last fuse charge going in. We'll send it nice and deep. Doesn't really find any traction, but it's about zoning at the end of the day. Vamos, last toxic canister out with 18 seconds remaining. JLT cops some punishment. Arpe finds Rand, and it's all coming apart. Told you down. JLT trade it back. And Pantera are doing the best so they can to claw back this round, but there's no time. They need to get in. The plant secured. Rix is going to stick it out. And they find their last couple of kills, and that was a very near-run thing. I thought for a moment there that maybe Rix had gone down while planting.
Delicate situation, but they come out on top. Gaming Gladiators end the half 4-2. Panthera here, they had some hope in that round. If only it wasn't the Goyo, the Soul C4, who was taken down early. Maybe something else could have been done, because they're doing really good at keeping that blue push in check. They had 3 toxic baits to still throw on out. They used the one after Vamos. He gets them all burnt out, leaving not much time for them to go on the push. They had the thorns still on up, obviously with those blooms. That could make things more difficult on the plant and on the push, but it just didn't work out. Here's Zamira finally coming into play. We touched upon it a while ago, but we have yet to see it today till now.
I'm going to be honest. Black and Blue, I really think Ubisoft missed out on an opportunity there. The Razor Blooms could quite just as easily have been called Kablooms, but no, that was just.
I think we can coin it ourselves.
Yeah,
why
Kablooms,
not?
like surely, like it just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean sometimes I call Hibana Habini, and it just sounds better to me. Rolls off the tongue. Look at the Habini.
In one of those cold climates. I mean, EU, I would imagine it's Habini, because you probably want to be wearing one in the cold. But right now, Gaming Gladiators are looking anything but cold. Look at it. They've got 3 Nitro Cells, 4 Impacts, a Wemai, a Valkyrie, a Mira, a Mute. So if you look at it, a lineup that spends most of its time banned out here for the Gaming Gladiators and the Mira and Valkyrie. And the Wemai.
Yep. Yeah. Half of these, majority of these, even the Melusi at some point were like priority bans on this map, especially in the past. And Hoven, he opens up with a pick here. That drops the Ash from Ryder. Not super big value lost from losing the Ash first and foremost, but still, you want that to be the entry.
He's the one who should be leading the charge. I mean, Ryder versus Hoven, it's kind of a battle, a head-to-head matchup that has been brewing all weekend. Ryder phenomenal on that Melusi as well, and the defense has been rather quietened so far today here in Championship Sunday, but I think that is largely in part to how well Gaming Gladiators have been playing. I mean, you look at it, we're a half deep right now, and Arpe hasn't died.
You're right. Hasn't lost a single time, hasn't died a single time throughout this entire game. Simply just, well, bled out for time if anything, but didn't go down before the clock went out. Black Eye found there towards garage. JLT trying to enter his way down below in the landing. He should have that clear to himself for the most part. Garage as well as theirs. Ape though lurking down below, taking a book out of Shu's page. If he finds a pick here, this could be huge, but the Claymore will keep him at bay.
Smart flank watch play. I mean, the change to the Claymores was phenomenal. I mean, it just enabled so much in terms of attacking lineups. You didn't have to rely as heavily on the Nomad. Impact Trick going out to deny the X-Kairos, but with the changes that were made to the X-Kairos, Shu has 4 more, 2 sets to work with, so that he can still try and get this hatch opened up. Of course, the Impact Trick's now all but done, but even still, there are 3 Nitros now remaining that are going to be starting to go off, and that is deadly.
There's a lot for them to throw. Impact's burned, yes, so no more tricking of those hatches, especially on the kitchen. But they can still get a kill vertically if it came to it. JLT, that's a big pick. He finds to drop the Valk from being utilized. One of those Nitro cells removed. Now they've got the one and only on Rix. He's going to have to use that to absolute perfection. Told you he gets a big pick here. Time ticking though, and Panthera, they're being drained out. They don't have much to continue on. Not much to continue fighting in this round with, because time has tucked, but they're getting the plant up. Sticking it here, Vamos. He gets forced off of it though, and taken down.
Hoven with the 360. Oh my god, that was nuts. I don't know how he came out of that gunfight. Hoven is just doing work today. It's huge. Takes down Ryder to start things off. JLT comes in deep. This gunfight here. Oh, look, pulls out the pistol. Hoven runs away, hits the 360 back around. And unfortunately, JLT ends up in the dirt.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
With a juke, hitting him with a spin move. Exposed him at the very end. Crossed him over. Put in the ball. And they get the round. 5-2 here. And just like basketball, this game is a game of runs, and so far, Gaming Gladiators have been running away with it, and that they could end with a sprint. They get this match point right here, right now, as a gym bedroom hold is what we're seeing. Extension towards a cache, as is typical, but now they have a shield this time around, in contrast to Panthera there towards the red steel.
Oh dear. This is that same result, but reversed, that they suffered at the hands of the Scars. Now they're looking to dish it out to another APAC team. RP finally has gone down, but you look at it. Black and Blue, there are 4 players in this server in 7 rounds played that have only died once.
They're all from the Gaming Gladiators squad, too. It's been, I guess,
if Gaming Gladiators,
a mark on their excellency.
If Hoven does not die for the rest of the match, he's going to be sporting a 6.0 KD.
That'd be incredible, especially if he gets more picks. Might just even sport something even higher. Who knows? 8.0? That'd be crazy to be playing in this game. And not just are they mere frags, but they're high impact frags as well. Some of them not easy frags at all. And he's been landing these shots time and time on over.
Well, Pantera on the drone work, looking for info. Obviously, bedroom and gym, the side of choice here in the 8th round. Panthera definitely feeling like they are, maybe whether it's a case of just not quite as warmed up as the Gaming Gladiators. Maybe they didn't do their finger stretches to make sure that their trigger fingers and movement fingers were all warmed up, ready to go. But either way, it definitely feels a bit sluggish in their approach so far. Exothermic out, nice and wide angle established, and they get the Selmas out of the bathroom. So much of this Gaming Gladiators hold has already been dealt with, and Panthera, they're making good strides here in the 8th round.
They are towards that southwestern side, northwestern side rather, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan of the Gaming Gladiators at all. They want to deny plant from the cross and construction and cash, and you can see them put more utility into holding that position. The problem is, Ryder, he's slowly working on this cash, getting droned on in. It's going to force them on out, so now they're kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place. Have to try and play the in-betweens of the construction and towards the master bedroom instead. They're relying on Hoven, covering their backline. If Hoven goes down here, this entire defense from the Gaming Gladiators is going to be in shatters, because they no longer have anyone covering their backs when they all have to keep their eyes forwards towards that big breach.
Rand trying to cover through Con if possible. I mean, that's a big connector, or avenue, I suppose, for a lot of defensive teams to try and get back and help the site. Main stairs being contested as well, so a lot of proxy holds, a lot of proxy angles for the Panthera crew to try and deny Gaming Gladiators an avenue back onto the site to hold. But Joe, finds the first engagement. Shu taking almost as much punishment as he dealt. 20 seconds now remaining, so it is a case for Panthera have to force themselves in. 10 players still alive. Nitro in the hands of Told. You don't quite know where that is, and they know that Arpe is down below, but JLT is going to have to give up in that angle. The Banshee going to slow things down. Rix opens things up. It's traded back, and Tolji and Arpe just collapse onto the site. These attackers murked out of existence. Arpe with the late flank from the kitchen. I mean, they knew that he was there. And all of a sudden, he follows JLT up the stairs and takes him out of the equation.
He knew, he had the notion that, you know, Ape was there, but just could not push in the kitchen because of what little time was remaining. Was afraid he was about to give himself away to an unknown angle, even though it was a known entity there. And I really do think that they should have continued pushing that cash. If Hoven went down, as I said, towards that red stairs, that steel stairs, and they would have had much more difficult time in holding on to that site, knowing how the big wall was open, knowing that construction is the one real anchor place that they were kind of playing on in, even though the window was occupied. And if they were able to take that cash away here, it really cut into the back line of Gaming Gladiators. Things could have been turned around, but obviously Ryder, he was alone in that attempt and did not want to have to worry, I guess, about being untraded. There was a drone for him, but it just didn't come to play. The call being made for them to stack up towards a big breach, towards the outside wall, and just crumbled from that.
Yeah. What a spot that Gaming Gladiators have propelled themselves to right now. They are going to be ecstatic, honestly, I think. They're going to be quite happy with the situation they find themselves in. The hard work seemingly paying off right now. A 6-2 scoreline here as we head to CCTV Cash. And Hoven picking up the mantle of the Bandit. And he, currently, still the only one with a single death. One more round. And it's a 6.0 KD for him.
It's going to be nuts. Look at Hoven, as he talked about. The rest of the Gaming Gladiators all at 3 apiece. 3 picks apiece, that is. Attacking side here from Panthera. Last opportunity to get their value, to get a round here in this game. Dokkaebi swapped on from the Thatcher. No longer playing the top floors, no big walls to deal with. Let's swap on out. Instead, we're going down to the basement. Actually, no. We are on top. I thought there was a basement hold for a second. I'm curious, they still swap out the Thatcher, I guess. The Mute is something, and the Bandit, that they're willing to deal with mere impact EMPs.
Yeah. No, so yeah, I think basement currently is still locked because they won basement, dungeon, bedroom. So they are locked out of it until at least the next round.
They need one more round, yeah.
But right now, I don't think it's going to be a case of we get to see basement coming out to play. Rix, look at them. They've got so many different angles set up to try and deal with this push that it may be a case of Panthera don't even quite realize where they're being contested from.
Well, they've made good time in opening that garage as well. But JLT being so far out here, just wondering if they're utilizing their time as well.
Oh,
they're
there we
hoping
go.
for an extension, but Hoven, he's the one who's more active. They have a Dokkaebi, right? Because the lurk here was, the roam was being a big problem for Panthera earlier on. They have to be active about it. They can't just be waiting for Gaming Gladiators to make a mistake and hold angles and hoping that they peek them instead.
Well, right now, it's a 7.0 KD for Hoven. I've seen that 3 times in my casting career, a 7.0 KD. Twice in the same game. It was a 14-2 and a 7-1. And
That's
then,
nuts.
yeah, it was kind of crazy. But right now, Hoven is
I
just
think
playing.
14-2. 14-2 is even crazier than 7-1.
Yeah, he was 14-1, and then he died in the last round. He was genuinely so upset. Oh, what a headshot though onto Arpe. Ran not quite the known quantity. And Gaming Gladiators find themselves playing a deficit. So Shu as well is in a great spot, having pushed up the steep.
Delivers from logistics. They can get this construction wall open, and that just makes the job here of Hoven a lot more difficult, being trapped in that place, in that spot.
The shield down on under is going to keep things in check. The nade perfectly timed though. JLT right on the money. Hoven goes down. A bit of his own medicine delivered.
KD is in the bin. Shu going to pop the window, head outside. Player advantage reclaimed once again by Panthera going to the final 25. They've got the opportunity now. It's about capitalizing on it and propelling themselves into a victory here. But Joe, look at the angle he's holding down and lounge. We've seen this out of EU. Empire were the ones to pull it out in Pro League a few months back. Rex headshot at the Vamos, ran in trouble in the bin. 6 seconds left. Black and blue, it's all come together. Gaming Gladiators with a 7-2 victory over Panthera, dishing out a punishing blow to one of the APAC North hopefuls.
Did you see, as you talked about, right, how impactful that hold from Joe down below was? For him to be able to hold onto the stock from an angle like that, it just made things so much more difficult here. The nades had to be chucked from further away. They couldn't control the basic spaces that they need to from it. And it didn't seem like they were making do good on their time, just waiting a bit too long. And as soon as Hoven found that first pick, they just continued to wait on forward. The urgency of time seemingly not being present, and we're going to map number 2 with Gaming Gladiators having a big lead in the victory here in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse at the end of the day sort of played out the way you'd expect it for the most part. It was pretty straight cookie cutter stuff. Both teams played, you know, your traditional operators. There was nothing crazy out of the ordinary. It was about as vanilla, I think, a Clubhouse as you could possibly get, barring maybe that lounge hold, which is... I wouldn't say it's meta per se, but it's something that we have seen. It's a known quantity. But for the most part, Gaming Gladiators were 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of their opponents in that matchup.
Might have just been something they weren't used to dealing with, right? They committed the nades instead for trying to find a pick upstairs. They found the one, could have had another to deal with that shield down there, but it just didn't come into play. The Maestro only tried really once there from their defense on Panthera, but it wasn't too successful. Nothing they really tried, I guess, really worked out for them, and the only times we have seen them be a bit more successful is when they are actively able to take the fights that they need and the ones they want. When they kind of be more passive and lay on back, that's where we see really Gaming Gladiators shine up against the opposition.
That's exactly it. And I mean, you could see the shots that they were hitting, the plays that Gaming Gladiators were making. Confidence is key, and they had confidence in spades. There were a couple of rounds, literally 2 rounds, that didn't quite pan out the way that they would have hoped, and even then they came very, very close down to the wire in those situations. There were some big shots hit in our starting matchup, and I wouldn't even be surprised if things get even crazier in our next matchup. The question then becomes, do we see that decider come into play, or is Villa where Panthera are going to end their run?
Villa, it's their pick this time around, but still, even though it's a good map for Panthera, yes, we've seen Gaming Gladiators be mortal in the past, yes, that doesn't mean that they're a bad team on it though, by all means, especially after this map number 1. It really does seem here, Panda, that the Gaming Gladiators, they don't want to have no monkey business going on this time around. They know what they gave up, losing the Scars in the opening match of theirs during day number 1, and they want their chance of redemption.
But it's not even that. This is the culmination of a couple of months of Gaming Gladiators after that major. You know, people saying, oh, they're a wash team. They're not the team that they were before they went to the major. They're looking bad at the moment. This is this culmination of doubt and the lack of faith that the fans have had. They're here to prove something, and that is that they are a T1 team. They deserve to have their name amongst the best in the world when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, and this is the start of that journey, proving it here in Thailand. But right now, we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we head to Tuscany, to Villa, to see if Panthera can take us to our decider and keep the dream alive.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believes in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime.
As you wish.
No one can take us down.
The player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly.
The young prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
Coming back in from the break, it has been an interesting morning already. Gaming Gladiators absolutely swinging and tearing apart poor Panthera in game 1, a 7-2 victory. But I mean, Black and Blue, this is where Panthera were yesterday against Scars, and they were still able to boot and rally and overcome.
They were able to extend it to map 3, of course, but we didn't see them close it out, and that's a big thing here. Gaming Gladiators, once they get that momentum, they know to keep on marching forward. And after map number 1, yes, it still is a possibility for us to end up on Chalet, to end up on those cold tundras, but I'm not too sure if it's going to really come to pass, because Villa is a map that might just be where they end this entire series 2-0.
Well, that is the big question, of course, and we've got another big question as well. Remember, we're doing some goodie giveaways this weekend. Make sure you get it in. This one, it's pretty simple. It's been playing through those ads through the break. What is ROG's official tagline? Make sure you get that up on the socials. Use the hashtag ROG Masters APAC, and I know it. Do you know it without giving it away to the fans at home, Black and Blue?
Yeah, I think I do. I think I am right on the money about it. So whatever you guys might have in your head, make sure that you leave that down below so that we can, see if you guys might just be one of the lucky winners. We've got some laptops for you to check out, by the way. You can see them right there down below. The Z Flow Z13, which is one of the spankiest laptops you're ever going to find. That thing is so flexible and so really malleable into many situations and scenarios that you want to bring it in. So portable as well. But of course, we also got the ROG Strix Scar 17 SE. That is a powerhouse of a laptop with a 3080 Ti in it. So make sure you check out all of the goodies we've got here today. But the best thing that we've got to show you guys is this game coming on up. Gaming Gladiators. They've taken map 1, Panda, in very accelerating fashion, 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been a hard-fought road. We know that much, of course. There is a potential reverse sweep on the cards, but that solely lands in the laps of Panthera. They're the ones who need to bring out that reverse sweep here to take us to the decider. And really, victory goes to those who dare to win, of course. Map 2, Villa, Tuscany. This one can be quite a defender-sided map, depending on the map vetoes, depending on the team. But I mean, you look at it, there's such an expanse, there's that basement lurk as well, there's so much utility that teams like to bring and set themselves up with. What, do we see the same conventional bans, or are we going to see some targets? I mean, I'm expecting potentially something like a Nomad in that attack ban phase, maybe even a Jackal, potentially the Nook even. There is a lot that could be targeted away here.
We've been seeing the Nook wreak absolute havoc, Panda, here on Villa time and time on over as of late. So you might just be right on the money. If anything, my first two guesses were going to be Nomad and Nook to be banned on here on the attacking side. Those two operators have just been the biggest thorns, I think, no pun intended, into the sides of whoever faces up against them on the defense. And the opening ban, Nook, we're both right. She is taken off board. I'm banking on Nomad here, especially seeing as how we know for Gaming Gladiators, they do not want to have to deal with Panthera's roam, especially when they employ the Oryx and Rider on that Vigil.
Yeah, the Dokkaebi. Interesting. So there is a lot of priority going into enabling that lurk, the roam on the defense. Dokkaebi and Nook, both notorious at dealing with those off-site players. So, now though, we head into the defense. What do they want to take? I'd have to see a Valkyrie. There we go. Gaming Gladiators take it away. Now, where am I? Potentially a Kaid. I genuinely don't know. There is a lot that could be targeted away here, and it's going to be the Zami. Okay, so that was my third string option.
As soon as I saw them all pick their ban within like 2 seconds of it going to their side, I kind of felt like it was going to be the Azami anyways. She is just so influential in terms of the landscaping here on the defensive side. You have so many difficult propositions on the attack when you come up against those Kima barriers, and it will just pretty much force you to have at least one nade operator and one soft breach operator at the very least, at minimum. They have to deal with all of that. But now, it gives us more flexibility. They have the Nomad in here, which is the only real way they're going to be able to nullify that roam. The line will help, but if Vigil was to come out here, that could be nullified. Still, Panthera, they've got a lot to play with. I do like the comp they're bringing into this. Double Nitro Cell, they've got a decent amount of projectile denial, the Melusi as well, to make sure that like coordinates like this 90 is going to be more difficult for the attacking side to take. And I think that Panthera, they have a real chance, if anything, from all the maps that we have here in this entire series, this is the one I think they have the best chance of taking.
Yeah.
5 seconds to insertion.
There is a lot of forgiving setups you could pull off on Villa and the defense, but you look at it live on the attack, of course you're going to be bringing the Nomad, of course you're going to be bringing that Iana as well, trying to scout out extra information where possible. But again, we've seen the aggression from the APAC region as a whole. If they get up in your face, which they are a region that will quite happily do that, you may not get the chance to set up this flank watch.
That could be the problem. Nomad here from Tolji. Have to absolutely keep the rest of Panthera in check. They got an extension there towards the classical. Nobody really going too far out in the master. They've fallen back instead, closer to where the landing is, instead of being within the actual statuaries and all. But Ape, wow, what a pixel shot he connects here in the JLT. Sees the shoulder, JLT walks right into it as he was shoulder peeking. And Hoven's trying to find some value down below. Look at that. Astro just simply taken away immediately by Joe. He almost goes down with it, but gets taken out anyways.
Rand trades and Ape. What a ripper of a shot.
Wow.
3 of them, in fact, all from the master bedroom.
By attackers.
And it's Vamos left alone. Coming through Art. The Nitro takes Ape. The fade away. Oh,
No look.
the cool guys don't look at explosions play. My God, that was not what I expected at all.
That drone is a nuisance. Air jab denied. No Nitrocell to force him off of the plant if it ever does come to it. He does have the shoddy. But This Sang is an absolute beast up close. If he can isolate the fight, that would be great. He drops the one. It's a 1v1 effectively right now. Him versus Rix, but does not connect. Rix smartly using the cover. What is it? Panorama? What do you call that?
The display cabinet. I think
The display cabinet. to be more, I guess, simple. Diorama, maybe? Down on it. That would have been...
Aeronautic display. I don't know.
That is...
Planes go burr.
I guess. Yes, on
it's about
the ground.
I mean, the Ape from the master bedroom. It's just, yeah, like, even... to be fair, if he had shot, that would have been a kill for him. Because the barrel was well and truly pointing at Rix's face. So that would have been a kill. Unfortunately, on land, you got to be just that much sharper.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Really good heads up still by the team here in Gaming Gladiators. They were isolated. Tolji just ate the brunt of that buckshot. Luckily able to still take the round. So close. Pantera do make these rounds very close. Just haven't been able to close it out the way that we expect. Back on out here. No real difference, if at all, from the composition of Pantera, just who is playing them. It's Ran this time on the Jaeger. Vamos going back up to that mute.
Whether or not that's the play, well, we're about to see. Honestly, I do rate the mute Mozzie combo. It's not something that we see too much priority on at the moment, but the Blackbeard, I'm a little bit more curious about from Hoven.
The Blackbeard. And on the Osa.
That's from that other game that we were talking about not too long ago. She's not in this one.
It polluted my mind for a second there.
But yeah, the Osa. So double shield combo technically, if you want to be pedantic about it. Yeah, on the attack, it's not the combo that you would expect, but I mean it does give Hoven. I mean especially on land where headshots do count with that shield, it can be the difference maker. There we go. It's already burnt. He does actually come out on top of that engagement against Ryder.
He tags Vamos in the foot too as well, coming down from the main. Joe finds the one that drops Ryder from continuing on in the fight. He has yet to find much value from his lives in this map specifically. Rix, he's pushing all the way up. Look at how much free real estate they can take here in this Italian manor. Just Villa being such a big problem right now for Pantera to hold, even on the defense.
The nade from Arpe. Looking for the angle, doesn't seem that there's anyone there, but oh, the Nitro just on the edge catches out Hoven. Surely they can get him up. Told you in a bit of trouble. So these angles being a bit problematic. And there we go, Arpe with the full send up the stairs. Tolji leading the charge. Rix to 4, but they get Hoven up. So still technically a 4 versus 4 here with a minute remaining. Hoven, that shield may not do much if they shoot you in the shins.
Yeah, quite a few of them low as well. Half of them really here on the Gaming Gladiators side. Gonna play the window of study instead. I'm not too sure if Pantera are gonna be bothered by his books. Trying to take it though. Tolji, he's low as well. They can swing in at the same time and maybe take that study away, but what does it ultimately give him? Diffuser still up top. Has some flashes to chuck on through to apply pressure and keep them on their toes, but Ran has a great angle here on landing. As soon as they come and try and vault on in, he can time his peak to when they're turned around, and that just might seal the round here. If he can stay alive for longer, if he isn't droned out by this, then he might clutch this round out. That's a huge pick here from JLT.
Cleans up the drone as well, but oh no! Oh, Shu coming in clutch. You got to check your angles, and the Frost Mat is likely going to put this round in the bin for the Gaming Gladiators. Hoven doesn't really have to. Yeah, there's no time. They are going to get at least a couple of consolation kills. The Diffuser's out of hand. Tolji goes down. D50 out. You're not even going to be able to play for your KD. And it all came apart. That push through the main lobby, they lost so much health. They lost a couple of players going down. And by the time they were even remotely able to execute, there was just too many danger threats.
Yeah. And you can see that, right? With the time ticking, you just simply aren't going to have the capacity to be as diligent in clearing those angles, making sure there's nothing on the floor for you to accidentally bump into. And he was just about to take this fight as well. Those are the painful ones that
when you get caught on the frost mat, on those welcome mats, and you're just about to get a peek on going. Panthera and Shu, great placement by that. You can see Ran as well, making pressure off of those stairs so that it can't be cleared as simply as easily.
The frost mats already a bit problematic, so hopefully they drone it out just that little bit better this time, because that's truly one of the worst feelings I think you can experience in competitive Rainbow Six Siege. Just going to make a play, only to hear that snap and for yourself to go down.
Well, he places them in more, I guess, obvious positions this time around. Underneath the windows of the bedroom, keeping all invaders at bay. Gaming Gladiators, I think that's going to signal for them to be a bit more diligent with that case now. Not too sure if it's going to work a second time around here for Panthera, but they're sticking with it. Lion to come out from Tolji has yet to really find the kill, even though he's been taking space, which might just be as important, but you need for him to start coming alive here. He's on the Lion, so he can always indirectly help out with the fight if they need to.
I mean, look, I'm of the opinion when it comes to Frost being in play that it's traditionally the dumb placements that work the best. Because it just seems to be, you know, why... It's always that thought, well, why is there a Frost mat here? And then you realize, well, I didn't expect it, which is why it worked as well as it did. But right now, Gaming Gladiator is going to push in through that main lobby once again, which ultimately cost them that last round. But so far, there is no real threat waiting to meet them there just yet, so it's a little bit easier for them. Never mind.
Well, yep, spoke too soon. JLT sticks onto the Roni, connects it perfectly on the Joe. It's able to come out, not for long though. Caught out here by Tolji eventually. That's his first kill of the game so far. 4v4 right now, trying to take this bedroom. Spots out the shoulder here of Ran. Was looking to keep himself alive, but the call is going to be made, and he gets taken out with it.
Shots are on. The player advantage taken back, but yeah, look, marginally. With Tolji as low as he is, I think he's all but relegated to drone duty for the remainder of the round, and then maybe a bit of utility toss and that one last EE1D. Nitro Cell out of the hands of Armos, which means it's their last bit of denial utility. It is going to have to come down to whatever Frost mats are in play and the gunplay. So Panthera definitely have a bit of a task on their hands in the final minute.
Got Nate to chuck out here. Doesn't really connect, but dangerous scenario it was. Ryder gets a kill on the Hope, and that's a big pick to drop the Zophie earlier here in the final minute of the round. Rix, a triple for him, has to go big. Shu coming in, Ape helping on out, but it's a 1v1. Ryder versus Rix, but Ryder sends him into the finish line, rides home into the sunset, and they get the round and the lead.
MX4 Storm on LAN is a different weapon entirely. It already online, it's a laser beam, but on LAN, it's just that much stronger. High fire rate, decent damage output, and it also helps that you've cleared your Jackal out as well, nice and early on. That kill from JLT helping set up the round, despite Rix's best efforts and Ape going big in the round. There just was nothing they could do to capitalize and bring it back.
Oh yeah, simply spray at their heads and try to find one dead after, or going down to the dining. Commonly in place, you see a pulse here a lot, and more than a single nitro cell to try and make things hell up above on the second floor when they go for it. He can direct those nitro cells to where they want the C4s to be placed as they're trying to play the vert. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Tolji's swapping onto the Buck. They know the Sledge is a dangerous prospect, especially seeing as how a pulse is in play here for Panthera. As he try and open up the floor down below, could be blown on up, but they stick to it. Sledge over the Yana instead, still gives them the nades that they need, and Hoven on that Ash. Jackal to stay for Joe. Now I'm curious to see how they play this attacking side.
They bring the Buck into play too, so a little bit more security. You can go stand up on the bed in the master bedroom and use that skeleton key to open the floor. The pulse, yeah, it is a bit problematic, especially when you see this two other nitro cells paired with it. The IQ, I mean, it could have been picked. I don't feel like it was necessarily worth it here in this round just to deal with the pulse and potentially the mute jammers as well. But Gaming Gladiators are still approaching this with the same round, you know, same level of respect as anyone else.
Of course, they have to. Could be a wayward opportunity if they let this one slip. You got the opening round, but then on after, it's been Panthera coming back around with some of their own. Ape goes down, and that's a great start here. They've taken the second floor, at least half of it. But they have to do even more through the wall into Astro and sends him into space. What a frag here. What a double opener from Joe.
I have to start calling this man. It shouldn't be GG Joe. It should be GI Joe. Man is just going off. Big kills from him.
The snake eyes.
Yeah, look, he's lethal. That much is for sure. Was that? No, not a nitro. Maybe it was a nitro. Yeah, it was Shoe's nitro cell, I believe there. No, maybe breaching charge. I don't know. There was an explosion. It was next to Hoven, but Hoven is still all good. That's what we know for sure.
Certainly sounded like it. He must have tossed out his nitro cell at this point. Got the cardiac on. Can direct where they're coming from. Spots out Joe coming down the stairs, but Vamos is the one taking the fight and taking lots of damage in that regard. Tolji doing an absolute number here as he's working down this dining area from up above, making things hell down below. Second breaching charge, their final one utilized on the soft floor. Is it worth it really at this point? Less than a minute left on the clock, and they have no real space yet gained. JLT equalizes the odds.
Massive kill there. But Rex is able to answer that shoot. Taken out of the equation. It is a bit of a disjoint though. Tolji still playing from above as the Buck, trying to open up the floor to establish some vert angles. Hoven holding an angle of his own currently. So it is a bit of a spread across the board. You can see them now pushed onto the site. They've got themselves in. Rex on the plant. JLT dead. Hoven, the angle pays off for him. And now it is solely in the hands of Amos, who does get it down, but unfortunately it is after the plant comes through. So Vamos, you do what you can. Straight into the waiting arms of Hoven, cleans up the last two, and we're tied up back at 2-2.
Yeah. As soon as he got that pick in a 3v1, but the diffuser was planted, that just became infinitely more difficult. Split second earlier, that could have been the round. Somehow stolen away by JLT, but it doesn't come to it. Shu gets taken out trying to take this fight, looking at the outside. I don't think that was super warranted, even if he had the information. Just couldn't land the shot. Gaming Gladiators, this is already an okay half, considering they've taken this 2-2 on the attack.
Well, Gaming Gladiators not going to go quietly in that 2. They are just as invested in getting to the grand finals as Panthera. And it just makes it that much more exciting, of course. There is every possibility this one goes to overtime. Honestly, this could play out much like the Scars Panthera match yesterday.
You know, something that's interesting about this map is that, quite alike Clubhouse a while ago, if you look at the statistics of map and win percentage for Villa, it's completely opposite once more for the APAC South League compared to how this tournament has been going out. Defender side on this map has been typically favored for Villa here on the defense, but you look at APAC South, the complete inverse, same exact number even on the attacking side, a bit more favored as well. This map, obviously, even though it hasn't seen real changes to how it's structured and what exactly positions are looking like, as Hoven gets a kill, teams have figured out how to dismantle these defenses a bit more in the recent times in the past year. That's catapulted this into becoming quite an equal ground for the attackers to try and take, especially after a kill like that from Ryder, and JLT follows suit. Hoven absolutely huge this round.
Honestly, you know what this tells me? Gaming Gladiators have done their homework. They have identified that Ryder was a real problem off-site yesterday against Scars, and they don't want that happening again. Ran, the spray through the soft wall. Hoven answers back and actually connects a shot there. But they've identified that Ryder will be the one to play off-site. They've droned him out. They found him. They get JLT as a bit of a bonus prize as well. Well, that just goes to show what the support staff here for Gaming Gladiators have done in prepping them for this matchup, and that is huge.
Yeah, they know for sure. They're playing the Aviator games. They have to expect that roam down below towards the statuary, rather towards the Yes, that's room. They still take things going their way. So, in those memorials, that's where they've really found where they can make the confidence of Panthera. Ran, he at least answers back exactly when they needed to, but look at how much damage he's taken.
Yeah, Shu and Ran collectively don't even have a full health bar between them. A minute to play in Gaming Gladiators. They're not forcing the issue. They don't make that mistake. They don't fall into that unfortunate pit that can be, oh, we've got the numbers advantage, let's just full send it. No, they play it smart. They recoup. They make sure that all the mags, everyone's got a reloaded mag. They've got full ammo in the clip, ready to go. You can see Ran. Here's the repel. Here's the nade as well. The shots go through the door. It's a bit of, again, smoke and mirrors just distracting, causing almost sleight of hand, honestly. And Ran will find Arpe, and Fricks almost claims him back to the 3 versus 3, but Ran is in the pits right now. Honestly, he stubs his toe and he's going to go down. This could be bleak. They need to make something happen. It is going to be on Panthera to hit all the headshots. Not to be done. The healthiest player down, and it's a mop-up. Tolji for 2, Joe for 1.
What a round here they're able to take away. And you said it, so optimally prepared Gaming Gladiators are. They get the job done down under, find the roam, find a consolation with the roam, then get it going upstairs. Panthera, they've just been read like a book time and time on some of these executes. Joe's knows to expect them on the swing inside the games. And now the Gaming Gladiators on pace to close this half 4-2.
Back-to-back 4-2 halves. You take that, honestly. Did it on Clubhouse, do it again on Villa. For the most part, their lineup's not changing whatsoever. You can see JLT making the first change here. Panthera looking to bring in a Legion just to slow down this full court press that is the Gaming Gladiators attack.
Well, the Gladiators seemingly want to pull out the Flores this time around, realizing that maybe the roam here might just be somehow dissuaded from continuing on, but no, they swap on back. They keep most of the original comp that they were coming into the round with. Now we've got the alibi, the frost once more from Shu, but this time the real change is the Legion on JLT. He's been one of the top performers so far of Panthera in this series entirely. They need his hot-handedness to come alive. Shu almost gets caught out there.
Well, alive. I mean, even posthumously, Frost can find effect with those mats down to play. We've already seen it. Joe, the unwitting victim of a bear trap. But right now, Gaming Gladiators have their foot on the accelerator. They're the ones dictating the pace for the most part. And they're not looking like they're going to ease up on the throttle anytime soon. They are ready to close this series out and give themselves, as much of a break as they possibly can before they've got to go into that grand final. Because they are playing back-to-back series today. Oh my god, poor Shu.
From the get-go, being absolutely abused time and time on over here by Gaming Gladiators. They know his weak spot. They know how to hunt him down. He's taken out of the round early. Luckily, he's a Frost, so his entirely passive utility has been placed.
Deficit not insurmountable, especially with Tolji. You say it, you manifest it. Luckily, there is some support. Does Ran know, though? Points not enabled, so there is no info coming. Courtesy of Shu. Tolji finished off by Ryder, who gets the audio cue. The info. Ran swings on to Rix as well. And it might not be that 4-2 half that they were so close to achieving. Could be the 3-3 right now, and that's the way it's looking. Panthera hold fast.
There by Ryder.
That was huge.
Yeah. He rotates over to that bathroom side, Astra door. As a call was given, spams on through. Soft wall. Luckily, that isn't reinforced. Some teams reinforce that wall right in front of the vault. The hop into the closet allowed them the opportunity this time around. On the swing. Perfect. That's a double right now for Ran. He's found 2 in this round. Joe is going to be his 3rd victim. A triple kill already. And he's starting to run away with the round. This is almost assuredly done. Ape. He is an amazing player, but
Ran.
not enough for Ran. He gets him with a pistol as well. Absolute embarrassment that he tries to shove upon him. And they equalize a half, 3-3.
Yeah, that was not the cleanest of rounds, if we're being honest with ourselves. Not the cleanest of rounds at all for the Gaming Gladiators. And it even, Hoven gets in, gets the kill, but they really don't capitalize on it whatsoever. The jump in, obviously not having droned out the Walker Wardrobe, Ran gets aggressive in the master bedroom, and it results in a kill. The jump, I don't know what the heck Joe was doing. The jump in here, like, you know your teammate just died there a second ago, but you're full press jumping in through the window, and you're caught in the animation and die. Maybe just Gaming Gladiators just wanted to get onto the defense as soon as possible.
Well, he was like, maybe if it happens to them, it won't happen to me. He was almost undoubtedly wrong in that case. Had to take the chance to somehow get within the fight. Comes through the same alley the rest of his teammates did and gets taken and punished for it. So Gaming Gladiators, sometimes we saw this in Clubhouse too, where they get a good start in the round, but then Panthera would somehow recover really spectacularly. And a lot of that there was especially from JLT and Ryder, who got them going in that round. If you noticed, every single kill, the push, all entirely came from that master side. And it allowed here the Gaming Gladiators to get focused down upon because, well, Panthera knew that the attack was only coming from that one direction.
Well, looks like maybe a tick or attack pause potentially. That or we are just getting into it and we just wanted to see the lovely players' faces, which I'm not opposed to. I love seeing these players on stage. It's not something we get to do every day in the Rainbow Six community. So having them all in the same place, in the same venue, on the same stage is awesome. You got to keep hydrated too, that's a big thing.
Oh yeah. We're at halftime, so you guys make sure you all get hydrated, drink water. If you've got something that's maybe alkaline, even better. What do you drink in between casting, Panda?
Caffeine. Lots of caffeine.
I'm sipping coffee too. I bought that liter of coffee from a certain donut place.
No,
I've got a lot to keep me going for the day.
I prefer mine carbonated. So
really?
Yeah. I'm a big energy drinker, but sugar free. So
oh, okay.
It's
okay,
healthy.
Okay. I get it. I thought for a second you were talking about like carbonated coffee. I was like, what?
There is that. I have seen that around. It makes me nauseous, but well, the thought of it. I haven't actually tried it, but the thought of caffeinated coffee does make me a little nauseous. That's it. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
Like at that point, you're like 2 steps away from like carbonated soup. And that is just foul to think of.
Let's erase those nasty thoughts with a bit of eye candy here as we continue on to round number 7, opening round of the second half. I mean, just the thought of it makes me wrench as well.
Yeah, well, you know it doesn't. Some Panthera attack. They are crisp and clean on the attack. Ryder as well. And they are looking to bounce back after what was a rough map 1. They were locked out, locked down. And they pair not just the Lion, but the Iana as well. So they've got info. They've got the 2 primary entries in the Ash and the Iana. And there is a mute jammer there. Ran will get it. Clears it out, enables that deep push on with the info. But I mean, lineups, these guys.
A bomb has been located.
Drones up and running.
It's a pretty well-rounded comp. That Lion might just help them out, especially since Gaming Gladiators love to be quite mobile within the intricacies of their site as well. Anything close to it. They've done good time to take this entire Masters side, this entire northwestern side, but just haven't pushed past that just yet. they have a player on the 90 window, so they can start taking that control as they swing onto it. So Ran can push up, but the landing a bit occupied here. JLT finds a pick. Ape quick on the trade.
Line lost for a Mozzie. I mean, honestly, you kind of take that if you're the Gaming Gladiators. Mozzie, your pests are already out. Lion, your EE1Ds have to be manually activated. So all they really lose is potentially a Nitro Cell and that P10 Roni. So Gaming Gladiators will take that in spades. Especially given that it was the EMPs as well. So they might just have a bit of a harder time getting that vault wall open. Yeah, I don't know if they can now.
Is it mute jammered? I think it is.
It was
It's not
muted.
popping.
Yeah, so they're gonna have to go with a.
Oh, no.
No, unfortunately, yeah. Told you swinging too deep. They're gonna have to go with nades, something explosive to clear out that utility if they want to be able to get the vault wall open.
They kind of fumbled the nade down below as well. They still have one to get it done with, but Ape quick on the swing. No one going down just yet to try and deal with that mute jammer. They know they don't have enough time to even do that in the first place. Nade goes on out from down on under. Not sure if it connects in the way that they wanted to. Joe on the swing. Shoddy too difficult. Ape closing out on the classical. Time is ticking. Not enough here for the attack. And Gaming Gladiators simply waited out.
It just felt like one of the most uncharacteristic moments I think we've ever seen from RP in a competitive environment. Looks at the clock, says, oh, well, there's 2 seconds. And he just sits there. That's it. Just sits there. Nothing else. No push, no aggro. He's just saying, yeah, cool. Let's go. We got this one. Easy. On to the next.
You gotta play the clock. That's your win condition, right? Drain out the clock. You get a secured round. Why not?
That's it. I mean, again, it's playing that 6th defender that is ever present there, being the clock for the defenders. Because unfortunately, you don't have all the time in the world on the attack. You got to make something happen.
You gotta get something going. You gotta be a bit more initiative. And take that for your own sake. Gaming Gladiators, they wait out the time. They got the Echo right now, so that time is gonna be ever more so problematic for Panthera as it burns down. The Oryx here could be kept in check by the Nomad.
10 seconds left.
But we've seen Ape have very creative uses of that.
5 seconds.
Yeah. Oh dear. That was probably more entertaining than it should have been on my part, but I love it to see it. Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, they do some funky stuff, and it makes for some great watching. The attack, again, no real change. The only real difference being a change in flank watch, no more line. It's going to be a little bit more proactive in the Nomad instead. But last round, it didn't really matter because Hoven jumped out and got the kill. Same thing with the Nomad. If you get out and get the kill before those air jabs go down, you can deny a big chunk of that utility.
Time now for Panthera. Finally get around on attack. First one, not as successful as it could have been. They had a chance in it. Didn't pan out. Hoven gets taken, actually takes one down, but does get traded out on here. Surprised it's him going for that deep. It's Ape instead, who has yet to really find much contact. He's a bit deeper within the map. Rix also kind of playing closer to that laundry side. He has to be careful because Ran might just have his number if he backs out.
The crazy thing is, that's the second time Hoven has found a kill to start the round off. Luckily this time he wasn't traded back himself, but it was a teammate. Again, the case actually works out reasonably well for the Gaming Gladiators, given that it's a Malusi, so that utility's already down, whereas Zofia has to connect with the lifeline. So I think Gaming Gladiators once again come out on top in that engagement.
Worthwhile trade, for sure. Not all trades are equal. That's evident here. Astra trying to be taken by the attacking Panthera. They have the Shower's side. Master, yes, continue on forward, but remember, the site, it's in the opposing side of the map. They need to get things done hurriedly and quickly enough. They have the Master, can catapult into the execute here on Statuary. Try not go for the fight. Ape, surprised he was the one anchoring down and not someone like Toji or Rix, who are further extended. Well, I mean, Toji, he can roam. Ape's the one trying to hold things down.
They're trying to hunt out Rix below with that Nitro Cell to try and stop any chance at a 9. You've also got Hoven on the Astro stairs. JLT watching that angle. They surely have to, but it seems like Rix has a pretty good idea. No, sorry, Hoven has a pretty good idea to jiggle around. Hoven somehow going to escape without any significant detriment. Hoven will be swung on after by Vamos. The Sonic Blaster comes through. Prone in the side itself. Joe gets the kill. Down to the 2 versus 2. Joe with the bearing 9. In ran in the opposite side. Does not have control of the diffuser. And Rick's down below still. They have all the info they need. The pre-fires, the swing, 7 seconds. All Rick has to do is tuck. He doesn't have to contest. He can just sit there and wait the clock out. And my God, Gaming Gladiators, they've done it back-to-back rounds, played off of the clock.
3 of the 4 kills from Gaming Gladiators in that round were from the secondary SMGs that they had in their pockets. Bearing 9s, SMG 11s, lasers at close range, smacking them, absolutely decimating the attack of Panthera as they tried to walk on in from that master side. Great job here. The Yokais, not super big in effect earlier in the round, but near the end you can see that being an absolute problem. The information being fed to Hoven, even if he was found on those Astro stairs, he knew to expect it because of those Yokais. Stun came on in, Concuss coming on in, the Sonic Blast as they came into the Astro, and that's where they were pincered. Simply a kill box, a kill zone they set up, and that they executed with. Thunderbird to come out this time around.
Oh dear. This is a bleak spot for Panthera. They can't afford to really drop much more, because if they lose this, they find themselves facing down map and series point tournament life on the line for them as well. But you look at the Gaming Gladiators here, Black and Blue, the Thunderbird here for Arpe, so there is some longevity coming into this defensive lineup.
They have so much sustain in this. Laser gates can keep on continuously be activated. The Melusi, those Banshees, the Mute Jammer is going to be a big nuisance for the attack here. This is looking like a pretty pesky defense to try and unfold. They get this wall on open, which will cut off the rotate in between the 2 sites. And if they can take this Master and the rooms up above, then the Vert's going to be absolutely wrecking hell on those down below. With a lot of the utility being placed for anchoring down within the site here, Panda, this might be difficult for them if they give this up freely on top.
Yeah. I mean, Rex does have that Nitro, so well placed, it could definitely cripple this attack just a little bit, but the prospects of that, you look at, yeah, even a 1 in 5 situation is a bit low. Joe on the site, shot at, loses a decent chunk of health. Arpe the first to fall, ironically enough. And Gaming Gladiators, no more Spear 308. The gun like that could have been huge, and they follow up with a kill on the Joe as well. So this defense on the kitchen dining site quickly falling apart.
Spear taken off, removed, left with a few shields. Now they're reiterating force. Just suddenly blunted here. Dulling the blade. Gaming Gladiators. Mere sticks and stones to fight with at this point. The Roni, SMG-11. Luckily they got the AUG still in Hoven to fight back with. It's not going to be an easy task. They've given up this top side control. The Vert can be absolutely detrimental. Punch hole, spy it out. JLT luckily is able to jiggle through it. Even on land, it works, at least to some extent. Panthera on a good spot to get around.
But it's about how well they can pull it off. There's still that Nitro Cell that goes out, and unfortunately for Rix, it is off the mark. 2 players remaining, a triple for JLT's on for the ace. And if we can find the last 2 here. Pushing to this side, that's a 4th. 1 to go, and it is Hoven coming up from the basement. Shots are, oh no! Missed opportunity, JLT goes down.
Okay.
And so does Shu. Hoven, 26 seconds left, needs to go for the reload. He can play this around the fact that someone will have to go for that diffuser in a second. Shot connects with the Keratos. No way. He's going to look to play this one out with the secondary. It is a hard-hitting revolver. Shots onto the hip. He's in a bit of trouble. The push through! And no! It's a quad! It's an ace potential! No! 2 denied aces in the single round. And, I question again. We question why Panthera was forcing it towards the basement round after round. I question now why Hogan didn't reload.
Well, he's got a quick draw, it seems. The Keratos. It did come in big. He got this kill on the Ran. He got the low HP on the Rider. But unfortunately for him, he was trapped in that small corner. No way to cross safely. Both aces denied. None to be awarded in that round just yet. So close. Not enough. Gaming Gladiators, they bring the fight back up top as the rounds have gone through. They have the choice to play games once more, and that they will.
Oh dear. Look, 1 round separates now, which is in a right spot, I think, for Panthera to be in. Unfortunately, they still find themselves lagging behind. Gaming Gladiators, I mean, again, they are being forced here to work quite hard. You got to respect that out of Panthera at the very least. But they're going to have something extra in the tank to bring this one back, I think.
That second tank hidden away somewhere. A refill of a canister. That would help them out. Because longevity here, it does favor those more experienced teams typically. Gaming Gladiators right now, they go with the Goyo this time around. Speaking of canisters, to look for an explosive way to try and get match point.
Ooh.
Flores, though, being brought in by Shu, is going to wreak havoc within this site and open up them to master control.
And you can see during that scan, a couple of missed opportunities there on DeHoven as the entirety of Gaming Gladiators backs themselves towards the site. They want to set up for that vertical bunker hold. Couple below, couple on site, and you can see them all, the blue outlines just floating around there. In the process, though, Panthera given up a decent amount of ground, and they will start to move up and pressure on towards the site. True.
Yep.
But unfortunately, there's still a lot of utility as well for the defense.
Well, the entire northern half. It's a place that you only really need to waste time in. But if you're going to get picked off, might as well just fall back, and that's what they do. No real reason to keep on fighting for it. 90 being taken here by Panthera. Actually, not just yet. They don't have a window player, which is going to make it even more difficult, especially with the hold coming on in. But all that utility flushes Ape back, forcing him to try and go back into the vault. Panthera, if they can find a pick here, especially in burn these canisters, they have a good position to try and springboard into the execute.
They really do. Ran trying to hold that zombie door. Impact EMP goes out. They've got a minute to play with, and you can see Panthera looking to try and set up for the pinch onto the site itself. It is just going to be a bit of a spread across the board. They don't have too much information. And we hit the 50-second mark, and again, not a single point of health damage-wise.
At all. On either side. Everybody in tip-top shape. We might just have a 5v5 full 10-man execute coming on here. This day is going to be absolutely impactful. This is going to be Joe going down. It connects, but doesn't actually take him out. It's Rix, apparently, who takes the brunt of it, but still stands firmly alive. Ape's the one to get a kill.
Takes down Shu. I think they denied the vault wall there as well. Rix repositions himself into a spot where he can get a bit more aggressive. Vault wall, it's just... Not quite sure how that one happened, but Tolji's claimed JLT. There's a player hard left. Ryder almost gets himself swung on. And right now it is just in the bin. This is going to be match and series point. Vamos can't do anything. Could even be a flawless to close it out. Ran. He's going to get swung on. There we go. Gaming Gladiators onto map and series point here on Villa. One more. And they're back for the rematch against Scars in the grand final.
Clean round. Quite fortunate for Rix rather, to come away and not be naded from down underneath, but fortune favors the bold. That was certainly a bold peek from him on the prone angle. Still finds a pick. Tolji follows on up. Gaming Gladiators, 11 kills now for Hoven, and they have taken series point. Still though, not out of the question from Panthera. We saw Scars do the same and return from a 6-4 and bring it into overtime yesterday, Panthera could do the same here right now.
With a vast improvement on game 1. Panthera definitely feeling a little bit more comfortable on Villa, it would seem. Clubhouse, all but a shutout. You can see the faces, stone cold. They know they lose this next round, their tournament is done for the weekend. They go join the crowd and will be likely cheering on their fellow APAC Northers and Scars. We head to Trophy Statuary in what could be the last round of the lower bracket.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Panthera. They go down, it's with a fight, not with a mere whimper. Final round of regulation would be a lot better said for them than losing here in the 10th round, in the 11th rather. Gaming Gladiators forgo the Goyo this time around, back to the Aruni. Came out with the Wamai. The Kaid instead comes into place for a master hold here towards the statuary. Now, how do they rectify what happened a while ago on that Astro? We had Hoven playing off of it with a Yokai there on the Astro stairs. They won't have that kill box potential anymore, knowing that they don't have that Echo. Where do they place their power points for this defense, knowing that there's a Monty on the other end?
Probably in a wall socket, I would imagine. But
that makes sense.
They are going to have to rely quite heavily on the 2 Nitro cells that they do have in play if they want to deal with this Monty, unless they can find some very creative angles to clear him out. That in itself could be rough. Joe, the interesting thing I'm seeing, Joe's holding the Artilla Claw on the Kaid right now. He's just waiting. He's going to be trying to claw trick this.
Exactly that. You need both of them in your hands to be able to claw trick successfully a lot of the times. Takes a lot longer to activate than a mere bandit battery might. So it's very difficult to time it as well. As soon as those charges latch onto the wall, you absolutely have to start getting to work on it. So you have to be at the ready. Will they find the value that they're looking for from it, though?
Rand taking some early damage. Could potentially come back to bite them later on in the round. We'll have to see. This is going to be a big push, honestly, to try and find some respite from what has been a reasonably aggressive Gaming Gladiators. And there you go. They find the one that they're looking for. Arpe out of the equation early.
It drops that DMR from being utilized here. No Mark 14 for you, sir. Ape taken down. It's a big pick. Huge pick. Single nade thrown out. Single kill found with it. Rand still up alive. They got 2 calls to try and wreak havoc on this Gaming Glad's defense. A lot of time being wasted, though. Claw thrown on out. Hoven somehow finds a kill. I think that was from the bathrooms.
The thing is, they've only got nades. Nades and breaching charges to clear out the Artilla Claw now. Because obviously, Rand is dead. You got no impact EMPs, and that's exactly what JLT is going to be looking to do. That's the final nade. He's going to pop the floor as well, trying to find it through the vert angle. I believe he just caught it there, but whether or not... Yeah, Joe still has another one in pocket. So they should be able to deny this one quite comfortably, honestly. And they're using Shu with that big shield in front of Ryder. He almost gets swung on there from Trophy, or Statuary rather. Both tucked into the corner. The swing on out Tolji loses his life. The follow-up swing, Hoven almost takes out Ryder. This is getting dangerous. 13 seconds left. A Nitro Cell in the hands of Rix. If he can place this one correctly. Player in the middle of the side. Look at it through. Two big kills. And JLT has to go for the plant. Shu has to try and cover. And no! Rix with the double Nitro! Gaming Gladiators slam the door shut in the face of Panthera. And it is going to be an APAC South versus APAC North rematch in the grand final.
Get out of here. Go home, Gaming Gladiators. Take him down with a single clean toss of the C4 Joe. Perfect pitch he tosses out there on the field and knocks it out. Home run they achieve. 2-0 in the clean series sweep, but still, what a performance from Panthera in map number 2. A lot better, a lot more improved than that map number 1 was. They played super well versus Scars yesterday. Unfortunately, they have to go down to the lower bracket and face the tier 1 team that is in Gaming Gladiators. The C reps into the Berlin Major. And now they can go down and go home with their heads up high that they made third and made it this far.
I mean, Panthera played some spectacular sets this weekend, so even despite not quite making it back to that grand finals for the All APAC North matchup, it was impressive stuff. I was genuinely enjoying watching them play and how they approach the game, but unfortunately at the end of the day, someone has to win, someone has to lose. Black and Blue, Gaming Gladiators, find a bit of redemption against APAC North, but they've got one more big hurdle, the one that propelled them into the lower bracket ahead of them in that grand final. Can they upset and turn back time, undo history, as it were?
I think so. Now, typically, the team that comes and loses the opening matchup statistically wins the following rematch because they know now what to adjust into. They know what they have to change from their opening matchup. They know now a lot of the play style of the team that did beat them in this case. So Gaming Gladiators, they have the benefit of the doubt, I think, in my opinion. They've warmed up as well throughout this tournament and throughout this day from these matches they played, and they have looked like the team that we know and expect to see.
A couple of minor misplays across the board from Gaming Gladiators, but on the whole, it was some top tier APAC Siege. I mean, you look at Arpe and the way that he was playing today. Hovid as well. I mean, despite the Blackbeard, we'll overlook that one for now. The Blackbeard didn't quite achieve much, but
yeah,
Gaming Gladiators showed some flexibility. They tried a couple of different things, and it worked. Ultimately, they walk away with a win here.
Yeah, I mean, valiant effort for sure on the Blackbeard. They wanted to have some fun with it, but also tried to take it seriously. It didn't really work on out. The Osa, if anything, was a much more influential, I think, pick in that regard. But this is the great round we saw from Ran. 4K from him, the final one with a mere pistol. They swap on out. Great round, great entire match and even series here from Hoven. He has been spectacular in this. I think he might even be my MVP of this series based on how he played and how much utility he was able to utilize against Panthera time and time on over.
Yeah, look, it was a real showcase of what Southeast Asia really does have to offer on an international stage, on land, without having to deal with any latency. But again, it's not done. They have one final hurdle to overcome for them to claim the title of the ROG Masters APAC champions, being Scars, the Japanese team who have looked rather dominant this weekend as well, have yet to drop a series. They've only dropped a single map, in fact, and it was against the team that Gaming Gladiators just beat in that lower bracket final. I mean, from what we've seen, if you had to pick a couple of maps, two maps before the decider, forget the decider, we'll get there when we get there, but if you had to pick two maps that you wanted to see Gaming Gladiators and Scars battle it out, and what would they be?
I mean, I want to see a rematch at least of one of the matches that we did see from them on around. Oregon would be a great map for them to be playing on right once more. We know that Gaming Gladiators are a great team on that Oregon, but if you look at the rematch, they lost that versus Scars, and I'm sure they want to regain control of that. If we ever see Bank once more, then I'm betting to see that I think that still could be a map that Scars would probably take from them, but Oregon, I think, is a real one that I want to see them finally settle their ground on, because it's been one of their homes for so long, and Scars took that away.
Yeah, I'd love to say, honestly, I think if I had to pick two maps that I wanted to see this match go to in the grand final, I want to see Skyscraper, I want to see Bank, I want to see, a little bit more dynamic, explosive play out of both these teams. Oregon, yeah, look, it's good fun, it's their stomping ground, but look, I want to see the new freshness. I want to see some explosive play. I want to see some big stuff. But we are going to be throwing it to a break before we head into our grand finals. Gaming Gladiators need a break. So do we. Come back soon to see who is crowned the ROG Masters APAC champion.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way. Grabs one, traded instantly. The young prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
We're coming back into it in black and blue. We have a little bit of a surprise for everyone at the venue and at home. We have coordinated a show match here at the Thai Games show, and it would not be a Thai event without Thai teams in the venue. Fury versus Elevate on LAN here at the ROG Masters.
Yeah, what an exhibition for us to have a show match that even we, frankly, did not necessarily expect to really come on through. But, of course, the great team at ROG made things happen. And we were talking about for this entire weekend, right, how this tournament, it lacks a Thai representative, the only SA representative being Gaming Gladiators from Indonesia. But here, finally, we get to see two Thai teams, for that fact, battle it out. And not just two Thai teams, two of the best Thai teams that you can find, barring Direwolves.
Yeah, look, I think if you asked Fury and Elevate, they would say that they're better than Direwolves. I think if you asked Direwolves directly, they would say that they're better than both Elevate and Fury. Really, I think it just comes down to who you're talking to at the end of the day. But we have the teams in venue. They're going to be playing this match out on LAN. And it was a great post on social media. Hoven and Onigiri swapping jerseys at the venue. You love to see it. The local talent getting involved and that camaraderie between two teams and two players who battle each other out on almost a weekly basis in Rainbow Six competition. But I'm excited. I mean, we had our community matches yesterday. That was house. Where do you think? What do you think we're going to do? Where do we do this? Surely it's stadium. Yeah, it has to be stadium, right?
Because yesterday it was a bunch of, I guess, pullouts from the crowd. People want to join on in. Of course, yeah, let's play stadium. I mean, rather, let's play house. But we got two actual teams right now to be playing together. Two teams that do compete on almost weekly basis against each other. So we want to see stadium be put into that fold. Let's see how they are able to adjust into it. It's in your ranked game, so might as well be in our fun show match games as well.
We've got a bit of a raffle here going on the stage, but I mean, this is like a meeting of the minds almost. You got Elevate on one side, arguably one of the most successful teams Apex South has ever seen. Arguably the best team Apex South has ever seen. And the other side, you got Fury, that up-and-coming roster. I mean, you look at the run that these Fury guys have had. Stage 1, they failed to secure a single victory. Stage 2, they started coming out. They get picked up by the Org. Fury now representing on the international stage a little bit better. Stage 3, they come into the gate. They dominate the competition in Ops League and APAC North for the first several weeks of play, only just recently being knocked out of that first place seed. So they are gunning for the top spot here in Thailand, in APAC South, and to be able to take down a team like Elevate on LAN, I mean, that's the start of something great.
I mean, it was looking pretty possible for the entirety of the start of Stage 3, and then coming into the Operation League as well. Fury being at the top of those boards, where Elevate were kind of slunking down at the start. Yes, Sapper, he took a bit of a break, a few weeks on off, but he's back on the roster playing, and they have been absolutely just catapulting back to the same heights, or close to the same heights that we've seen and gotten used to them playing during Stage 2. So Elevate, current kings of not just Thailand, but maybe the entirety of APAC South. And for a team like Fury, they have what it takes to take him down. We've seen, them take maps away from Elevate in the past, but when it comes down to the big show, Elevate have always been at the peak, at the top, so crisp. But this time, Fury, this is their home as well, one that they also want to have claim and stake to. They want to make it happen right here. Show match, it's a best of one. We only get one map, so there's only one chance for these teams to prove what they got. They just happen to be in attendance, aren't they? Also in uniform.
I mean, yeah, coincidence, maybe. Who can say for sure, really? The fact that they are there, looking good, ready to go. They do have some pretty clean drip. The new Elevate merch at the moment is looking pretty fly. I'm going to have to look at getting myself some. It is a bit of a hassle getting merch all the way over here to New Zealand, but I can safely say it is well worth it.
Oh, for sure. Be able to, have these type of events, have this type of tournaments, and have this kind of interaction. I think it's great in the first place that we're going to Thailand, for this event, and it was brought into Thailand, knowing how passionate the esports scene is there, and not just passionate, how proficient they are. Look at how many teams in APAC South are from Thailand, how many fans we do see, tune in to those Thai streams. It's been a really big cause for the just infrastructure of the Thailand esports scene, and to have events like this, of course, it wouldn't be possible without all the fans worldwide, and especially the fans in APAC who support this type of event. And for that, we're going to give them one hell of a match to witness. Elevate versus Fury. I can't even believe we're still getting this right here, right now. I thought we were going to get more from the crowd, and technically we did. But what a team we did.
They were in the crowd. It still stands. It still works. There you go, Fury. Heading up to the stage as well. This team have come out and taken some big shots this stage. And I mean, a lot of it does come down to, I think, the addition of I9 and BGMan, formerly of the Elevate roster as well. We might have a couple of subs in for the crew. I don't know if it's necessarily the entire roster here, it would seem, but having the majority of them here in venue is still awesome. Look at that Fury jersey on the end. I've got one coming, I know it. I've hit up Old Quick Draw. It's coming my way. I love it. I love the merch. They do a pretty phenomenal job, these APAC teams.
Well, these APAC teams have been, in my opinion, even removing biases, right? Being within this APAC scene as well, they've been some of the most entertaining to watch by far, I think. Of course, there's some great teams all around the world, but APAC, they give you the hijinks, they give you the memes, and they give you the fun that you can never expect anywhere else to the same extent. We're looking here at more of that to be replicated, as these two teams quite familiar with each other, not just obviously in the server, playing in APAC South, but personally as well. So I'd like to see some bats come in the game.
Oh, I'm here for the banter. We know the APAC boys love to talk a bit of smack. They love the banter. They love to get a bit cheeky with it. It's going to be interesting to see just how much they lean into it. I'm still keen to know where we're going to be heading, of course. The map could be keen. Look, we have Stadium there, we have House, maybe even a bit of Coastline, go back to the good old days, Consulate, throw it back to the OGs. Maybe, honestly, you know what? It could be a bit of fun just to, test the mental here. Let's throw it over to something like Outback or Canal and see just how well they cope.
Oh, no. Canal, it's probably my most hated map. I think universally one of the most as well. Outback, I actually wouldn't mind. I think it's fun, just maybe not as competitively viable as the other ones in the pool might be. I think they're doing a raffle right now for the fans at the venue. I wish we could be at the venue. I'd really love to be there. It'd be so nice.
Next year, surely.
How's your spice tolerance, Panda?
Oh, I love me some spicy food. That is not an issue, trust.
More things we could get along with. I think Thailand would be right at home.
I'd definitely be down for. I love me some spice. I love me some action. I love spice in the server as well. Is this a stand-in for the team? Okay, emergency sub to come through.
I think Elevate might only have 4 players, and that's why?
I think both Fury and Elevate have 4 players here. So, look, hey, I rate it. the emergence. Imagine you come to the Thai Games show, you're here to watch a bit of Rainbow Six Siege, you find out that Elevate and Fury are in the venue, and they're going to be playing a show match, and they need an extra player, and you get pulled out of the crowd, jump on stage with them. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know who we saw just join Fury on stage. Either way, this is going to be wild.
I mean, why not, right? You have two of the best teams in the world at your venue. You've got some time to burn. We've got some time to give Gaming Gladiators a bit of rest before they play another best of 3 match. And obviously we have some fun times here and people who are even willing to go up on the stage and prove their might against some of the best. Imagine how it must feel to be that person pulled out of the crowd and play with these two teams.
Just trying to figure out who is who.
Is she playing?
I don't know.
The host playing?
I think that there on the right, is that I9 for Fury? It can be a bit hard to tell with the mask. I'm only used to seeing them from like the shoulders up, so the mask kind of cuts out a third of that, but I don't know.
I think that might be I9.
Yeah, I think that is I9.
He's got the tattoos, so
yeah.
Checks out.
Unfortunately, you know, his telling feature is the mustache, which we can't see. So unfortunately, it's a little that super identifying feature that he has is covered up currently.
Yeah, we typically only see like this right up above on the camera.
Unless it's direwolves, and then it's like here up. The direwolves, it's like even more restrictive, even more mysterious.
So they're like, I guess, to keep themselves shrouded in ambiguity and just privacy, if anything. But you guys, of course, should check out the laptops we got for you guys. We got the ROG Strix SC and also the Z13 for you guys. Absolutely powerful beasts that can be brought anywhere you might want.
Yeah, like definitely worth checking it out at the end of the day. If they are playing with someone from home, you'd hope that they've got some ROG kit to be able to make sure that they can compete on the same level. All the settings though, look, it is a bit of a process. You don't just jump on a computer and go for gold in a competitive environment like this. You gotta make sure you're ready to go. The mouse got to be in the right spot. Keyboard's got to be in the right spot. But look at that Fury. They come and collected, ready to go.
Everything, your monitor, your chair must be at the right level for you.
Got to configure all the RGB. There's just so much that goes into it.
Yeah, I can't have no green lights. I want the red. I want the ROG red, of course. You know, that type of stuff, that matters, especially in a competitive setting. You need to be as comfortable, as at home, as your own setup might be. So, ladies and gents, we got some ladies and gents to play for you guys here on the stage. 4 pros with, I think, 1 bro from each of the crowd.
We'll see. Maybe, who knows? It could be like some ringer who's been here, you know, competitive player, just incognito, and all of a sudden, you know, steps on a stage and is slaying with the best. We'll have to figure. Surely we'll figure that out once we get into the server itself and the names appear on our screen. But right now, they're just trying to get everything sorted. Elevate. Still not sure if what the go is with their 5th. Is it going to be one of our hosts? It looks like it. She might be taken to the server as well.
I mean, it looks like she's suiting up and, you know, getting her PC running. So maybe logging into some things. So definitely could be. I'd be surprised, honestly. The fact that just, you know, one of the hosts simply threw themselves out there. Okay, I'm gonna join into the fray. I like Rainbow Six as well. Let's get this show going. That's big props to be able to do that while also working at the same time.
You rate it. Nah, see, that's the thing. We got to have her mic'd up as well if she's going to be playing. So she has to be providing, you know, play-by-play, blow-by-blow analysis while also in the server.
Yeah, you know, be that audience hype man, you know, providing, commentating to the crowd and to the stream as well. That'd be very nice to see.
Honestly, I just want to see that boss J-Cog with, like, some real intent
have to.
right now. I mean,
have to.
You say that, but you got to remember, Onigiri is a bit of a Dokkaebi main on the attack, but he's very, very vocal about his MK14 support. He loves that thing.
Yeah, on both ends. Aruni, Dokkaebi, anybody running that, he's probably going to pick it up. So, well, obviously, we know why. We know what he set the record with with what operator, using what gun, and I doubt that's going to change anytime soon.
Well, we still have yet to get confirmation on the map, so I wonder if there's maybe like a little bit of a map veto going on, you know, between the two teams, like trying to figure like where are we going to be like the happiest to go, the least confrontational. But I reckon Stadium has to be the play here. Surely. Yeah. Surely. Onigiri on the Stadium, on LAN. Oh boy, that's going to be exciting.
I want to see, of course, a map that we don't have in the competitive rotation. Give us a Stadium map. Give us something
Coastline. Coastline, okay. Consulate, Stadium. Those are my three that I want to see, minimum.
Oh, I miss Consulate. Why do you have to bring it up?
Exactly. Why don't we'll send it? We'll send some Consulate here. I want to see Onigiri sending it out the windows, spawn peaks, runouts. I want to see classic Southeast Asian Siege on a map that enables Southeast Asian Siege.
Yeah, back in my day, we peaked everything. And Coastline and, well, they all really help enable that, right? Those type of maps, just absolutely fun to always witness. I would even... Do you think a plane would be into Spawn Peak Rookers?
Okay, yeah, look. I would be down for some plane shenanigans. I could get behind that. I would not say no. Look, as much as plane is a bit of a mess, in all honesty, because it is just chaos from start to finish. You could do some funky stuff on that map. You could have a bit of fun. So I would, yeah, okay. So look, how about this? We'll go to the map pool. So plane, Stadium, Consulate, Coastline, and Outback, just as the 5. And they could do the map veto from there, surely.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Some people might throw in the yacht, but I don't know. It seems like there ain't much to play with on that map. I just think it's kind of awkward in general.
I think there are the other 5 maps are just that little bit more fun. I think yacht is it's like grating your fingers. I think at the moment that is the best way I can describe it. It doesn't allow for as much fun. I think yacht is pretty drudgery. You just gotta trudge through the map and hope for the best.
I'm up for anything that isn't Canal, frankly.
Oh, what do you mean? Like playing Canal again, like grating your fingers. Watching Canal, watching other people go through that. Awesome, I love it.
Playing it, nah.
Forcing it onto someone else, gladly.
Just to see the pain. A sadist in every sense of the word. I like these new
100%.
Elevate jerseys. They're kind of sweet.
Yeah, I'm loving the light color scheme. It's one like we've seen a couple of teams do the traditionally have been running the black red, the black blue, and now we're seeing them opt into the the white and grey or the white and the lighter color scheme. I love it. Elevate. Send it to us. Hit us up. Come on. You got it now. We've shielded enough.
I would rock an Elevate jersey. I would even wear an Elevate jersey outside to other places.
I would too.
If I had one.
So I've got a couple of esports jerseys at the moment. I rep them to the gym. Usually get some interesting questions. Some people who are like, "What the heck are you doing? What is this? Who are they?" And it's a conversation starter. I love it.
Yeah. On the bench, you got yourself an Elevate jersey. How could you not pump things up, right?
Exactly. Just taking it to the next level, raising the stakes.
Oh, the Fury jersey for your squats.
The anticipation's killing me. I want to know, where are we going?
What is that keyboard placement, brother?
I mean, look, we saw some of the community players much the same with their keyboard placement. Hopefully, it's not an indicator of how the map's going to go. We don't want the full tilt coming out. But look at them. Look at them. They're all in T-Hunt. They're all getting warmed up.
T-Hunt. That's outdated, guys. DM is the way. Well, maybe because they're playing on tournament client, they might not have.
Yeah, they'll be in T-Hunt. They'll be getting ready, looking sharp, looking crisp. Yeah, right. I'm here for it. And look, I'm expecting some shenanigan. We know Southeast Asia love themselves a bit of the Armaru. They do like the shield play. I'm expecting maybe a blitz or two to come out here for our show match, but I don't think we're going to get anything too wild. Maybe we do get the Doc Rook combo spawn peeking.
Especially if it was something like plane or consulate. I'm expecting exactly that.
Surely. Surely. We're looking at about 3 minutes. 3 minutes of the game. What do you call it? We've seen this matchup a couple of times throughout the year. Black and blue. I'll put you on the spot here. How do you reckon this one plays out? How does it go? We've seen these teams battle it out. Operations League Summer, Operations League Autumn, Apex South as well. You got to remember, Operations League Summer, these two teams, top of the table. Elevate first, Fury second. Autumn, I mean, look, it's a little bit different. The scores, the placement's a little bit different. We'll be honest there. We'll keep it 100. Fury were in first. They're now sitting a little bit lower, second, but Elevate are right below them, a point behind. Who takes it? This is just close. This is close.
Oh yeah, it's very difficult to call. I mean, the last time they fought each other, you know, during the summer season, was Elevate coming out on top as of recent. Not as recent results, unless we look at the Operation League Autumn split. It hasn't really been, I guess, the best telltale sign, although it is a bit more recent, if anything. And it was Fury taking them on down. So, it's tough to call. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. Actually, no, Elevate did win the last time around. They played twice already in the Autumn season. So, I would think normally Elevate have this, especially in these kind of fun scenarios. But I think it's Fury who are going to take this more seriously than Elevate might, to be quite frank with you, because
but you
they're
got
the
to
ones with less to lose.
You got to remember, this is the Super Onigiri on land.
Super Onigiri.
On land.
Actually, you might be right. And they got Sapper back anyways.
Current kill holder for 6 Invitational on land. Back on land. I don't know.
What was it? 32? Right? Something like that?
Something like that. I don't know. But in saying that, Fury are an insanely skilled team. They are mechanically insane right now. They hit some of the craziest shots I've ever seen in the Operations League, and they are looking hot. This is probably the first chance that they've had ever potentially to play this on land. And I saw it. I just saw the message. I'm excited. I'm here for that map pick that we are going to be going to. I don't know if we have a graphic for it. I don't know what the heck the call is, but this is a spicy one. It wasn't the maps that we called, unfortunately. We're not going to the maps that we called, but we are getting one of the fresher maps, one of the newer maps to come into play. Black and Blue, Elevate versus Fury on land, going to Skyscraper.
We're going to Skyscraper. You asked for it, at least for our next series up, but we're going to get a prologue to that right on here, right now. Skyscraper, I think it's curious. So we're going with actual comp maps. Ain't that some?
And before it's just tower, and they baited us out. Oh yeah, look,
wrong Skyscraper.
Talk about gross. I don't know how I feel about tower. I'm not keen. I'm not keen. Tower in the bin. Get it out of here. We don't want that. Skyscraper though, yeah, I'm happy with Skyscraper. It's been fun. Close quarters combat. It's a bit of a labyrinth all across the map. You can play those tight corners. Onigiri with the MK14. He's going to be going ham. The question now though becomes Black and Blue. How sweaty? How sweaty do we see the bans come through? How sweaty do we see the players come through?
Well, if 10 out of 10 is 6 Invitational, 9 out of 10 is 6 Major, 8 out of 10 is APAC League, I'm guessing somewhere around the 5 or 6, if anything. I think they will take it seriously to give us a fun game, maybe max of 5. But then they're probably going to have some fun. We're going to see super off-kilter picks here, picks that don't even make sense. But in the spirit of fun, will come into play.
Onigiri, already in chat. Keen and ready. They want to get this one underway. And no ban! So it looks like we might have a full no ban matchup here. Black and Blue. I'm here for it. Anything goes.
Okay. I guess I said a 5, but I really meant a 2, maybe, in terms of seriousness. Because with them picking Skyscraper, I thought, okay, we're actually going to get a decent game on our hands, but I'm expecting another no ban. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay.
Fury ain't messing around. Elevate, you can be on your nonsense all you want, but Fury, nah. We're making sure that this is full entertainment value.
Okay. Ain't that something? Elevate, they get the next ban on up after this. The Clash banned out by Fury, though, first and foremost. That actually is...
So this is some
unranked
casual
ban?
bans right now.
This is some unranked bans we're getting here right now. Some quick play bans, if quick play had a ban, I guess, back in 2018.
Oh, and the Oryx. Oh, look, I'm not sure how I feel about that one. It's it maybe makes me think that there might be a Monty played here by Elevate. Either way, okay, so who we got? So we do have a standard there. So you got Dark Lycolis, Spacehead, and Dominic, who I believe, I want to say is the... who is it? Yeah, the head coach. So the head coach, Dominic, is in play. So this... No I9, unfortunately. No BG man. But look, Kanshima, the stand-in for this Elevate roster, and we do have the French duo in the Doc and the Rook.
Okay, we asked for it. Seems like we're going to get it right here, right now, Panda.
We're getting the knife fight.
We're
getting the Nomad knife fight over towards the helipad. I'm here. I'm ready.
They got the Nomad. This might just work out. I think in this case, though, maybe a 3-speed might be favored for Elevate if that's what they're going for. So, not too sure about these
I wonder,
thick boys we're bringing up.
Yeah, obviously there's a limit on that. I love how they've got the Rook, they've got the Doc, but it doesn't matter because the knife obviously is a one-shot kill. Oh no, Dominic, what are you doing there, champ? Oh well, either way, GG easy. Oh, Kanshima, okay, they look, fair play. They equalize it, it's 4 apiece. Poor stage host, though, for Elevate gets taken out in their first round on stage.
The one addition to this team, that's the one they take on out. Oh, okay, here goes a knife fight. Prison rules right now. They're all stabbing, making holes in each other. They're absolutely wet. And at the end, it's Elevate who stands atop, bringing knives to a gunfight. And they still come out of it.
Well, Elevate have harvested all the kidneys they need to. They're out of there. It's it is a rather brutal experience, the Nomad knife fight. I can vouch that. I've been there, done it. But Elevate claimed round 1 on the defense. And look, we did get to see the Doc and the Rook. Unfortunately, not played out like we kind of hoped.
Maybe now they'll actually pull it out, and that seems to be the case. I feel bad for Kanshima. Seems to be the newer, addition to this roster, pulled out from the crowd, and he's going to go down first and foremost. Oh no, someone from Fury disconnected.
Poor Dominic, he's in the pits right now. Up Struggle Street. Can't play the round out, taken out almost immediately. Elevate, the question on everyone's lips, are we going to play the 4 versus 5? Fair game. Only Geary takes himself out. The sportsmanship between these two rosters. You love it.
Of course. No true stakes in this game, so everybody can have a bit of fun.
What do you mean? No. This is bragging rights. This is 100%. The winner of this is going to be plastering BM and memes all over Twitter.
Well, it is a LAN, so in any case, it does matter, I guess, at the end of the day. Let's see now if Fury can come back with another round to try and equalize things out. They bring out the Doki and the Boss G. Like, Collis is running the Boss G on his Doki.
We've also got the 2 Pro 90s, Sapper and Mr. Punch. And, oh, Mr. Punch, what a filthy position there for him right now. On the office balcony, has the rotate set up for himself so he can just play tucked in out the corner. Why am I not surprised? Dark is just going. He's just in. He's going to pop that door into drum. Position will be given away. Mark's going for the 1-tap. Dark in the bin. Immediately dead. Traded back. Oh! Kanshima. Can Kanshima come in like Colas with the SMG-12? The spray control looking good. Maybe just nerves, obviously, going up against Thailand's, or at least one of Thailand's best, Lycolis. Lycolis, the headshot! Oh, we get it, the Boss G.
Doesn't even need to slap the ACOG on it. 1.5 all you need, and gets the confirm afterwards. That's a double he just dismantled there towards the drum. Spacehead finds one. It's all down to Mr. Punch. was going to have to land the right hook here with the Pro 90 in his hands. Spray on through the wall. Doesn't really connect on much. Lets him know where he's from, though. And Mr. Punch, he's still not out of the fight here. Look at the damage he's doing towards Mumu.
Big shots on the Pro 90. The plant, the hip fire spray.
Hip fire.
Mr. Punch has an agenda. And it works. No, I'll reload. He's gone down. The withstand is there. The new change to the armor, but Spacehead says, no, thank you. We don't want any of that.
Unfortunately, he gets caught out reloading. Could have been great for his case. The hip fire up close actually works on out to keep him mobile as well. While accurate, in Fury, they take around. Lycolis, absolute monster, gets ahead as well, of all things.
What a bully. What an absolute bully. One of our local stage hosts steps in to make up numbers and Lycolis does that. Get him out of here.
Lycolis, why would you do that? Can't you see we're having a bit of fun? Kanshima, she's on the Caveira this time around. About to have an absolute blast with it, I believe. Nothing to really hunt her down. There is a Doki, though, at the very least. Seems like Dark wants to bring out Sam Fish.
Surely Kanshima does get the revenge on Lycolis. We get the interrogate, surely. That or someone is walking straight through 3 EDDs and dying. One of the two. There is no in between here.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, round per round,
Attackers are heading out.
we're going to have to take this, I think, slow, because these guys are going to extend this with pure hijinks to have as much fun as possible. Mr. Punch on the spawn peak, of course, not an MP5, the Nani. Needs to ruck with the Nani.
And Spacehead is just making the most of this land opportunity. With the F2, they find the mute jammer, and there is a fuse in play. Dark rocking the LMG. The meta might be gone, but it will remain in his heart like Lycolis. Looking to connect shots, but Sapper's got a bit of a sniper of his own. The Magnum, the 44 Magnum into play. I rate it. I love me some 44 Magnum shenanigans.
Yeah. The Hand Blaster, the Han Solo, weapon of choice. Elevate. Looking to elevate into the stars with this Lycolis. Another kill with the Boss G. Third down, second kill with it. Spacehead follows up. You talked about it. The LAN F2 coming in big. But Mr. Punch with the Pinani. Swinging wide and landing true. And Mark, he answers back. They go back and forth here right now. Kanshima, unfortunately, you have to find value on that Caveira.
For Coach Dominic on the ground. Finished off by Mark. The hip fire Pro 90 comes in. But Mr. Punch over Stim, now healing 200 health points. Is going to be fine. 1 versus 2. Mumu needs to go big, but the hip fire spray comes out again. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, Mr. Punch, not done at all.
Difficult spot for Mumu. No ADS, of course, here from Mr. Punch. Simply swiping left, swiping right, and he hits home run.
Yeah, poor Kanshima, just absolutely bullied by Spacehead.
She had a good opportunity there. Imagine if she got the down, dropped the twitch, interrogation. Could have been great.
You just got to be a bit quicker on the trigger. I mean, I suppose that is the difference between you being used to playing online and playing on LAN. You know, the response time is just that little bit slower because you're dealing with latency, and that can be the make or break. But Kanshima has had enough of it. No more of this. She wants to be able to influence the map indirectly. It's Frost.
Oh yeah. I think this Frost is actually going to be huge here from Kanshima. They're not going to be droning as efficiently and as diligently as you might expect, so Fury might just walk into these traps unknowingly. Lots of traps, actually. There's also these tripwires from Mark.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
I kind of want to. I do kind of want to see that full 10 shotgun round. Surely we get that before the end of the map. But right now we've got Lycolis on the glass. We have the armor. We've got an IQ, and then we've got those sweaty hard breaches as well. We won't talk too much about them. But right now, it is gearing up to be that push. Honestly, if Lycolis isn't ripping that OTS in sports mode, what's he doing? Oh boy. Okay,
Well.
that's one way to set it up. And okay, well done, Mark.
Okay, catapults himself all the way into the site, and I guess that's what he finds. Lycolis, opening pick on the glass here. The traps won't even come to play because they're being shredded before it gets to that far. Super Onigiri, of course, to save the day.
Absolute laser beam there from Onigiri. Take down, well, they're looking for more Sapper. He's got his P90, and look at that! The 200 HP stim onto Onigiri! And what was a health deficit before is a health deficit no more. And maybe, just maybe, this is the showcase of what Dot currently is. And no, unfortunately, it doesn't matter because Onigiri's dead anyway.
Okay. It's back to Sapper this time. Mr. Punch closed it out with his 90 a while ago. Will he go with the same idea, same intent? 1v2, the glass. A bit more difficult to challenge at long range with his hipfire P90. But, knowing Sapper, he's right on the task. He's on the dock this time around. Long kill here, the double for him. It's a 1v1 now, Panda.
The OTS versus the Pro 90. Who's going to come out on top? Long range versus CQB. And no, Lycolis isn't ripping it in sports mode. He's got the scope enabled. Bit sweaty if you ask me. But right now, Sapper playing audio cues. Just, yeah, pistols out. Come on, surely. This is when we find out Lycolis. Okay, Lycolis does have the PMM. Sapper, does he have the revolver? Oh no! Oh! It was a bait! Sapper! The bait play!
I can't believe that's how he wins the round. He keeps him in check, calls out the pistol, and works out. And that was so risky because if we saw there Lycolis finishing off with a pistol, that would have been it. But he was banking on the fact that he knew the greed for the knife would come into play.
I don't even know if it was the green. He's just like, yeah, Stim, easy.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Like
can.
an absolute fiddle.
As my good friend, the Kiwi Cthulhu would put it, roasted, toasted, packaged, and posted. Like Colas. Oh my god, he's never gonna live that one down.
From the grave, Mark saves the day for Elevate and gets him to third.
Oh dear. Sapper was in his coffin. Onigiri's like, there's no way you just pulled that off.
5 seconds
I'd love to have seen the player cams and swap back to that side after the round ended.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
I bet. I wager absolute hilarity at the venue.
Oh, that is 100% making some montage YouTube video by the end of the weekend. But Onigiri is looking for some montage clips of his own. Dominic, the first of all, no lion. Mark sends it outside and deals a lethal blow. Onigiri was hunting for it. He's pulled out the secondary Lycolis 2 rounds in a row. He's not having a good time anymore.
Of course. Why else would you need it, right? Comes on out with a bearing. All you need. Gets himself back a new vest.
There we
as
go.
well.
Kanshima, first kill on the board. Our local
Let's go.
Thai hosts. Thai represent. Oh, Onigiri taken out by Space Hit. Hold on. Is Sapper just following around Mark with the stim pistol?
It seems to be the case. He's also following around Kanshima a while ago, so Kanshima for the win. Gets the first of this game. Oh, could maybe find a second. Moo Moo in a tough spot, but Mr. Punch chimes on in to take it away. Elevate. Okay, they're running away with this game.
Oh, no. Brutal. Brutal. I think, honestly, Fury just need to embrace the chaos. They do. And we need a blitz. We need an Armorer. We need the Lion Finker. We need Lion Finker, Blitz, and Armorer. That's it. That's the roster. I don't care. What else? The 5th doesn't matter. Dockerby, you can do what you want. But that I'll take that. I'll take the Kali pick.
many bombs as they can.
I am not surprised, but pleasantly like it. Look at this, the Grim coming out as well.
Attackers have discovered the location of
Oh dear.
Buzz, buzz.
Oh, the Grim. Yeah, Dark. He's looking to stick it out. I'm still not 100% sold on Grim. I'll be honest. I just don't. I don't think we're gonna see that much of him in comp play.
I agree. I think he's like
10 seconds to insertion.
decent or okay at best when you're solo queuing. If you just really need that hard info, but at that point, you know, a frag grenade might do just the same.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a
Well, no, there was someone, I can't remember who it was, proposed a rework where you make the Grim's gadget, there's only Geary, on his shenanigans, Dark's dead, Grim doesn't matter. I was going to say, like Ying, so you can deploy it through drone holes and stuff, but it doesn't matter, they're outside, they're going full send. Default cameras are up, guys, and that's a pretty big deal. You're facing off against a Warden too, Lycolis. He can see through the smoke, just like you can, but Lycolis is dead. Dominic at least will take one back. Nitro Cell deep, is it deep enough? No, Lycolis still in play.
He's alive, but not for too long, maybe. No, Mumu! Finds Super Onigiri. He tried to go for it. He had the timing almost, but then luckily gets his life saved, so he continues on in this bout. Lycolis, he should be taken back up.
Absolutely debated. Surely spray through the floor. And Mumu, there you go. The good team player gets out, gets him back up. They don't really have a heck of a lot. Actually, no, they've got the Thatcher Thermite combo to be able to get through the wall should they need to. Lycolis is not having a grand time. That office wall is open, so the whole hard breach setup really kind of just to get it. There's also a bunch of shirts still in play that no one's picked up.
Attackers bomb diffuser has
Yeah,
been dropped.
just, you know, in case you
Oh,
want
boy.
some freebies, but somehow Mr. Punch, he's found a triple here, finally shut down by Spacehead. The big task he still has in 1v2, but Sapper, rather Mark, he wants a piece of that pie. Spacehead taking down low, and Sapper, he knows he's got the advantage. Fair play, he says.
Is that a request? Yeah, that's what I thought. Sure, is that a request for Sapper to heal him up? I love it. You love the Thai teams coming together like this. It's good fun.
Whoa. Look at how much health that heals nowadays. 200 HP.
I love it. This is great. This is just, it's shenaniganry at its finest. Spacehead cops takes the shot on to Sapper through the wall. He's holding a cheeky angle, spots the elbow, misses the opportunity. Sapper, no stims left. Hip fire headshot. The first round cleans his clock.
He jukes him, thought he was going to go through the rotate, but just repeats the same angle and swings wide. First bullet connects. Headshot, he saw it ping off with a scalp. The Spacehead, close opportunity there. Although he was being fed by Elevate, that granted, yes. Got healed back up. Fair fight, all things considered. Sapper wide, fair and square.
First shot to the top of the dome. Ah, you love it. The action here does not fail to deliver.
Attackers.
Thailand putting on a show.
Absolutely entertaining show for that fact as well. No one can deny that this is a great show match we've been having. The Nook coming out for Onigiri this time. Kanshima, she's going on that Thatcher. Gonna help out about when it comes to opening up these walls. Not that they have a hard breach, but at least will deny some of the utility to be used. Like those mute jammers especially. I'm surprised Dominic actually comes out with a mirror. They want the round now. They really want the round.
They deserve it. They really do. They've been battling pretty hard to get it. Oh boy. Oh yes! The M590 sledge. A long time coming. And the CQB Lion. I'm here for it. In fact, we have 3 shotguns currently in play.
4 on attack. 2 CQBs. M3. And we got Nook on the shotty as well. So 4 shotties to go all around. Everybody's got a shotgun on attack. This is absolutely splendid. Mark goes on in. Shotguns do the run, the parade. Kanshima finds one. They run into the traps. And Kanshima follows up with another. She's found a double in the round. Our hosts making it big.
Super Onigiri. The silenced. Silenced the 60. The hit fire. Oh no. Dark was caught in the middle of a 360 attempt. Unfortunate. Mark
Realizes.
Oh my god, that was ruthless. Hopefully Fury cotton on now, and they're also going to bring the 5 shotguns.
You want to see it? They should have agreed to go 5 shotgun on both ends.
Well, the big problem, Aruni unfortunately cannot play with a shotgun.
Attackers need to locate
But-
and defuse bombs.
Okay, there we go. We've got two. We've got Space Heater's got the CQB shotgun, so they're slowly coming round to it. Unfortunately, there could only be one more round. But you look at Elevate's lineup: Lion, Blackbeard, Ying, Monty, and the Grim.
Bombs located by attackers.
They're still on the attack. I just realized.
Oh dear.
No side swap, it seems.
No, Fury were on the Elevate. Were on the defense first.
Oh, yeah.
Because remember they were running the dock.
Yeah.
Doc
You're
Rock.
right. You're right. You're right. For some reason, it flopped on over in my head.
5 seconds.
It's been a quick one, so I can understand.
Yeah, we're round 8. I thought we were round 7, but we're round 8.
Defuse a bomb.
That explains everything. Dark
Well-
on the shotties this time.
I love it. Elevator
one.
having fun, and they're looking good doing it.
Are they going all sidearm? Might be the case.
No, missed the punch. Didn't get the memo. I'm here for the Onigiri Gara hook send, surely.
We've got the solo DMR. That's gonna help.
It's basically
Seems like-
a shotgun, right?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Mark? Okay, no, Mark
Slug.
is scouting. I thought he was like trying to clear the window barricade with the with Grim's gadget. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Sepido, at least we'll find the kill. Oh my god! I know. Every time I see it, I know the CQB shotgun is genuinely insane, but it still blows my mind every time.
Suppressor CQB shotgun, by the way. Get your facts straight. 3v4 right now. Not even every single mute jammer has been placed down, but it doesn't matter. Kanshima, she's going to run through this as soon as it pops. And they're looking to go in hot-handed. And very hot-handed as well. Headed. Kanshima finds
Oh
a
my
follow.
God.
He's found 2 in these shotgun rounds. They're completely rolling them. And Fury, it's all up to Dominic, the coach.
So can Shima.elevate win? Is my question right now. Dominic has.
I agree.
Oh no! The shotguns are coming. Kenshima, unfortunately, a little bit too eager. Does find the short end of the K1A. Dominic at range, and Onigiri with the supernova from distance. And Elevate on land, take down Fury. Absolutely bullied.
Single shot supernova from Super Onigiri, and a super spectacular finish here from both ends, especially from Elevate. They take it home. Only question is, when do they pick up their 6th player?
Yeah, Kanshima.elevate coming soon to a team near you. That was big. That was big. Respectable. You love to see it. That was great. This is what we could have witnessed tomorrow, but no. Only when 2 teams like Fury and Elevate come to LAN do we get the likes of this.
Kanshima.elevate. Make it happen. I think it's about time they finally get more superstar power on that roster to be the true Apex last hope.
Indeed. To go on and have a chat. There might be something afoot here. I get the feeling Black and Blue. There's some chat going on. I don't quite know what the chat is, but there's some chat going on.
Something.
Fury don't look like they're done.
Oh, not at all. They're continuing on. Fury, they're like, hey, guys, that wasn't fair. Let's do one more. Oh, they're sitting back down.
I don't know what the game plan is. We haven't been told anything.
Maybe they're like,
we're just riffing at this point.
maybe they're like, we forgot to log off. Oops.
Who knows? We'll wait. Yeah. We have no idea what's happening. We are just rolling with the punches at this stage.
Is this a best of 3? Is that what you're telling me this is? You got some time to burn.
I don't know if we have that much time to burn.
Yeah. That's true.
I don't know. We'll wait on confirmation. We are not in control. We are just merely here to provide voice to what we've seen going on. Alright, so bags are coming out. I think we are done. I think that's it. Elevate.
Yep.
Walk away the victors. And look, I can understand wanting more, but Elevate clearly just the better meme team when it comes to game day.
The memes have been absolutely spectacular from them. A shining golden example of what Apex got to offer. I'm curious why they've kind of sat back down. I think they were wondering if there was more to come, but nah, they fear realized it too. We're done. Crowd, return back to the crowd. They've had a fun time. But now, it's time to celebrate the win. Shake hands. Make a do.
I mean, look, wait, hold on. Where are we today? Because today is Sunday. Hold
Sunday,
on, let me just...
23rd.
Okay, where are we? Regular season. No, that's not what I want. I want that one. Both teams have got matches tonight, don't they? Am I crazy? No, maybe I need to... Hold up, give me a second. I'm just checking. Okay, yeah, both teams have matches tonight. So they've got... So Fury taking on Champion and Elevate taking on a Straight later tonight. So they do have somewhere to be.
They've got some games to play. I guess that was a bit of warm-up for them, right? They go back to the boot camp after this. Warm up for their true game later on tonight.
It's not our fault if you see Supernova Armoru coming out from Onigiri in Ops League tonight.
Where are they playing? Ops? Okay.
Yeah, they've
OPL?
got Ops League tonight. Yeah, OPL. Last play day of the season before we hit the playoffs tonight. And the two Thai teams, well, I think actually 3 Thai teams at the moment sitting top of the leaderboard. Yeah, Dire Wolves, Fury, and Elevate. All top 3.
Thailand on top. I think in contention for that 4th is Gaming Glads and Champion, both trying to make it in once again. Similar to last season, if anything, right? During the summer split.
That's the ones. But look, they had a bit of fun. There was some shenanigans. Honestly, Lycolis might be in a little bit of trouble. I can imagine Coach Dominic might be having some words with him after they get off stage. Like, come on, man, you had the round right there. Why'd you have to go for the knife? And then he blew up while Sapper just, you know, hit the adrenaline and was getting himself back up. Unfortunately,
I mean, could you really blame him? Doc down, get a chance to retaliate with a knife, and it's taken away.
Too juicy a target. It was just too keen.
Yeah,
it is.
Temptation, the apple of Eden, forbidden for a reason.
But it is, look, it's great seeing the local teams show up, play on LAN. Even if it was not the full roster, you get to see some shenaniganry. That's what you're here for.
Of course. Congratulations to Elevate. They get to have some bragging rights, probably some freebies as well. But we've got more games we played on today. Our solo host is left up there. Oh no, I think has returned now finally. Kanshima. Yes, good job on the game.
Look,
Elevate next time around.
Yeah, I mean, who's she replacing? Because she was out fragging some of our Apex South pros there.
Who wasn't there? Sapper wasn't there.
No, Sapper was there. So I9 BG Man weren't there.
I9 wasn't there.
Who else? Mr. Punch was there. Mark was there. Onigiri. DCH wasn't there. There you
DCH wasn't there. Okay. That's him out. Minus DCH plus her.
I mean, look, it was 70% 60% lobby because we had Coach and stand-in and 70%. There you go. Close enough. Maths is hard. But look, we get some Thai representation on the main stage, not just in the community matches, but obviously in our show match today. But I mean, look, it's that experience. They've got a taste of it now. I reckon next year they're going to be coming in with some intensity. They're going to be one of the representatives coming into the ROG Masters 2023 because, look, you know, you get a taste of the LAN experience in front of a home crowd. Why would you not want to? But right now, we are going to be throwing it back to the break. When we come back, of course, it is grand finals time here at the ROG Masters APAC 2022. It is going to be Scars taking on the Gaming Gladiators for all the glory and all the marbles. See you back then.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believes in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime.
As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot fear.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate.
ค่ะและกลับมาแล้วนะคะอีกรอบหนึงกับเรานะคะตอนนี้เราจะมีกิจกรรมทายตัวละครจากเงานะคะจากเกม Rainbow Six นั่นเองเจียวกับน้องกันนะคะก็มีของมาแจกด้วยเป็นอะไรบ้างคะ
เป็นสครับเจอร์ค่ะตัวต่อของ ROG
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
มี
เป็น
ทั้ง
แบ
หม
บ
ด
เหล็ก
10 รางวัล
10 รางวัลแปลว่าเราต้องทาย8ตัวทาย10
10
ตัว
10 ตัว
เล่นมุกปะเนี่ย อ่ะทาย10 ตัวเราจะให้ขึ้นมาหรือว่าเราจะให้ยกมือดี
ให้ยกมือดีกว่าเพื่อความสะดวก
เพราะฉะนั้นนะคะใครที่ผ่านไปผ่านมาตรงนี้เคยเล่น Rainbow Six หรือว่ารู้จักตัวละครจากเงาที่เราขึ้นไว้นะคะ
ใช่ค่ะ
ก็ยกมือ
ยกมือได้เลย
แล้วเดี๋ยวเราเลือก
นนี้ง่ายมาก
แล้วเดี๋ยวเราเลือกนะคะ แจกไปแบบง่ายๆเลย ทีมงานน่าจะพร้อมแล้วเนาะงั้นเรามาเริ่มกันเลยนะคะ
เริ่มจากตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์แรกกันเลย
ขอมาเลยค่ะ ตัวแรกค่ะ ใครตอบได้ยกมือค่ะ มาเลยค่ะ
ตัวอะไรคะ
มาเลย
มีใครรู้บ้าง
อ้าวชื่ออะไรคะ
พาคินครับ
พาคินตอบว่า
แอชครับ
แอช
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องหรือไม่ เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
แอชนะคะ
ยินดี
ถู
กับ
ก
ผ
ต้อ
ม
งค่ะ ก็
ถ่ายหนัง
รับไปเลยนะคะ เป็น Mechanical Sculpture นะคะ จาก ROG Master ค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ โอ้ยง่ายนี่
ง่ายมาก ใครที่เล่น Rainbow Six อยู่แล้วก็น่าจะรู้ว่าเป็นตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวไหน
ตัวต่อไปนะคะ ถ้านักกีฬาก็ตอบได้นะคะทีมภาคแคสเตอร์ก็ตอบได้นะคะตัวต่อไปค่ะ ตัวที่ 2 เป็นโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวไหนคะเชิญเลยค่ะ เร็วมาก
รวดเร็วทันใจมาก
เงา
ผู้โชคดีคนที่ 2
ใช่ค่ะ เงาขึ้นมาชูมือปั๊บเลย ชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อทีครับ
คุณทีตอบว่า
Echo ครับ
Echo
เป็นคำตอบที่
Echo ถูกไหมคะ
ถูกต้องนะคะ
ยิ
ยินดีด้วยนะคะ
สุดปังเก่งมากนะคะ ตอบเร็วมากเลย ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณที่มาร่วมกิจกรรมกับเรานะคะ ยังมีอีก 8 ตัวนะคะ ใครผ่านไปผ่านมาตรงนี้เนี่ยเดินมาเนี่ย
สามารถยกมือตอบ
ได้
ได้เลย ง่ายมาก ทายเงาจากตัว Operator Rainbow Six Siege นั่นเองนะ
ใช่
คะ
ค่ะ เพราะฉะนั้นขอตัวที่ 3 เลยค่ะ ตัวอะไรเอ่ย อุ๊ย มาแล้ว อุ๊ย เร็วมาก นี่กระโปรง
มีไหม มีใครอยาก
มี
ตอบ
แล้ว
ไหม
นี่
มีไหมคะ
นี่ไง
มาไหม
นี่ไง
มา
เรา
ไหม
เรียกคนแรก นี่ไงเราเรียกคนแรก
โอเคได้ อุ้ยผู้หญิงซะด้วย
ชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อปันค่ะ
น้องปันตอบว่า
พี่บานะค่ะ
พี่บานะ
เป็น
พี่บานะ
คำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
โอ้ย
ยินดีด้วยนะคะ
เก่งมาก
สาวสวยคนนี้เล่น Rainbow Six ไหมคะ
เล่นประจำเลยนะ
อาจจะได้เคยเจอกันหรือเปล่า
ยินดีด้วยนะคะ
ยินดีด้วยค่ะ
ได้ของรางวัล
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ไปอย่างไวมาอย่างไว
เมื่อกี้เงามันดูเป็นแบบญี่ปุ่นอยู่นะ
ญี่ปุ่น
ใช่ไหม
เป็นตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์จากประเทศญี่ปุ่น
ญี่ปุ่นมีเยอะไหมในเกมนี้
ไม่ได้เตรียมตัวมาเลยค่ะพี่จิ๋ววันนี้
เอาเหรอ พี่ขอโทษนะคะ เพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวเราไปตัวทีสี่ 4 กันเลยค่ะ ของเงาเลย ใครตอบได้
ใครตอบได้ไหมยกมือแล้วขึ้นมาบนเวทีได้เลยนะคะ
ขึ้นมาเลยค่ะ ขึ้นมา
มี
เลย
ไหมคะ
นี่มีสิ นี่ไง
โอเค
เห็นยกมือก่อนเลยนะคะ ตอบว่า
ออริกครับ
โอริกโอเค เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
โอริกนะคะ เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้อง ยินดีด้วยค่ะ ขอบคุณนะคะ ยกมือเร็วมาก หันไปปุ๊บเจอเลย
มาไวไปไวมาก
กี่ตัวแล้วอะ5 ตัว
ผ่านไป
4 ตัว
4 ตัวแล้ว
4 ตัวแล้วนะคะ เดี๋ยวตัวต่อไปนะคะ ตัวที่ 5 ค่ะ
ตัวที่ 5 ยกมือแล้วขึ้นมาได้เลยนะคะ
ยกมือแล้วขึ้นมาเลย
อ่า
เราให้สิทธิ์คนแรกอยู่แล้ว ชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อปิ๊กครับ
น้องปิ๊กตอบว่า
อาซาบิครับ
อาซามิเป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
ค่ะ
ยินดีกับของ
โอ้ มาแบบคอสเพย์ด้วยนะ
cosplay
แล้วก็
จัดเต็ม
เคยเล่น
มาก
เกมนี้เนาะ โอเค ขอบคุณมากนะคะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
เฮ้ย เกมนี้ทำไมมันดูง่ายขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
ง่ายมากมี แต่คนตอบได้ทั้งนั้นเลย มียากกว่านี้ไหมคะทีมงาน
แกล้งเขาไม่ได้เนาะตัวต่อไปนะคะ ตัวที่ 6
ตัวที่มาเลย มีใครตอบได้
ตอบ
ไหม
ได้
คะ
ขึ้นมาเลยค่ะ ขึ้นมาเลยค่ะ พี่ไม่มองไกลอยู่แล้วสาย
ส
ตา
วัสดี
สั้น
ค่ะ ชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อทรีครับ
แล้ว
น้อง
คิดว่า
ทรี
เงาโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวไหนในเรนโบว์ซิกคะ
แบ็กเบียดป่ะแบ็กเบียดป่ะครับ
แบ็กเบียดมั่นใจในคำตอบไหมคะ มั่นใจ
ลองดูเฉลย
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะยินดีนะคะ
เย้ก็รับไปเลยนะคะ ROG Master ตัว Mechanical Sculpture นะคะ ได้ไปแล้วต้องไปต่อเองนะคะ
แต่จะบอกว่าเหลืออีก 4 รางวัล อันนี้ทีมงานให้มาไม่ครบ เหลืออีก 4 รางวัลเท่านั้นนะคะ
ค่ะ เพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวขอตัวต่อไปเลยนะคะ ตัวที่ 7 มาเลย ถ้าตอบได้
ตอบได้
ขึ้นมาเลย
ขึ้นมา
ค่ะ
เลย
ต้องชูสูง
สวัสดีค่ะชื่อน้องอะไรคะ
สูงไม่พอต้องยืนบนเก้าอี้
ชื่อน้องออกัน และคิดว่าโอเปอเรเตอร์ที่อยู่บนหน้าจอเนี่ยเป็นตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์ไหนคะทีมงานคะขออีกรอบได้ไหมคะฟินก้าเป็นตัวละครฟินก้าเป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ ยินดีด้วยนะคะน้องออกัน
เฮ้ยเขาเป็นปางนี้เลยอ่ะ อุ้ย เขาแบบยื่นมือ5 นิ้วอ่ะ ตัวละครตัวเนี้ยต่อไปข้อที่ 7
ข้อที่ 7
7 หรือ 8
และเหลืออีก3 ชิ้นเท่านั้น ใครจะได้ไป
คราวนี้เราจะไม่เลือกเราจะให้วิ่งขึ้นมา วิ่งเลย
ฮะ
เดี๋ยวลูกยังโอเค
ขึ้นแล้วหรือเปล่า
ขึ้นแล้วให้เลย
โอเคพิธี
ขอก โท
ร
ษ
ไม่
ค่ะ
เห็น
พิธีกรกับทีม
หัน
งาน
หลัง
สับ
อยู่
สนกัน ชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อปื้มครับ
ชื่อปื้มนะคะ ตอบว่า
กิฟครับ
กิฟ
กริม
ก็งงกิฟน้องกิฟไหน กริม
โอเค
นะคะ
คำตอบมาเลย เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ ยินดีด้วยนะคะ
เย้เอากลับไปต่อนะคะ ฝากต่อได้ไหมตัวหนึ่ง เหลือ 2 ข้อนะคะ ตัวต่อไปนะคะ ถ้าใครทายได้ก็ขึ้นมาเลยนะคะ ตัวที่ 9 ขึ้นมาเลยค่ะ
มีใครตอบได้ไหมคะ รีบมาด้วย
บอกแล้วให้วิ่ง
นั่งอยู่หน้าเวที
ชื่ออะไรเอ่ย
ชื่อนายครับ
น้องนายตอบว่า
โอซาครับ
โอซา
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ เย้ได้แล้วนะคะ
เย้ได้แล้วขอบคุณ
เต็ม
ค่ะ
ตัวเลยนะคะ
คือเขาบอกเลยว่าไม่มองมาทางนี้เลยจุ๋ก็เลยบอกว่า ชูมือสูงชูไม่สูงยืนบนเก้าอี้ได้
อยากได้ของรางวัล
อยากได้ข
แต่
อง
ว่าร
างวัล
เราแจกของรางวัลตลอดทั้งงานเลย
ใช่แล้วค่ะ นี่ก็เป็นอีกแค่รอบหนึ่งเท่านั้น
ใช่ค่ะ
แต่ว่าเนี่ยเหลืออีก1 ข้อ
เหลืออีกหนึ่งชิ้น
เราก็จะแจกให้หมดเลยนะคะ ใครอยากได้ต้องรอลุ้นร่วมกิจกรรมกับเราทั้งวันนะคะ ข้อสุดท้ายนะคะ ทีมงานขึ้นรูปเลยค่ะ
2 คนเลย
2 คนเล
ที
ย
มงานให้ทั้ง2 คนเลยค่ะ
ให้ทั้ง2 คนเลย แล้วให้ตอบพร้อมกัน ให้ตอบพร้อมกัน เรายื่นไมค์ให้แล้วตอบพร้อมกัน 1 2 3
นูครับ
เอ้ย เดี๋ยวดูเฉลยกัน
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
เย้
ยินดีกับผู้โชคดีทั้ง2 ท่านด้วยนะคะ
ได้ค่ะ ให้ทั้งคู่เลย
เดี๋ยวทีมงานให้ทั้ง2ขอบคุณนะคะโหง่ายมากพี่จิ๋ว
ง่ายไหมมัน
ถ้าส่งพี่จิ๋วมาทายนี้พี่จิ๋วทายได้ไหม
ไม่ได้ดิ เล่นไม่เป็น
ไปดูเดี๋ยวเปิด
เล่น
โพล
ไม่
ให้ที
เป็
ห
น
ลัง
แต่ดูแฟนเล่น ดูแฟนเล่นตอนนี้กำลังแบบศึกษาอยู่แต่มันเป็นเกมที่มีความยากในระดับหนึ่งเลยนะคะ ก็ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราแจกไปทั้งหมดนะคะ10 รางวัลแล้วก็อย่าลืมนะคะแมตช์ต่อไปนะคะเป็นแมตช์ชิงแชมป์ชิงเงินราง
แมตช์
วัล
ไฟนอลเลยอันนี้
ใช่
เดือดสุด
ที่ 1 8,000 US ดอลลาร์และรายการนี้นะคะ ก็เงินรางวัลรวมมูลค่ากว่า1,500,000 บาท หรือว่า 40,000 US ดอลลาร์นั่นเอง ถือว่าเป็นรายการที่ใหญ่มากนะคะ เดี๋ยวเราจะมาเจอกันช่วงหน้า
ขอพักเบรกสักนิดนึง
ใช่ค่ะ แล้วเดี๋ยวมาเจอกันกับเราช่วงหน้าได้ค่ะ
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believes in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers. Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believes in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime.
As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime.
As you wish.
No one can take us down!
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly. Young Prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got him on the back of the head.
We head into the culmination of the entire ROG Masters APAC 2022 tournament. The grand finals up around the corner. Black and blue, it's a battle of South versus North here in APAC. On one side of the equation, coming out of the winners bracket, Scars, looking hot from Japan, looking to represent. They want to show up for their country right now. On the other side, through the lower bracket, the Gaming Gladiators out of Indonesia, looking to keep the hopes and dreams alive for APAC South.
Well, Scars, they were able to take down Gaming Gladiators the first time these two matched up against each other a few days ago during their opening matches of this top four of this playoffs. And they decimated them by any sense of the imagination, right? 2-0, swept Gaming Gladiators out of that series, sent them to the lower bracket, and now the Gladiators have a chance, a shot at redemption here in the grand final, where I think, in my personal opinion, we're going to go the full 3 maps.
Well, I mean, Panthera were able to do it against Scars yesterday in that upper bracket final. Well, it could be another opportunity to take them deep. We saw Scars, they started strong. They fell off, petered off in that second map, then come to decide another overtime performance that they were just able to eke out. So coming into this, I reckon Gaming Gladiators that have had a hot day. They take Panthera down 2-0. They've got a bit of fuel in the tank. They've had a bit of time between their last match, and now they even got to chill out, catch our show match between Elevate and Fury, asterisk, minus a couple of key players. But they've had time to prep. They've got themselves ready. They've gone, had dinner. honestly, it was super cool seeing Hoven and Onigiri swapping jerseys on the timeline, getting to finally meet at a LAN environment and make that handoff happen. So they're coming into it. They're ready. They're excited. They've got the local teams backing them too.
Yeah, it's lovely to see, everybody really coming together. Conventions, LAN events like this, that's exactly part of the beauty of having this type of event. And guys, we have so much more to be excited for here. Best of 3 grand final for today. Blue Panda, I can only hope to imagine that we're going to get some amazing matches, because we saw Scars go the distance last night versus Panthera. You talked about it. We're going now to the vetoes in just a bit, but I really think that when it comes down to it, it's who shows up here today that really means who's going to win the game.
And we've got our newest member of the Elevate roster there on the stage. You see on the left, stepped in as their 5th player and really did some damage with the M590 Thatcher in the lobby on LAN as well. So could potentially be seeing a new addition to the roster come, when the roster lock opens up. So definitely exciting times here for Southeast Asia. But these two teams, they've been battling through the tournament. Day 1, Gaming Gladiators. Let's break it down through that entire bracket. Day 1, Gaming Gladiators looked lost. Scars absolutely monstered them. 2-0, clean sweep, 7-3, 7-3 back-to-back. Panthera take out the Monkey Hunters, but it looked a little bit closer. Day 2, Monkey Hunters, look, they got beat up. Gaming Gladiators had a bit of a chip on their shoulder. There was a bit of a vendetta coming through. And then, obviously, we saw that awesome matchup between Scars, Panthera. Coming into this, now we find ourselves here. Scars through the upper bracket, Gaming Gladiators. You see them now coming onto your screen. Through the lower bracket, that little battle. The lower bracket dream run. And these guys representing South APAC are going to be coming to the stage to try and take down the Japanese Tier 2 first seed.
These guys, Scars, we've seen them really perennially be in that top 5 conversation for the T2 scene every single time. They play Japan League so valiantly, and they have yet to really be in the spot, in the position to take a grand final for themselves, and to do it for an entirety of APAC type tournament against Gaming Gladiators. That would be a very, very big mark for them, and really increase their stake and increase a lot of the respect that these guys already have gained in their local region. And now they bring it to the far frontier, all the way to Thailand, playing in LAN against Gaming Gladiators. It would be such a momentous occasion for them to be able to bag this win. The Gaming Glads, though, they've been atop of the APAC South scene for quite a while, but now they're going up against some of the finest here against this Scars squad. They need no introduction. We saw them go absolutely insane there. Washui as well last night. Taiyu as well going super huge. But these guys, they've got a lot to prove here right now, and they're looking to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, we talk about Washui, Taiyo coming into this, but Lou is the man I want to keep an eye on. 1vx monster that he is. He's won several colossal 1vx clutches this weekend alone. And if Gaming Gladiators give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. He's shown that he can do it time after time after time. So today, for the Gaming Gladiators, it's about denying him those opportunities.
Oh, for sure. He has been an absolute monster on both the attacking and defensive side, really giving them a breath of fresh legs, a breath of life whenever they seem to struggle. And that's such a huge factor to have here in the Cyber Grand Final, Panda. Gaming Gladiators, they have the experience leg up, yes, in terms of, playing against Tier 1 competition. They're going up against a very different opponent, one they might not be used to, and that gives Scars the edge.
It really does. I mean, you look at the competition they're playing. Yes, Gaming Gladiators. A couple of cheeky giggles as they make their way to their PCs, but Gaming Gladiators battling the likes of Fury and Elevate we got to see on stage. Dire Wolves. You're looking Wildcard, Pittsburgh Knights, and Tide, formerly Invictus. Scars. They haven't had that Tier 1 experience, but they still play up against Tier 1 teams in the Japan League. I mean, you are looking at some monstrous competition coming out of Japan right now. And even, they've got the Japan Invitational coming up as well, which Scars will be playing in. They have made it to that upper bracket quarterfinals. They start their Japanese Invitational run against Cyclops Gaming. So they are amongst some of the best in this region. So you can imagine, in this competition, they have to be favored, realistically, because you got to remember that upper bracket quarterfinal, Scars versus Cyclops, the winner, goes on to verse either Damwon Kia Gaming or BDS. So they need to get as much prep and as much warm-up as they possibly can for that Japan Invitational.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're just a hair above Cyclops right now in the Japan League standings, which is saying something. So Scars, definitely not a team to be taken lightly, especially after they've been looking like the real favorites from day one of this competition to take this tournament, to take the gold home. But Gaming Gladiators, they're the real ones who we expect to be performing at the top-notch level, right? They are the ones who are from that tier 1 scene. They're the ones who have that league experience, who have that major experience, if anything. And that should give them a bit more, I guess, just facilitativeness, if that's even a word, in terms of knowing when to be able to adjust and knowing when to really allow each other to go and flow into this game. Sometimes structure, yes, matters. It's very important. Sometimes you need a bit of star power to get you through the edge.
But I mean, you got to remember, this Scars roster is hungry for that opportunity. They have been battling, doing the hard yards to be able to push towards that tier 1 competition. They've been on the cusp for the last year, pushing for that top spot in the Japan League, to get that spot, the chance to qualify into APAC North. They've taken down the vast majority of Japanese tier 1 competitors. And today, they can strike another blow. Say that they're even, not only are they amongst the best in APAC North, but they can go toe-to-toe with the best from APAC South.
Oh, assuredly. There's so much here in store. And we're only going to expect the best of the best Rainbow Six Siege action here in the grand finals of the ROG Masters, presented by Intel as well. This tournament broadcast is all entirely for you guys. And I bet, dude, being at the convention itself, being at the LAN event itself, on location, would be absolutely spectacular and stellar to see.
I mean, we're seeing all the photos from the Fury and the Elevate players hitting the timeline as well. Fluorescent, one of the local, she does a lot of management for teams in and around the region. Currently, I think she's working with Kraken. She's worked with some of the big names in the region, in APAC South as well. So, I mean, getting to see some of those local personalities, taking those pictures, getting those opportunities to meet our competitors as well. But let's get on to the map video for the grand final here. Black and blue. We are going to be hitting Clubhouse first, Chalet second, and to decide the fate if we go the distance, Villa. Honestly, perfect. Wow. I love it. I am so stoked for this map. No, we don't get the fun maps. We don't get the likes of the bank, the theme park, the cafe, but we get some staple maps in the competition at the moment. A good showcase of the variety that both these teams are capable of.
Not just that, here we are seeing practically no repeats of the map that we saw, the matches that we saw with Gaming Glads versus Scars in their opening match during the upper bracket quarterfinals. They look like they have something new in store to really pull on out here. Gaming Glads, we saw them play Clubhouse a while ago to such great extent versus that Panthera squad. Villa, we saw them play that too, but it's Chalet that was supposed to be the decider versus Panthera when they were playing a while ago that we didn't get to be able to see, and now they pull it out here for map number 2 as picked by Scars. There must be something in the water for Scars to be picking that, something they have planned up in store, because Clubhouse, they've seen the Clubhouse of Gaming a while ago, so they must have something or some sort of idea on how that might be played out here today.
Well, back to the Clubhouse, back to one of the OGs in the map pool. This is the Crucible, where good Rainbow Six competitive teams are formed. So if you can pick up a win here, you can basically pick up a win anywhere. So we're going to kick things off. Gaming Gladiators have the defense to start. Scars will be rocking it on the attack. To the ban phase we go. I'm not expecting anything too wild. In fact, I'm expecting things to be about as vanilla as you can possibly get.
Oh yeah, you go with a safe option in this case, or the direct pick if they have a hard read on how the opposing side is going to play. Maverick banned again once more. Probably the most, I guess, obvious ban you'd expect here in Clubhouse on the attacking side. His best map, we saw him be the opening ban as well a while ago versus Panthera. And so Scars, they're the ones who get the following ban here a while ago. We were able to see the Monty removed, but this time it's Hibini, the Habini, as I like to call it, Hibana, taking off here. So Hatches, beware.
Yeah, I mean, so far we're pretty stock standard on the meta of competitive bans on Clubhouse at the moment. Onto the defense, I'm expecting the Valkyrie, the Kaid. Maverick's been banned out. Kaid is a guarantee. Valkyrie is my expected closer, but I mean, you got Azami and Mira likely in that conversation as well. So really, it is down to Gaming Gladiators. What is it that they want to deal with the least going into this matchup? What do they want to maybe enable themselves with there? Valkyrie, understandable. Just the amount that she offers any competitive setup on defense is astronomical.
Yeah, just so much information she can completely, constantly feed to the opposing side. As he talked about, that leaves the Azami open, so obviously here Joe, he's going to swap onto it. He knows, and they know, how impactful that can be. You have possible operators as well that could bring a reinforced shield, a deployable shield into it, and that could just even bolster that defense. But it seems like the Gaming Glads want something else to come into here. You pull out the Legion, opening round, Legion on the basement.
Wow. Not just that, the Thunderbird and the Azami. This
super
is
hard anchor.
This setup is likely going to be one that is hard to clear out. Not to mention that they can play that extended roam. I'm expecting we are going to see Hoven probably playing upstairs, maybe with Bricks as a duo. They're going to play the deep roam. They're going to look to play off the misinformation that Tolji provides with the mute jammers, and then once the building starts to be taken by Scars, they can rotate back down, regen whatever health they may have lost, and get back into the thick of it.
And not only that, the fact that he's on a Legion, this could be a big hindrance to the Monty here of Pion, who might simply stumble over one and then be forced to drop his shield, and that could give an extra avenue, an extra opportunity, a window for Gaming Glads to strike.
I'm excited. Couldn't ask for a better matchup to close out the grand finals.
Absolutely.
I mean, realistically, Panthera played their absolute hearts out. They could have just as easily earned that spot. They were just as deserving as our two grand finalists. Even Monkey Hunters showing up, playing the way that they did, giving it their absolute all, just as deserving as anyone else in terms of getting their spot here. But look at those Scars already.
Wow.
Deep in through dirt with the Monty. Pion. And once again, we see this continued barricade off of Dirt Tunnel, but with the Azami in play, you can chuck a keep barricade out and set it up for the angles. You set it up so that just the shins can be seen, and you can contest this almost freely.
It doesn't even break the door to get it done the old-fashioned way. But Wreck, that's a great opening pick. Luckily, Ape, yes, passive utility already placed down, so those Banshees won't really matter too much in terms of being removed. They're still going to be active for the next part of these 2 minutes of the round. They've got the Nitro Cell to try and contest with if ever the plant is trying to be forced here. Pion waiting, biding his time within that dirt tunnel. The one-way forced by the Kiba. They can get it done with the sledge, but it's still too hot for him to walk in.
I love these one-way angles that you can set up with the Kiba barricades and the Azami when she is in play. But right now, Teo on the back of the Monty Pion. Lure cutting deep through blue. They've taken some great ground here. They are forcing onto the side. Teo takes down Joe. It's on to Rix, who gets one. Tolji for a second. Washui dropped as well as Teo. The shotgun out. And Lure in the bin. This is a great hold right now for the Gaming Gladiators, but they don't realize that Reese is cut across towards Church. And what a shot. The M762 rings out, and an absolute slugfest of a round to open up the series. And this is going to be a battle of giants slapping each other as hard as possible.
That was absolutely perfect here from Scars. You got the Thunderbird, you got the Azami on those Kima barriers, and they're going to be focused on holding down the back line, right? And keeping that front entrance in check, that main stairwell. But if you go through the blue instead and have a pincer, a direct 180 T-pincer on the blue and on that dirt tunnel, it just completely eliminates that backside of the arsenal from being continuously played by the anchors, by the Azami, by the Thunderbird, who probably have their stations set up there, who probably have their anchors positioned in those powerful spots. So they take it off. They don't even go through the front door. They take the back entrance, and they succeed.
A colossal blow to be dealing to start the map off. We see that extension once again. Gaming Gladiators gym bedroom defense with a cache CCTV extension, as well as that mirror in play. I would imagine, likely, if I had to put money on it, there's going to be that logistics hold with the mirror windows. But look at that. The fact that now the scout onto Hoven, he's going to have to relocate, because I think he knows that he's been seen too, because he spotted the drone there. So he's going to have to play this one a little bit careful.
Let's make sure that that doesn't just feed constant information here towards the attacking side. So yeah, he's Rome sniffed out, but If they got the intuition on where exactly he'll end up afterwards. They got that 0, which will just completely make the roam game a lot more difficult here. If they ever are placed a bit too far. The mirror windows here, these one-ways, they have to be checked just in case. Rick taking the long route. He tried to make a crouch hold, didn't work out, but in the end he gets through, so point made.
And you can see Reese, he's going deep. He's up main stairs. They have no idea that he's pushed up here. Another classic Scars Gambit. Could be paying up E1D out the swing. Catch the back of Tolji. And all of a sudden, they just freely take control of construction. They know that there's a player in CCTV. And that is not a spot you're getting out of. Tayo takes another. Rick's out of the equation. Washui claimed back. But you look at, they've cut straight up main stairs and got some massive control. This site is all but theirs. Unfortunately for the Gaming Gladiators, they've got to find some way to at least claim some ground back, because this site is just completely being yoinked away from them.
Oh yeah, they've just been bamboozled, surprised at where Simply Rec came from. Coming up the stairs, so smart. Gets himself into proper timing. He's got a great head on his shoulders and great instincts to be able to lurk his way up the red, all the way straight up into Logi. Get the free kill there on the mirror on Tolji. And now things are looking pretty good for them. They still got a minute left on the clock, and they're already in a plannable spot right now. The Nitro connects, though. Demolishing the wall. And Tayu as well. Lua goes down.
These are big kills from the Gaming Gladiators. The punch at the back. Mirror window, but Reese cuts through the site, finds Joe. And it is a bit of a ring around the rosy. Pion in the bathroom, has to go for the plan. He's going to sneak it in. Jim, but Reese finds the Pog Mat! And all of a sudden, it's the 1 versus 2. Ricks from beyond the grave puts it into doable territory. Pion forced out, has to cut deep towards the Logi corridor. And this round completely undone by a Frost Mat from beyond the grave. And Scars, they had a dominant first round. The second one in shambles, undone by a wayward piece of utility.
Whispers from 6 feet under. Gaming Gladiators somehow come back with a round. That was initially so good for Scars, with Rek able to position himself in Logi, get the free pick on Tolji, and they had so much time to work with, being so deep within the map. But Gaming Gladiators, as you said, they bring it down to a 2v2. Very difficult to try and get the plant off within that gym, as all those footholds are just so oppressive and so intimidating to even push towards. And just as you said, the welcome mat gives them a warm welcome for sure.
That is a tilter. I'm sorry, but you get hit with that in a ranked game, there's a good chance you're either leaving or you're winning however many rounds remain. Losing, sorry, not winning. You are not winning at all. You are emotionally devastated. But right now, as we look to carry things on at a 1-1 score, Gaiman, whether by intention or not, get a reprieve. Deny any chance of building up momentum for the Scars, and they have this opportunity to keep it tied up.
Gaming Glads done a good job at recovering from a difficult spot. Let's see if they can continue that momentum, or if this pendulum is back and forth and Scars take it, because they have looked really clean on those rounds. Wayward utility. Okay, bites him in the butt, but they're going to be more wary of that now. And any utility downstairs, that's going to be completely destroyed by this fuse if they can gain control of this kitchen and hall perfectly, or at least enough for them to work with.
Just trying to bait out some utility. And look at it, Ying Fuse in play with a Monty. This is scary.
This definitely could be just them being caught off guard if this suddenly comes to pass. When this execute does eventually fall, it's going to be a complete avalanche of utility that Gaming Gladiators, they don't have enough projectile denial to be able to deal with all this, I think.
The fuse charge to go out. I thought for a second that he just chucked that on top of the reinforced hatch, but no, obviously my eyes were deceiving me. But it's a great tool to be able to deter anyone looking for an impact trick, because, I mean, you can commit to it, but likely it will cost you your life. He's got one charge remaining, having already got the hatch done. Armory completely vacated, so it could be a quick drop onto the site. And Pion scanning out Tayo as well, up deep towards that door. They might have the opportunity to get into the site before Gaming Gladiators can react and deny.
A chance here to be able to deny that from happening, as you said. Yeah, they have two nitros to check on out. Maybe try your luck with one, go for the 50-50, and maybe come out with some sort of value from it. They're going once more for this third push on the Monty. Diffuser, though, up top and above. Maybe trying to go for a drop through that kitchen hatch, but they're going to have to clear out the back of the arsenal first. Yeah, they do. I think they're prepping this for their timing.
This is going to have to be clean, but Hoven finds Lua. That's Ying gone. From above, it would seem. The lurk up, and Logi Hoven
again
has completely shut down the hatch drop. Gaming Gladiators digging deep into the strat book and completely gutting the Scars roster. Pion just claiming what he can as the last man alive. Versus 3, and Hoven, the hero of the round for the Gaming Gladiators from the top down, comes in to clean it up.
Well, they certainly flipped a few pages to get to that strat, because that's one of the oldest plays in the book. Hide and Logi, wait till they get ready for that hatch execute. Blow it up with an impact, or already have it pre-placed if you can. And then further on after, confirm those kills. You see it, you hear the impact go on off up above. He found the timing perfectly, right when you saw they were about to get going on it, almost like he had some second sight on where it was coming, when it was coming. Lua prepping those Yin Candelas. You saw the fuse as well. He had the charge on the floor. They were literally about to execute and time those Candelas with the fuse charge, but he just finds even better timing than they did.
I wonder, I think there might have been something that, caused this to happen, Hoven. What happened earlier today, Black and Blue? Hoven met up with someone, exchanged some jerseys. Maybe he's channeling a bit of that Onigiri.
Perhaps. I mean, in that case, does that mean that the hometown buff applies to Hoven as well?
I mean, hometown, home region. This is Apex South after all. But yeah, look, I love it. That strategy is great. My favorite variation of that strategy, though, I saw it, I believe it was Tier 3 North America. And it was a Maestro. And you can open up that with the bailiff, and Hoven, unfortunately, this round's dead. Then you put the Evil Eye in the lockers, and you can stare straight down at the hatch. It's so clean.
Yeah.
So clean.
Just
I miss
deny, destroy any thermite charges that might be on it. Just completely ruin their hard breacher's day. Fun moments. This ruins the Maestro, though. We talked about it. It's the Flores here with the Roteros, making quick work of it. Are they playing Hoven?
Yeah, they are, in fact. But I don't know. I think Hoven was getting a bit aggressive towards the Garage Joe as well on this Echo. I anticipate could be a bit of a problem, especially if they're playing him off-site. Oh, look at that. Oh, Tolji!
No way.
That could have been huge, but unfortunately, it seems that Scars have already pulled off the angle. You can see Lua was already up on the roof, transitioning over towards construction, it would seem. But Tolji, that could have been dangerous. He just timed it correctly, so it was tucked into the corner before they would have seen him. And if he'd found a pick there, it would have blown this round wide open.
I mean, he is a castle, so all of his utility already pre-placed. Ump, not the best weapon, unless you catch somebody off guard, so that's exactly what he was trying to do. He goes down eventually, though. Good damage done on Wreck, but not able to confirm it. The Ump seemingly lacking the firepower in that engagement. He had the high ground as well to confirm it. Nay does not connect. Ape taking a bit of damage, but not enough. Does he know how close Wreck is? I think he has a notion of it. I think it's Wreck who's clueless. Did he see him at that point? He jiggled for a second.
He's convinced it's left at the window. Washui dead. Rix with the older 5.56. And yeah, somehow does not know that Ape is just inside the window. Somehow didn't hear the audio of the shuffling. But still, just holding that angle. Biding time. Not going to overpush it. Tayo just primed outside of the site right now. Joe, God knows where, with those yokai drones.
My God.
The patience out of the Japanese and Korean teams has been stellar. And oh, look at this. This is what we were talking about. The Yokai plays 35 seconds. And no! Arpe! What a shot! How did he find that? And they haven't revealed the Yokai drones. There we go. Finally spotted. And Arpe traded back from the hatch. Rick swings. Big damage. And Brood! He hits the drop shot with the older courtesy of the Yokai. And Joe clutches up. Gaiman Gladiators have all the momentum.
We were waiting to see when those Yokais would come into play. Hidden for the almost entirety of the round till the final 15 seconds when they came in big. Pinged the Osa. Enabled the pre-fire off of the Melusi. Confirmed the kill. And then Rick's absolutely huge on that Maestro, the Alda. Shredding apart the attacking Scars. Up close. Drops on the shot. And Gaming Gladiators successfully win bar. They're going up to bedroom and gym.
Now we get to see Scars play from an uncomfortable position. They're now on the back foot. The Gaming Gladiators having a decent lead right now. 2 rounds remaining in the half. Can Scars function under pressure? That is the big question right now. If they can show up, if they can take the half, even tie it up, great. But if Gaming Gladiators have done enough to upset and cause them a bit of suffering, this could be a quick shot out to Clubhouse.
5 seconds remaining.
Clubhouse opening round looked so clean from Scars. But Gaming Gladiators, we see this from them a lot. They give up the first round or two, and then they just get the read immediately and know how to counteract and know how to wake up, heat up back into the game. And that's exactly what they've done here. 3 rounds of the defense to get the 4th. That would be spectacular for their sake. Going to gym, we saw that cash extension not really be the biggest problem in the previous hold for them. If anything, they had bigger problems dealing with Scars' wreck crawling up towards that stairwell. You're going to wager that Gaming Gladiators, they're going to keep an eye out for that next time.
Indeed. Right now, Lua looking to cover that con angle from the Garage Rappel, which we see so many teams embrace to great detriment to their opponents. I mean, that can be a deadly angle if you're not paying attention. But a 2-round lead, not the end of the world. There is room for the comeback for the Scars, but that's a dangerous position for Reese to be played. 1 pixel wrong, he's fallen, he's down, and he's stuck with about 20 health.
Five v 5. Still, nobody really doing much here. Washua trying to go for a kill here. If maybe it does connect, get some utility, I think. With the first one, nothing else much. 2 nades wasted. Oh, that's a big pick from Pion, actually. Drops a Frost, drops a Wamai. The Wamai especially, that's a big, huge pick he finds.
Big kills across the board. Boashui finally gets on the board before he does go down. 3 players off the board for Gaming Gladiators. The swing. Ambitious for Joe, not anticipating the player on the roof. And it's on to Told You to clutch up, but Tayu waiting on the main stairs. Holds down the angle, 3-2 scoreline. 1 round remaining in the half. Really could go either way. Big break of the momentum there out of Scars.
Yeah. That gym and bedroom has been looking like a pretty good sight for Scars on their attacking side. They lost the first time around, yes, but they were so close to winning it. By all means, it should have been theirs. Barring that Frost mat doesn't come into play this time around. And they keep on really circumventing the typical avenues you'd see most teams take. Most teams, knowing it's a gym and bedroom, would come from that cache side, would come from that server side, but not Scars. They always try and circumvent things. You saw Gaming Gladiators a while ago. Like, see, right now, mirror windows, facing towards that western main entrance, facing towards where they expect the Moto drop to be. But Scars love throwing that for a loop. They love going through the backside of things. The dirt tunnel, the blue, is their home ground. And having a pincer on the back line coming from an angle that maybe Gaming Gladiators aren't as comfortable with. That's what's been really working out on these attacking rounds from Scars.
That's it. Rex, he's on the hunt for some drones here. Question, of course, will Scars let it happen twice? I doubt Hoven is going to get away with another roam like that last one, because that was just completely destructive of that push in towards the basement right now. It seems that Garrett Jensen's float that he's so fond of. The drones, though, should scout him out.
Well, information gathered. Super valuable in these moments. They have a basement to attack. The roam here coming in from Gaming Gladiators. It doesn't seem to be something that they're too necessarily favoring of. Nitrocell. I thought Rex shot it out for a second, but no, it still goes off. Luckily, didn't connect as much as they were hoping.
Once again, though, as has been the case of the majority of this tournament, we do see a complete sacking of the dirt tunnel. I mean, for the longest time, the strategy was hold dirt with a shield, with the smoke, but now they've barricaded it off. Noah's Army in play this time to play around the shin ankles. The shin angles, angles, either way. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, it just maybe screams they're just not willing to take that contest.
Blue once more, seeming to be where they want to take this Panda. Quite apt, if I may say so myself, both of us. Pion on that Monty, we saw him get super great value when playing here in Clubhouse on the Monty yesterday versus Panthera. The Gaming Glads have been doing a bit of a better job trying to nullify that from being effective. Right coming on in. Hoven finds the opening pick though here towards Blue. That takes down Taiyu, who's been such a big gun in these gunfights. The mirror window here being so difficult for Rek to try and deal with, but Hoven exposes himself. Tolji and Rix get the trade though immediately. 2v3, too quick for Washoy though to not go unchecked.
That window, if he walks in front of it, might get the info. Swings out, pistol's good from Pion. They need to isolate Washui. If they can take him down, they can team up and deal with this pesky Frenchman. But as it stands, Washui in deep. The window there, now working for him, in fact. And shots on to Joe. Pion going for the plant. Joe, Arpe needs to find the kill. The last thing he wants is to have to deal with both of them at the same time. Arpe, what's the game plan here, mate? You got to force the issue. Somehow, what a swing! And Pion gets the plant down. It's a 1 versus 1. A shield versus the Wemite. Can Arpe do it? He's trying to swing around. Doesn't have an impact. Doesn't have anything. He's got to try and get the angle. And Pion playing for his life right now. The Kiratos out. It's too much. He's got 24 seconds remaining. He's going to try and bait it out. Sees the shield drop. But what does he do? This is not ideal. Look at this. Pion, nerves of steel. Not going to pull off the shield just yet. Arpe, he's going to pull off. He gets the kill. He's got time. And Gaming Gladiators take the half 4-2.
That's exactly what you gotta do in that second, in that moment. Call the bluff. You know he's gonna try and shuffle you, and he times the swing perfectly. Of course, slower ADS time on that AUG with the vert, that still connects the shot. You can always count on Ape to go absolutely huge. Saves Gaming Gladiators for the half, 4-2.
That's exactly it. Ape. What? I mean, just playing the game perfectly. The mental battle coming out on top. And that is huge. A 4-2 half. I mean, they have taken twice as many rounds. Well, sorry. They've taken 2/3 of the rounds that they achieved against Scars. Yes, in our first day.
That first day just did not seem like the Gaming Gladiators we knew at all. This is exemplary plays. Superstar power. It's a game about team play, yes. But sometimes it comes down to big time players making big time plays. And there are few players as huge of impact and star-struck power as Ape is in this moment.
5 seconds to go.
That's it. I mean, that was colossal, and that's going to set them in great stead going into the attack. Despite Reese, I mean, you got to pay respect where it is due. Reese 10-4 currently. Trying to keep his team's head above water. Maybe, 2-4. It's not the end of the world. It's not. That's not. A completely sacked half. 5-1. That's when you start to panic. 4-2 is workable.
Yeah.
But Reese, the question, of course, being, has he done enough damage here? Has he done enough to keep his team in the conversation here?
I mean, he's done all he can, right? like Atlas, taking the weight of the world and keeping up with it. 10 kills on him at the end of the half. The double digits is always a good sign for that specific player, but maybe not for the team. Scars, they need a bit more to be passed around. Washui, that's a huge pick he finds on Alpay. Absolutely.
Getting a bit of revenge for that last round. They find Rix too. Sophia and Ace off the cards immediately in the round. Only a minute burnt.
Yeah.
I mean, look, in saying that, to be fair, there's still enough utility that they could bring this one out. They've got a Ying. The Candelas go deep. But where my a lot of it's going to come down to positioning. There is a lot that could go very right in this round, but also a lot that could go very wrong.
Yeah, they're going to need at least a pick first, though, before they really go and have an execute. Otherwise, I don't see it being successful. 3v4, a lot more doable, especially with the utility they have. Hatches could still be worked open. Now, 2 Nitro Cells, a very, very dangerous prospect to have, especially for this kitchen hatch, but secondary breach charges could really do some work. Luckily, they've got that extra option. That's the main idea anyways, for them to be bringing it for those hatches. The Ace, never really the best tool for that exact idea. They're able to play the Vert for the meantime. Still got a minute left on the clock, but I don't think Scars are going to give up their positioning to expose themselves for any of these peaks.
Yeah. Diffuser picked up. Tolji has opened the hatch. He's got a drone. 55 seconds remaining. Now they need to get some key information and set themselves up for the plant.
You talked about their patience. That's what Scars need to really exercise here right now. Okay, no one saw that, Joe. We know it's a high-pressure scenario.
I mean, to be fair, I do see a lot of Sleet just do it, and it's more than anything just to bait out potential Nitro Cells or explosive utility, so I can understand it. Candela's out through Memorial deep. All 4 committed into Church. Just peeking around the corners. The smoke there to cover. But there's a player behind the bar. Sprays on Pion. Tolji needs to go even further, but he can't. The Scars shut it down. First round of the half. An absolute bloodbath. Going the way of the Japanese.
Yeah, only him really being the player to be able to get a kill in that round for Gaming Gladiators in the final execute especially. Scars, great play here. Really handicapping Gaming Gladiators on the attack within the first minute. Finding 2 opening picks on both Ape. And I believe it was Rix, yeah, on the Ace. Cuts them off at the nape. Not much for them to utilize at that point. Maybe if they found the pick, could have been a lot more viable, but it doesn't come to it. We're going up top to the cash. Gaming Gladiators, they bring out the Thatcher for this one.
I mean, it's that, again, that conversation, you know, why bring Thatcher? There's impact MPs available. You can bring a Doctor. But that's just more efficient. He's got wider range of effect. It just makes it easier. So why complicate things when you've got, you know, it's, why get a cupcake when you need a cake? It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Like, why go for a munchkin when you can get the whole donut?
Attackers are moving out
Exactly.
to locate a bomb and defuse.
That said,
But this is what I'm loving to see. We've seen some great bandit tricking this weekend. I'm keen for some more. Can Pion match what we saw out of JLT?
it's all about the mind games, right? And we've seen Gaming Gladiators be good at diverting those bandit tricks either away, forcing them away with nades or something of the sort, or simply being smart and choosing the right panel to place those thermite charges on. They're going right now, I think we've seen this a while ago, where one is electrocuted, and they're gonna place it on what was previously electrocuted as soon as that Thatcher goes off, because they can expect the other panel is where the bandit batteries are going to be. Yeah, exactly. See, Rix is on the left side.
Gladiators.
They're so smart. They know what they
just
expect.
got it down.
To be safe, they have
exactly
both.
what they're doing.
They have two hard breaches as well, so no matter what, they're gonna get this wall open.
Oh no, the timing! He may have got it!
Oh my goodness!
The read, they've obviously been watching the matches that have been played out, so they read into it perfectly. They're gonna have to go for the re-attempt. Can he do it again? Pion! Okay, he's been deterred. No! The Selma charge destroys the exothermic!
Oh my goodness! That's unfortunate. Unintentional, but it works out here for Scars. But still, to great credit of Pion, who he kept 2 charges in his pocket. He actually has all 3 still with him, knowing that Gaming Gladiators love to do this. They saw the match a while ago versus Panthera. They left this open in the pool, knowing that they had information on what to expect. Now things are going to be so much more difficult. They still at least get that breach open, but look at how much utility. Almost every single one of the breach charges to get that wall open.
Which
Ain't even
limits their
clean.
options. I mean, you're not going to be able to get Con open. There is just absolutely no way at this stage. Unfortunate misplay there out of the Gaming Gladiators. Maybe just throw in for a bit of a loot mark that last round. Whether or not the case, we'll have to see. Obviously, they are still up by 1. They've still got all 5 players alive here. But that is... I mean, it's one of those things. It may not seem like a massive misplay, but it's those little mistakes, if they stack up, can start to weigh in the back of your head.
Yeah. In every situation in Rainbow Six, you have multiple type of tools to try and deal with it. And every single piece of utility you end up burning just removes the possibility of using it for one of those defensive hurdles. It's going to be so difficult now for Gaming Gladiators. Look at this. They don't take any much real space within the time frame that they're given. 30 seconds left on the clock. They don't even have construction just yet. This is going to be difficult. And Wreck, he opens up with the first pick on Scars. This is looking to go to Scars' way. They can find another. The trade comes on in immediately. They answer right back though. 4v2, 4v1. It's all on the Hoven. This round should be done, barring some heroics.
He doesn't have anything to pop the ball. He's got 9 seconds left to play with. He just does get the vault off, but Lua holding the angle. Knows exactly where they're going to be coming from, and we're all tied up back at 4-4 despite a phenomenal start out of the Gaming Gladiators. It has been completely undone through Scar's hard effort.
It's been such a great game so far on both halves. Both teams really showing up, stepping up to the plate, knocking it out of the park in this half. Scars have so far been doing, but Gaming Gladiators, we know that they're the type of team to come back from these situations, at least give us overtime. They've tied up the game so far, and Scars have been really look at the kill count there. 13 frags on him.
Yeah, we've seen some impressive stuff, and looks like this may be a tack timeout called by Sunin, the coach there. I believe that's who it is. I'm 90% sure. I wouldn't bet my paycheck on it, but I'm 90% sure. And I can understand why that call has been made. You're in the situation, you had a 3-1 lead, and now you're tied up at 4-4. You took the half, 4-2, and you've just lost the first 2 rounds of the half. There is a possibility that we see overtime on every single one of the maps in this grand final.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we saw 2 out of the 3 yesterday in the upper bracket final. What's more, the actual grand final, right?
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought that our, breeziest day 1 match would then become our grand final? Wild times.
Spectacular moments we've seen from these 2 teams. This exemplary play we continuously employ time and time on over.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
No matter who wins, would be absolutely deserving of it for how these games have already been entertaining. We come out, look at this composition on Scars. This looks pretty impressive. Maestro, Mira, and the Azami all together, supported with the Jaeger. There is a lot for Gaming Gladiators to digest in this round.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, on top of everything, this weekend has been a phenomenal one for the Gaming Gladiators. Guaranteed top 2 here at the ROG Masters APAC 2022, top 12 at the Dota International. They've had a great weekend of esports. And look, they are not done yet by any stretch of the imagination. They're looking for the crown here in Thailand. They can do it too.
Oh yeah.
Swapping mags.
They want to bring that home.
Setting Selma.
For their org, for the name, for the honor, and for the bragging rights. The championship prize as well. Mirror window. I think it's kept. Impact tricked, if anything, here. Taiyu keeping it at bay for the meantime, keeping it closed. Remaining within that power position. Trick once more. They've got a third. No, they fumbled the Selma. Look where he places it. Luckily, he's able to retrieve it before it gets shot out. Belua able to find the frag here on the Joe, who still had some nades on him. Down but not out. They're effectively being crumbled here. Lua's down. Finally taken out now by Hoven. 3-3 as it stands. Diffuser is trying to be stuck here. And
Well, should we go deep? Doesn't account for the fact that Tolji's there. We'll get the kill onto Rix. And it forces Tolji into the plant. But there's a minute 12 to play with here. He's got room to breathe. He does not need to force the issue. He can play for his 1 versus 1. He's going to full send. He's hunting! Almost gets the drop, but Reese steps back around the barricade. And that was almost a miracle shot to land. Not to be, unfortunately, and Scars will battle back into the lead.
he was so low. Brought him to within a sliver of death there. A single bullet would have probably taken Rek down, but no, he goes down first. Rek going onto the Vigil, perhaps? No, Mozzie instead. Lua has been so impactful in many rounds throughout this tournament. Scars with the 5th, looking to get match point right here, right now. We just saw that composition be so frustrating to be on the opposing end of. Gaming Gladiators seemed a bit oppressed on how to get through it.
Well, I mean, we talked about it. You know, you look at Reese. He got his 14 kills. He hasn't picked up a single kill this half, and it was that, you know, that conversation. Has he done enough to help his team push into the second half and claim the victory? Ha! I think we have our answer. He hasn't had much traction here in the second, but the rest of the team, they are here. It gave them that opening to be able to push back into the lead, and I think a lot of it comes down to his hard work so far.
Oh, for sure. He's been the driving force. At the same time, yet the glue, the rock that this team relies on constantly to back him on up. Rek, 14 kills, leading the way by example.
Reese's not done yet. Looking towards Con. If he could find an early pick here. But no, Tolji already deep through dirt. They've got Joe. So there's going to be the same approach that Scars were bringing, but spotted because Scars opt to play the smoke in the dirt tunnel instead. And Reese in that position can still keep an eye on the back of dirt tunnel unless he gets droned here. It's mute jam, so they won't know that the Mozzie is lurking, keeping an eye on dirt tunnel.
Gives him a bit more time to burn, but still, using up all your toxic baids early would not be a good case for them. They have 1 left remaining. 2 nitros to potentially throw out for the plant. Hoven's going to be trying to clear this top down. He knows there's presence within here. The Pest doesn't catch out the drone, though. Hoven spotted him on out. He knows that Lua's waiting here. Rather, Watchjoy is waiting up here. And Lua's taking some damage as well.
E1D out, Hoven dropping, and the Toxic Canisters are denying this push through the dirt tunnel. Arpe might be the wedge that drives through the Scars armor here, pushing down blue. If you look at the utility, there's no Toxic Canisters left, so they've limited utility to try and deal with this Monty. It's just Washui's Nitro Cell. Hoven is convinced that there is someone still towards main stairs, and unfortunately it's no longer the case. But with a minute remaining, they've got the operators in play. They just need to get onto the site, win some gunfights, and tie that score up once again. But no, Washui! How has this been allowed? The Gaming Gladiators did it on their defense. Now they're looking like they might just straight force onto the site instead. The Gone 6, Ash Wall is there, opened up, shredded in fact, spotted. Tolji needs to hit his shots, but he can't. Ty is still alive, cuts on through, shut down, 2 quick kills. And the Scars are absolutely ripping apart the Gang Gladiators, but Hoven and Rix have found 3. Rix has found a 3rd for himself, making it 4. And it's Washui to try and clutch up Hoven. Can he split the difference? Can Rix get the diffuser down? No info on the plant position. And Hoven just takes the heads up gunfight, and Gaming Gladiators thrust their hands into the fire and pull victory out of it.
Absolutely huge. Hoven and Rix crawling, no, hustling the Gaming Gladiators back into the win. When Scars were doing such an amicable job at holding down that back of the site, they get the plant down. Hoven keeps him in check, holding the cross. It's a difficult shot to connect if he just sprints on through. But luckily the peak comes his way, and he wins it out with the PD dub. Gaming Gladiators tie up the game. Looking to employ the Nook here in around 11.
That was colossal. Rix and Hoven. What a way to bring the round back to equal. We guaranteed regulation, full distance anyway, full 12. But, I mean, how many times do you have to have, how many times can you have the rug pulled out from underneath you as Scars and still maintain your mental?
10 seconds to insertion.
I mean, that's the most important part of these type of tournaments, right? Having everything just at a calm, soothing pace. Keeping your mental in check. For lack of a better term, not tilting off of the face of the earth in these moments. That is what's crucial here, especially when you get down to the final rounds, when you're trying to push in overtime.
I rate this. The ARP8 cut through the basement as Nook. Oh, there is one in Armory. Washui. How much info does he have? This is going to be a close thing. As soon as that barricade starts to pop Washui. No, he's turned. I think they had some idea that Washui was there prone in the middle of Armory, but they lost sight of him. And that could have been a big kill to claim early.
Could have been a moment of opportunity to strike early, as you did say. Get themselves going within the first minute. Doesn't come, though. Working up on this big wall. Their presence is within here. The extension horizontally to keep him at bay. And hold more ground throughout the map.
Oh boy. This game itself is on a knife's edge. Tolji and this Twitch drone could be absolutely colossal in the outcome. If he can find some of that defensive utility and able to push. Look at this RP. Primed in the bathroom. Wants to push into bar and get some control. Might even cut up main stairs. And that could be a huge breach of the security that Scars think they have.
These footholds. Oppe's trying to use them against them. Pre-prepared though. Big wall finally gets on open. The Twitch here could wreak absolute havoc if gone unchecked. Hoven finds the opening pick on the wreck. That's a huge find he gets. The Lua quick on the trade. Luckily, Exothermic has already been placed and went off, so they don't need him as much as they did earlier on. Actually, does the wall remain closed? It seems to be the case. It's only construction they got working.
Oh, but these openings, that's the thing. There's lines of sight. Big damage from Arpe. Washui forced back down in the basement for now. Maybe, just maybe, they can connect this. The nade. The nade is going to be big. Right. Onto the feet. No.
No.
Just a missed opportunity. That could have been big. Unfortunately not. 30 seconds remaining. Hoven in con. He's just going to pop the wall with the hammer. Toxic canisters. Doesn't even connect. No damage dealt. And Joe there anticipating the flank through. Hops on a drone. Washui is coming up through the main stairs right now. And this is going to have to be a big hold. Shots on. So they know his position. He is no longer this unknown quantity. He's found, but it's traded back. Arpe splits the difference, cuts on through, knows where the diffuser is. Lua goes down. He needs to get on the diffuser. Arpe's alone, but no time. He's got to win the gunfight. Pion tucks into the corner, takes one out of Arpe's playbook. And a very, very near run thing.
Oh no. Those small mistakes with absolutely dire consequences. Ape just had so much to do. A big task for him. He got the pick, coming up off the red steel stairs. Has to retrieve the diffuser, has to get the plant down. But his teammate gets picked off, and now he's forced to play aggressive instead. Cannot stick the plant in that case. No real way to win it. Scars capitalizing off of those moments. His nade. Who knows, Panda, if his nade was just a bit more raw, overcooked it. If you let it off the grill a bit earlier, almost assuredly would have been a kill.
Either way, it gives Scars the avenue to close out Clubhouse before we go to overtime. Gaming Gladiators, though, chomping at the bit, it seems. Frothing at the mouth. They are looking feral in a good way. They aren't, I mean, it's night and day. You compare their day one showing to today, I mean, it's just night and day. It's completely different.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Dangerous spot for Gaming Gladiators to be in on their own map pick. A zombie coming on out now here. Gonna be an absolute nuisance for that cash hold extension. We're going to gym and bedroom for the final round of regulation. Hoven, he's the one on the Doki this time around. 12 kills for him, leading the way along with Rix for the Gaming Gladiators. But it's been the power and just the tenacity of Scars in those rounds that have been edging them out in the end. Do we go to overtime? It's gonna have to come by the hands of Gaimin.
It really is all priority in their hands. They're the ones that need to push it. And you can see they're just trying to figure out what is the best approach at this stage. Something has got to give in this Scars defense. And I mean, the fact that Rek has been so quiet the second half, it's just insane that his investment in the first half is what could be the make or break point for this game.
You can see Pion thinking if he should try and trick it, but realizing in time's too late, was in the proper position to anticipate that exothermic. So falls back instead. They get the big wall open. It's a good objective for them to get working, but they need a bit more control otherwise in other places. This is Zombie still holding true. Hoven! Look at that. Comes off of the cam. Gets work done. Slaps back on it.
He's got a job to do. It's all about the information. If he's not keeping an eye on what's going on. I seem to have lost clean feed. I've got no image. I've got sound.
Okay, I got you covered.
There we go. I'm back. I'm back. We're ready to go. And I've lost image again. Oh my god. It's so tense.
It's okay. Scars still have a minute left here to burn off of Gaimin's attack. They get this big wall even more opened. Mirror window taken down with, but so is Hoven. He's down, but not out. Somehow, some way there within the bar. Oh no, he falls off the roof. Unfortunate, but they get him back up to speed. Still a full 5v4, but Hoven quite low. No way to get him back up. 40 seconds left on the clock. Tolji making sure that Logi rotate isn't going to be idly used here by the Scars' defense. EMPs all throughout the top of the site to try and deny anything within. Tolji, that's a huge pick. He finds a trade off from the Alder from Tayu. Double kill for him. Absolutely huge within the showers, but he's taken on down. Ape goes down as well, but not before finding a kill. Hoven on the drop angle, making sure Logi is going to be kept in check. Lua within it. He gets some damage done, but takes some in return. Hoven in a trap here. Has to be careful. Nitro goes on now. Denies the plant. And now he has to stick the defuse. There's no other way for him to win this. He's gonna go for it now. Coming off of the plant, but he's juked! He thought he was pushing for him! And then a fluke gets taken out. His bluff simply called here. And Lua wins map number 1 for the Scars.
How many times are they going to let Lua keep clutching up? It was the most dramatic slideshow I think I've ever seen. I don't know what's going on. But at my end, I could not see what was going on for the life of me. But it's quite evident that Scars stepped it up in the second half. It was insane.
So what did happen was 1v1, 4 seconds left on the clock. Could have stuck the plant, but because Lua was simply running around, running away actually from where the plant was, the footsteps there were enough to force him off of the plant and simply gave it up. Trying to maybe think that he was going to come around the corner, try and pre-fire the angle, it just didn't come. Not in time at the very least. And they take away map number 1, Gaimin's own pick. Stolen away here by Scars. What a game from Scars to come back 4-2 from the half.
Look, again, you look at it a 7-5 scoreline. So it wasn't, you know, like they came in, they took, it wasn't like day one. It was completely different. So, more of a coin toss, I think, than an outright trouncing. So, I mean, look, you got to respect it. Gaming Gladiators did. This was probably the hardest they've worked all weekend. And they put in the hard yards. They hit some magic shots, but unfortunately, you know, you're gambling with the clock in a couple of these rounds on the attack. And unfortunately, if you're playing the 50-50, I mean, it's in the name. You know, 50% of the time you win, 50% of the time you lose, which means that Scars just were able to take the rounds that they needed.
Oh, yeah. So close. Such a difficult position for Gaming to be in that final sequence. They close out the half 4-2, but that's where you see, you know, 2 rounds on the attack ain't bad at all when you're going to be playing that defense afterwards. And Scars, they know how to do it in just spectacular, exemplary fashion. Really clean during that second half of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta admire their ability to withstand. You know, the mental fortitude. A couple of those rounds were real tilters. Like they came down to the wire, and it was Gaming Gladiators who came out on top. I mean, you look at that Monty clutch with the Wemai, the 1v1 Pion, thought he had it, but he drops the shield, loses the gunfight, and then Gaming Gladiators still have enough time to clutch. So the fact they were able to hold fast in the face of that, I am absolutely stunned. I love it. The Japanese come to play.
Yeah, so many moments that just seemed like, you know, it could go really either way. A 50-50, a coin toss might as well have decided this game anyways, but we're going to decide who takes map number 2 when we come back from a break. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Blue Panda. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly. Young Prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head!
Coming back from game 1, and Scars narrowly edge out the Gaming Gladiators by a single round. 1 round away from overtime, and a 7-5 victory goes the way of the Japanese team, taking Gaming Gladiators map Black and Blue. We go to Chalet next. Are we going to see the classic, the APAC map trade to take us to the decider.
I think so. I think that's the way we're gonna go. We're gonna go all the way into Villa potentially for that third and final map decider. If I'm mistaken, it's Villa, right?
Yeah, so Villa's decider, Chalet's next.
All right, so we go to Chalet next on up, and this is a curious map, I think, because this, at the inception, right, of when we really saw Villa be introduced into the pro scene, it was kind of looking like the most attacker-sided map, if anything, and nowadays that kind of still continues to be true, but it's a lot more equal than we used to see it be. So I think when we come over to the side switch, it won't be as stark of a contrast as Clubhouse was a while ago, where that defender side really did seem to be the case of where both teams were much more comfortable. Chalet here being the pick of the side of Scars, I think is a very calculated one, if anything.
Yeah, but we've had a couple of questions floating around this weekend. Let's get another one of them up on your screen. Remember, you have a chance to win some ROG goodies. Which team will emerge as the champion for the ROG Masters APAC 2020? Probably should have done this before the game started, Black and Blue. This seems a bit stacked. Either you're going to come out of it and get it wrong because you got baited into picking Scars and then Gaming Gladiators reverse sweep, or you know, go with Scars and you win. Look, it is what it is. But
just answer the question. You guys got your own
what we do
opinions,
know,
I'm sure.
We are getting into Chalet. Gaming Gladiators will have the attack to start.
Apparently lots of people at the venue itself looking at the photos of the crowd there. I bet they're having a fun time. Amazing games in store. Ying and Thatcher Band opening up here for our second map of this grand final. It's very curious. Pull out that Ying. We saw it be coming to almost great effect there on the attacking side of Scars. And they pull it out here, knowingly so.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see just how well they can come into it. But so far, the bands, as you would expect.
Well, yeah. Valkyrie, Azami, nothing too out of the question, nothing too new. Everything as we practically expect at this point. That Valk is a great map for her. Can lock down the entirety of one of the wings, having it in the main lobby, seeing onto the mezzanine. That can just make things so much more difficult for the attack.
Attackers need to locate and
we go on now to the first round of the second map. Lion come out now. Picking out the Zophie as well. Nothing too different in that regard. Laser gates as we go into dining.
Well, let's kick it off. I mean, it's a risky site to start off on. Not one that we see teams opt to. Usually it's bar gaming or office and bedroom. But quite clearly Scars coming into this with a game plan.
Well, Scars, moment to moment here for them. They've taken that map number one. The castle, I think, is very, very important when holding this site. Can be so many difficult positions to try and anchor down with, and without having that Azami come into play instead, that castle will really need to be what they utilize to create power positions where there are none.
Yeah. There, all of a sudden, we look to get into the second map, what could be the last of the tournament if Gaming Gladiators fall. Right now, they are making some good ground into the basement, looking to contest.
Oh, I'm...
Well, looking at it, I mean, for the most part, it's cookie cutter again. Nothing crazy out of the ordinary for both sides. I think the most flexible operator we have being that castle and what we traditionally see in Chalet. But again, I mean, the fact that there's no library hold, the fact that they've just been allowed to push straight through, no mezzanine contest whatsoever. And in fact, not even a reinforcement into office. There is a lot of ground that's just been given freely. This is wild. Scar's game plan could be a risky one, but Gaming Gladiators making up the most of the opportunity they're presented with, getting in, trying to get across. We'll have to see. Oh dear. Rick, down in the basement. Are we back? No. Okay. Minor issues in the impact run out does not go the way that Rick would have liked. RP claims the kill. We're having some minor issues on the casting side of his meet. Now it's black and blue. We'll get him back in a moment. Don't you worry. We've got the Wiz team on it behind the scenes. First blood of Chalet claimed, and they're looking to capitalise. Rick has been a huge influence so far in this grand final already. With him off the board, RP managing to get away in the way that he did. He's still alive, still has the Geminis ready to go. Pushing through, they've got the drone action. They should have the utility to open up that wall into dining as well. In fact, there's not even any denial. And RP maybe sniffing out some presence down there. Often making the assumption, given that Rick was there as well. 27 seconds left though. Joe finds Washui clearing out above. They need to get onto the side. Oh, swing! Joe somehow out and alive. He's going to jump himself down towards Fireplace. Black and blue, you're back. We've got 17 seconds left in the round. Tayo finds one, but he falls to Arpe, who clearly heads to start the round. The plant going down courtesy of Rex. Somehow, this hold, reckless as it was, has allowed Gaming Gladiators in with a chance. The plant goes out, and in the pose to 4 vs 2, Lua dead, slammed out of existence by Tolji, and Pion finds himself alone above the site with 34 seconds left to go.
No, not much time to work with here. 1v4, this round is probably done. Pion caught out in a difficult spot. He's not moving. Okay, he is. Saving KD, I guess. That's the best he can come away with, but honestly, most of the round, break it down.
I wouldn't even be surprised if he's just sitting there talking with his team. Like, it's a free tech timeout. He didn't even shoot at Tolji. Yeah. Tolji says, hold on, is that a castle? Yeah, I think Pion's gone for the smart option. You know, there's no way you're going to lose that. KD, at this point, does not matter. You're playing for a grand final. Talk to your team. What went wrong? What do we need to do in the next round? And honestly, I wish more teams did that. I mean, obviously, it's a little bit easier on the attack, but this is where it all kicked off. Rick gets ambitious, and RP slaps him down. So, Pion, hopefully, the info, whatever they took from that round, the time that he was allowed to sit there and chat in the post plant, hopefully it's enough to turn things around here in the basement.
Well, before I suddenly disappeared, due to what other issues there might be, you mentioned that, you know, it's a very risky site for them to start the game off with. And now they're going with another one. Basement all the way down. A site that some teams just straight up like to avoid, if anything. They'd play the first 4 sites twice on over and go up top instead of going down below. But Scars seem comfortable with this.
I mean, you could play Chalet 100 times and only see basement 4 or 5 out of that time.
Yeah.
Because teams just don't like it. But I suppose with Mirror in play, there are ways to work around it. There is options. And the fact that they've gone for this extension, this is big. I respect this. This extension into the dining room with a mirror window coverage means you can't really contest Fireplace. You can't deal with that soft floor. You can't even pop the hatch. And they've even got the extension over the wood spa as well.
Yeah, but if they take that, you know, office and master up top, that can just completely nullify the mirror window from coming into play. They're gonna need some presence to help up top on the 3rd floor, on the 2nd floor rather, to be able to make this successful, unless Scars, rather Gaming Gladiators, just try and bypass it. But no, they seem to have some intent of taking the library instead. Yeah, double Claymore in the same window, why not?
Look, just making absolute sure that it's going to come to effect.
Yeah.
On the hunt, drones out, Tolji. Looking to get that utility set up tonight. Any chance at some cheeky flanks, because those can be pretty devastating, as we've seen throughout the weekend. So to be able to deny that information is big. Deny that potential is huge. Pion there in dining as well. So Tolji now knows that there is someone up here on the 1st floor. He's got the hatch, though, to rotate out.
He could drop if it ever does come to it. That's an important fact for them to have. They get the big wall on opened here on the snowmobile. Small gap. That doesn't allow them to walk in cleanly, but Ape, great shot. And he simply storms all the way deep into the wine cellar. Pion, though, holding on. He finds 2.
Oh my god.
Downs the 3rd here on Alua. But Pion, he's able to escape.
Yeah. Where's the diff, though? I think, did Rix have that? Yeah, he did. And he's not in a great spot, but Hoban is not going to find the opening. Didn't get the kill, the impact to follow, and he's in a 1 versus 2. Gonna go for the reload. The big play.
Dude, Pion has just been such a big force in this round. So triple for him, at the very least. Hoven now, difficult spot.
Oh,
between two of them. He finds the foot! He finds the toe! Tingles them for a second. And now he's brought it down to the 1v1. I'm curious that he opens that. That gives an actual alleyway for Pion to
Hoven,
use.
buddy. Maybe
Why?
I think he read into the car
post?
garage. No, I think he read into the fact that Pion had gone car. That was the gamble, I think.
I see.
Unfortunately, it was the wrong gamble.
I thought he was opening it up for a potential post-plant hold afterwards, but maybe not in that stead. Of course, hindsight is 20/20, but it would have given, as we saw there, Lua, or rather Pion, a different angle to try and peek him with. That's exactly why he goes down to it. Great heads up, I guess, from Hoven to, check the drone hole, but ultimately goes down to his own hand.
Yeah, that one's gonna smart a little bit. Right now, though, it's only 1-1.
Bit painful to lose those type of rounds in the 1v1, especially when you feel like, that weight is on your shoulder to get your team the round. They move on. 1-1, game tied on up. Look at this. Look at how much they extend all the way up top here towards the library, as you have to. Stock standard. Lots of teams like coming through this from that master side and having maybe a window player on the library balcony. They have adequate tools to really make this work on out. They got the shield for the mezzanine hold, but no Flores comes out here for Gaiman, which is one of the typical ways teams like to deal with this library hold up top.
Yeah, we'll see though. Is the preparation enough? Arpe bringing the armor, so indicating a little bit of aggression. Joe, I didn't only notice the gridlock coming in now. And I could not tell you for the life of me the last time I saw a gridlock played.
Fallen a bit out of fashion, for sure. But I guess there's something you see with value of it. Smokes, perhaps. Definitely makes treading that upper stairwell a bit more difficult. It's also a difficult site to take, more than people really expect.
The coverage, they're looking to try and get themselves in through the double window. Arpe somehow plays his life there before being traded out. Lua caught by Hoven. MK14 on MK14 violence, but Tolji is in at the half wall. They've got the track stingers as well in play. Tolji finds Tayu, jumps himself out. Hoven, it's a complete wash. And I mean, that's not at all how you see that site played out more often than not.
Yeah.
That happens as the plant is going down or has gone down. But no. Gaming Gladiators find the opening before they even need to.
Yeah, they went straight to it. And you saw how they flushed out Wreck on that site, being the Jaeger, with an air jab. They used the air jab as an initiating tool to concuss him, force him off of the angle, flush him on out, and then get the free kill for Ape as well, right on after. Gaming Gladiators, creativity at its finest here.
Oh boy. This is wild. Of course, this was going to be a level play. We were expecting coming to the grand final.
Oh yeah.
But right now, you got to remember, Scars have the map advantage. They only need to win here to close the whole day. Gaming Gladiators need to do this and then go one further on Villa. So we'll have to see, can they do it?
They've got the chance to do so. Scars back in that Rooney here for Tayu. Washui on the mute. Was had himself a quiet opening few rounds, but that can change soon. Obviously, he's been playing a bit more of a supporting role, being on that mute once more. Pull out the Doki on Ape, which I think is going to really help their case out in flushing out the roam here that Scars have been looking to employ, even if that previous round didn't come down to it.
Either way, Ape will claim first blood. Again, just the MK14 battling each other out. First blood claim is an advantage that hopefully the Gaming Gladiators can leverage.
EBR, such a powerful weapon. They can take the library side, but it seems like they're opting more for Solarium control. Coming up the trophy if they can take this kitchen down below first. Trying to have some control of one side of the map instead of an entire floor. Washui gets a kill on the Joe. That's huge. That drops any potential for the Lion to have a pestering aura about him with each call.
Right now, though, I mean, they can make do without the Lion. It's not the be-all, end-all. It would have helped for sure, but it's not going to completely cost them the round. Hoven is in through the site. Rek taking some big damage. Lua out of the equation. Tolji hunting viciously with the weaponry. Arpe as well. And you can see Gaming Gladiators are stepping up the intensity right now. Rex is on for the plant. Pion does have a nitro. If he can find the opening, it's tossed out. Is it going to be enough to deny? Arpe does hit the dirt. But Hoven just swings onto Washui. He can't even react. And the plant will go down. You love the spectator bug there for Tolji. They get the pickup. 4 versus 1. And Rex finishes it up.
Off the ping as well there. Gaming Gladiators. That execute was absolutely unanswered by Scars. Once they set on to go execute on it, there was just nothing that could really stop him. Great information there being pinged off by Joe, who was a downed man for Gaming Glads. And they used their utility so well. You saw even from that Solarium take, right? Flashes on out, a nade to clear each corner that they needed. And then the rest face checked here by the push itself. And Scars just simply couldn't hold up.
3-1. Little concerned here. Black and blue, we've been in this spot before. This is where we were last map. Gaming Gladiators ultimately lost at 7-5. So just because the half is looking good doesn't mean it's a done deal. And hopefully, this time, they can close it out.
10 seconds left.
1 and 3. You said it. Great half. Doesn't mean great game. Not just yet. Gaming Gladiators on Chalet so far. Yes, they're looking spectacular, but we've seen these turned around like map number 1. Scars. Not a single Nitro Cell to be played into this round. They opt for the smoke, though, to give them some sort of area denial if they ever need it. The note coming out from Ape. He's looking to make a play with this.
Indeed he is. Hoven as well. Just clearing out the barricade. Does get it done in the end. But he's just on the hunt for feet. Arpe is playing a dangerous game for the Angles right now. Jumps in! Siege timing at its finest, and poor Pion doesn't stand a chance.
Yep. The roam clear, finding the roamer. Pion stood no chance. Absolutely caught off guard. Gaming Gladiators right now, they take the top control. And they can start to work their way downwards, especially with them doing this in good time. They get the wall open without much of a challenge as well. This is looking pretty problematic now for Scars as the seconds pass by.
Well, they can maybe leverage the number game here. Arpe cutting deep just outside the site, but Tolji is the answer back. Traded immediately. Hoven makes it 2. Unfortunately, they will lose Joe ultimately, but I think more than anything, the work has been done already. Rex holding the breach, and Tayo gets too keen. Hoven there to cover. Would have been dead to rights, but Hoven pushing up through blue at the perfect time. Spots it out and snaps that head sideways as the bullet connects.
They're playing so cleanly here. 4-1. Still don't want to call this Panda because this is exactly how the first half of map number 1 went, with Scars potentially closing out 4-2 at the end and coming back real hard on the attack defensive side, but this time they swap on over to the attack right on after. But Gaming Gladiators look so clean, as we expect at this point, far coming out once more. This is a site that Gaming Gladiators took with such clean fashion, going straight at it, diminishing whatever was the hold inside games. But now, I think they're going to go for a different plan. Maybe opt to go straight up top, considering they've got the Flores, so they want to deal with the utility up top, then work their way down for the Vert.
I mean, I suppose it is worth remembering. You know, traditionally, Chalet is one to lean more towards the attacker side in terms of win rates. Traditionally. But, again, you get to a point where you're playing at such a high level, those are minor. If a 5-1 scoreline is the outlier in these situations, 4-2 traditionally is what we expect to see on a particular sided map.
Yeah.
So if Gaming Gladiators take this, yeah, I think it is going to be a straight swap of maps.
I mean, we mentioned it in the pre-show, right? This map, historically, especially when it first came out, off the rework, attacker side, but it's been looking a lot more equal in this past stage 3. Lua, though, finds a kill somehow on a Hoven. That's huge. No more logic bombs to come into play in this round. They still have the scan off of Rix and his Lion. That's a really big pick that they find early.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, though. Here on Chalet, the usual suspects for Scars have been surprisingly quiet. Tayo and Washui haven't really found much traction. It's been Pion and Lua that have been the ones to find what few frags the team has. I mean, you look at it. You got collectively 9, 10, 11 frags over 5 rounds. And that could be rough. But the one thing, I suppose, other than... Look, the fact that Gaming Gladiators are looking hot, that is working for them, they've got the Lion Finker combo. So they do have a bit of sustainability when it comes to the late round.
At the very least, yeah. To make up for losing Hoven early on. Oape, he has to be careful. I'm not too sure if he expects the fight behind him, but he's about to get a clean kill. Washui, none the wiser. Somehow Oape still stays alive.
He's got side control, but Lua there, flanking through Fireplace. And, oh, I got a bit of a slideshow going on again. Lua for a third is as far as I got.
Well, Rix, he gets a trade-off at the very least, though, on the Lua. Still 2v3, Scars with the man advantage. Joe, not even in great position to try and support his teammate. Repel, attached, yes, but luckily Joe is able to find that one within the site, though. Rix able to bail himself on out. Incredibly lucky here. Unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators. That could have gone disastrous. Trying to stick the plant, though, within that smoke. They have no idea. They're sticking the defuse. They have less than a second left, but Joe able to get in the nick of time. Wreck. A single piece, a single sliver of health remaining for him. He gets the one. That buys him a lifeline. Joe, the last one left alive here. He knows, though, that this is working out against him. He doesn't have a great angle to try and stick this, but he has to at some point. Joe does not let it come to pass. And Gaming Gladiators, they take the 5-1 half.
That was intensely stressing, is the only way that I can describe it. So my feed started to stutter as Lua got the triple kill. And I was like, yeah, cool, okay. You know, 4-2 half, Scars, they're going to win the round. And then all of a sudden, I see it's the 2 versus 1 in the post plant. And listened to your commentary, and I look, fair play. Gaming Gladiators coming with the intensity that they needed here. Have taken a very convincing Chalet.
Biggest mistake they pulled off there was allowing the free plant in a 2v3 when his buddy here, Joe, he wasn't even being covered by his own teammate, so they definitely could have just swung him and got a free kill without going down. But still, somehow they come out of it on top. Gaming Gladiators recovering off of these small mistakes from Scars. But now Scars have to try and prove themselves on their own map pick. As you said, Panda, could be a straight trade of the maps.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, either way, we're back into it. Hoven, he's bringing the Tachanka, and I do rate it. Pairing it with the smoke as well. I think this could be a rather decisive operator lineup for them. I'm excited.
For sure. Also, map number 3, potentially to be taken here at the cusp of this. Gaming Gladiators, they have a defensive round to make, but Scars, who have the pressure to start performing here. They got the Nomad to try and nullify some of the roam that we see from Gaming Glads. I'm really, as you are, curious how this Tachanka will work throughout the round.
Unfortunately, having some minor feed issues on my end at the moment, so you're probably going to have to run them through this.
Don't worry. Perhaps it's time for a radio cast. Ape gets that opening kill on the Washui and bails back down. That's the Zofia removed early on, with still 2 minutes left remaining on the clock. That lifeline would have been great to deal with this shield on Piano. They still got some nades to utilize though and throw on out, but it might not be as favorable. Might be a bit too difficult. Still though, library push. It's looked successful so far. They make their way on in. They've taken the mezzanine as well. No real contester from Gaming Gladiators, but can they get that big wall in the office open? Taiyu going to be playing that big window to apply pressure when this does blow. New Gem are going to keep the wall closed for the meantime. They can deal with it though, with a nade from underneath. Or maybe even shoot it out through this angle if it isn't reinforced. But it is. Banking off of the wall here. Coming on in. Those launchers. The Shamika nades. Gonna keep him at bay with those mollies. I wonder if Panda's back.
Kinda, yes, but...
Yes, okay. I see. I see the fix.
We're bootlegging it. We're making it work. This Tachanka, the Shamika grenades are slowing the progress just that little bit, and that's the idea. Hoban trying to make it work, but he gets caught out in the open. Luckily, Tolji's there to trade. But in the process, Hoban hits the dirt, and they may not be able to recover him. Taiyu covering the cross, but it's too little too late. Little pop nade. Is he going to go deep enough? The cross! The cross was there, but the nade finishes off Hoban. What's going on? Pion is on for the plant. Can they get it through? It looks like it's going to be good.
3v4. Difficult post plant to try and disable, even though they have the man advantage, but that's a big pick. Ape takes on Taiyu. Put the prime position on that big window now. This is so much more doable. Pion has to be careful though of that run out on the balcony, and that he catches Ape with.
Oh!
Rix, he's thrown all the way, flung out of the balcony, and now he's exposed. Now they know there's only 2 within the actual map itself.
18 seconds. They've got the numbers. Honestly, they just need to swing and make something happen right now. Joe heads outside. Tolji finds Lure, and it's on Pion. Rix goes the distance and finds the headshot. And, okay, they're just going to kill Rix. Why not? To be fair, he did. Yeah, I can understand. He came in through the front door like an attacker.
Yeah, I guess. It's like, let me in, I live here too. Slaps him and swings. Takes the map for himself. Takes the round here for Gaming Gladiators. They still come back with a win.
Well,
Defenders protect
beside
from being defused by
beside all the nonsense, shenaniganry, Gaming Gladiators are about to take a 7-1 on Chalet. I mean, map 1, Scars, the battle of attrition, just entered out 7-5. Map 2, Chalet Gaming Gladiators. Absolutely monster Scars on Chalet, trading maps, and taking what could be our quickest map of the tournament in doing so. And that is...
seen bigger stomps than this?
No, this
Perhaps
would
not.
be the biggest stomp so far.
We've seen a 7-2, but that was by far it.
That's about as close as you got.
Well,
Attacker's objective is
we have to believe that Scars here are going to give us a bit more before potentially going down and us being brought to Villa for the 3rd and final decider of the grand final here of ROG Masters APAC. Gaming Gladiators looking so clean here on Chalet. Almost makes you wonder why Scars picked this in the first place.
I mean, the biggest talking point that I'm focused on at the moment, Washui and Taiyu. 1-7 at the moment. Both of them have been identified and shut down, much like Ryder earlier today by the Gaming Gladiators. And so, again, it's a case of, it looks like they have done their homework in spades. They knew exactly what their win conditions were. They knew what they needed to shut down if they wanted the victory here, and they've done that tenfold.
Momentous occasion we have in the grand finals. The best of the best from either region in their own respective tiers showing up to play tonight to be more exact, depending on the venue. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. If they take this office and bedroom, you're going to be good for the vert play later on. Piano being occupied though. What a shot here from Lua. Threading the needle absolutely. Hoven goes down. But told you, quick on the trade, doesn't let it go unanswered.
They are not wanting to let this lead slip. We've seen what happens when Scars gets the opportunity to start bringing a map back. We saw it last night. And Lua missed opportunity, both nades eaten by the ADS, so he just backs himself out, gets on the drone, wants info before he makes a play. And Arpe has been decisive on the map so far, 11-4 for himself. A contributor to the maximum for the Gaming Gladiators. And a minute remaining here. Vertical control, Rix just escapes death.
Gets himself into a position at least to try and contest this, but that shield's going to be a problem. Lua, he gets behind him. Does he even know? No, he doesn't. Has no idea. Told you, capitalizes off of it. Traded out by Washui. Eventually does find out where he is. You can do it. It's a cam. You got this, but what a swing. He wins that against Pion when Pion had to beat on him.
And now in the final round, left with the two weakest links of the team. Yeah, even Pion has to acknowledge that was a nice shot. Tayo alone. Arpe does fall, but you look at the health. Honestly, only miracle headshots will be the difference maker. Tayo flashes himself, drops and dead. Rix claims the last kill in the fastest game of the tournament in the grand final to push us to our decider. We go to Villa, and you look at it. He's saying, look guys, we just need to keep it calm, keep it level. Do not get ahead of yourselves. We've still got one map to go.
Yep, job's not done, but they take it. Go 1-1 in the series. Swap on map. You take mine, I take yours. The whole world goes blind. But what a map here, especially for Gaming Gladiators to do it in that fashion, to dominate in map number 2, gives them the momentum that they seemingly lost and looked flustered from potentially from that map number 1. But no, a team like them, with the experience that they've got, they don't let those type of losses get to their heads, no matter how close it was.
What an impressive performance there from the Gaming Gladiators, to the resolve being shown. The acceleration of that second map. I mean, you look at it, Tayo and Washui relegated to a single kill per player up until that final round. And the 1-1 scoreline feels disingenuous, because you're talking the difference between a 7-5 victory versus a 7-1 victory.
Yeah, you have a contrast, a real big disparity of basically end of regulation to the biggest stomp we've had so far this entire tournament long, right? Barring, 7-2s or anything of that sort. But still, great pace shown here coming in from the Gaming Gladiators on Chalet. Villa, rather, is where we're going to be going on to. I'm calling Valet because they seem to have delivered it.
No, honestly,
at the easy.
I thought you had it right there. Valet seems appropriate because it felt like Scars were in Park. This was the one round they won, and it was because Hoven made a colossal mistake. Opened the wall that ultimately resulted in his death. Bar the rest of the map was just, I mean, you look at it, Arpe consistently punching through the defenses of Scars, dismantling and dissuading. I mean, I was on a slideshow at that point. A triple kill for Lua, then gets turned around into a round win for the Gaming Gladiators in the post plant. They're just phenomenal stuff. They have really hit the afterburners here, and it makes you wonder, we're going to Villa as the decider. Scars, I mean, are they going to be able to keep up?
They've had some good ideas here
with some of their holds. Lua was going for the sledgehammer kill there onto Tolji in the walk-in wardrobe. He started the animation to pull it out. That was some BM about to happen.
I think maybe he didn't. Maybe he was just about to deal with a shield, but then realized that there was one around the corner. Who knows how that could have gone, but we saw from, you know, the Scars' side, there were some good ideas that they had employed with their setups on the defensive side. It just didn't seem like they really were as effective as maybe their theory was on how those were going to work. We had, you know, those great holds up top, but it just wasn't able to hold up to what was in store coming from the attack of the Gaming Gladiators. But we're going to see what really is to come as we come back from this break. We're going to have Map 3 Villa for you guys right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believes in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime.
As you wish.
No one can take us down!
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly. Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly. The young Prodigy can salvage it, Cairo! He got them on the back of the head!
Oh boy, black and blue, we're coming back to it. 1-1 the score currently. And what a map to do it there from the Gaming Gladiators. Map 1, a 7-5 War of Attrition on Clubhouse. Map 2, for the fastest map we've had all APAC finals, a 7-1 on Scar's map pick. We now head to Villa as the decider.
Excuse me. Completely, yeah, from end of regulation to pretty much the quick end from the half, from the get-go. 5-1. Did not even win a single round in that second. And Scars just looked a bit lost there in Chalet, considering it was their own map pick. Didn't seem as prepared, even though there were some ideas that seemed potentially good. They just didn't stand up to the actual playtime when it came up to the challenge of Gaming Gladiators. So we go on over now to Villa, a map we have seen them win as of recent here on the Gladiators side, and they're looking really hot-handed after that opening, after that second game rather.
Question. I've been talking about questions. Forget the questions. The statement to be made here is one that has been laid out by the Gaming Gladiators. They would have to be the favourites coming into this matchup as we go to Villa. They not only have the better scoreline in this grand final, but they have the momentum. They are on for the reverse sweep here. We head to Villa. And the Scars will have the defense, which means Gaming Gladiators, if they can keep things nice and even, they could head over to the transition into the defense like they did against Panthera and potentially close this one out. But all cards are on the table. Clean slate, no more best of 3, a best of 1 here to close it out in this decider.
Well, opening bands up. Final map of the grand final here. The culmination, the epoch of where we've all been waiting for. The ROG Masters APAC Grand Final. It all leads to this. Nook and Ying opening bands for this final map. Here on Villa, Ying has been a really steady force in pressing the issue when it comes to those panic situations where you have to get going on the execute. Could be quite impressive. Valkyrie, great map for her, understandably so removed. I'm expecting a zombie here.
Me too. I'm expecting it in spades, and there it is. Almost like it was scripted. But on Villa, she's incredibly powerful, and it makes a lot of sense. Same with the Valkyrie, same with the Nook, same with the Ying. But it does mean that we will see Flores in play.
Opening round now. Gladiators on the attack, Scars on the defend. They've got, what do we got running here? The Pulse, of all things. Obviously, you're going down to the kitchen, the dining. You want to direct those sniper cells up above. They do have 3 of them to play with at the very least. Expecting maybe some sort of vertical, maybe not extension, but for sure a roam. As soon as Pion places his utility down, he can be guided by Washui from down below on where to position himself and where they're coming from. So the Doki here could be swapped out by Hoven. I think this is a really good idea considering what there is on the table. But yep, I know what you're howling about, Panda. Tell it as it is.
Alright, look, you've made it to the grand finals. You've made it to the decider map. You've gambled and bet and risked it to this point. RP says the chips are down. And the gamble is going to continue. The Blitz into play in the ROG Masters APAC Grand Finals.
Listen to me, man. Ape is an absolute madman. He is insane in the brain for trying to pull this out in the opening round here of the Grand Final decider as well. Maybe feeling a bit too hot, but confidence is key in these situations. They're crawling up towards a wine cellar as well. That's the route they want to take.
Oh boy. If I was a coach, Hoven's like, come on bro, you got this. They're hyping each other up. He's like, come on, this is full send time. He's like, yes. This is like the football game where they're slamming their helmets into each other to hype themselves up. And look, here we go. The logic bomb, the trigger, the hammer hits through the barrel, and it's all go. Arpe to lead the charge up red stairs, but they've got a cardiac sensor. This is not ideal. They've got the info coming in through the basement. Tayo finds Tolji, but Arpe claims a kill back for the team. And in fact, Rex makes it too. The game of Gladiators come swinging into the grand finals. Pistol out. The Nitro's not good enough. Arpe for 2 on the blitz. And they have the site control.
The balls just simply run on in through the Banshee Memorial. Presses himself so deep. And now they have control to go for a plant that they're doing. Lua gets a pickoff. Huge pickoff he actually finds here to drop Joe. Enables those logic bombs to no longer be used. Gets a kill and gets a second follow-up here on the double for Hoven. What a round to get this game going here from Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming. Arpe had no right to make that work. But I think what we just witnessed is Gaming Gladiators taking a page out of the Scars hyper-aggressive playbook. How many times throughout this tournament, through that upper bracket, have we seen Scars go for a rush play, and that's the call that's made? They identify the fact that there is an inherent weakness in the hold on the site. They cut through the basement, they get themselves up the stairs, they get onto site, and Arpe goes to work.
Yep, their entire composition here on defense for Scars. They were focused, anticipating the top-down play, the vert play to come up from up above. They didn't expect them to come from down below, and that's what Gaming Gladiators saw. It's a great intuition as well. Mira coming out here now for Washui. No more blitz play. Pull out the Nomad instead. It's very, very difficult to have to try and keep your eye at all times on the flank here when taking the top floor. Having to deal with these stairs coming up. So that Nomad is going to help them have less of a hassle when it does come to it.
I mean, there's a lot of priority around the off-site players for this Aviator Games. Aviator Games, that's the one. But you got the Nomad, you got the Dockerbeat. So you're actively hunting the roamers, you're actively trying to dissuade the roamers, and Hoven, it's his turn again. Pops the barrel, heads down into the basement. He's looking to clear things out. They want to gut the roam potential from Scars. And you can see, there is next to none.
Oh yeah, pretty much everybody here has to remain on that. Pion, maybe perhaps, especially as he's placed his Banshees already, can go for a bit of a roam. They can definitely bank on that. They want to keep Rek alive as much as possible, so when it does come to the execute, he can help fend them off with a bit more firepower. And Scars, as of the moment, if they simply bunker and hunter on down, they might just seal themselves in the coffin of their own creation.
Oh dear. They get themselves set up, trying to clear out this utility. They will pop the wall. Kinda. Like, yes, but not quite. It's not a clean job, but it's a job nonetheless. Into Statuary. They also have Arpe lurking down below on the Iana. So that, I mean, this is... It's kind of an odd way to play Siege because the spread is so great on the attack that they don't really have a huge amount of refrag potential, but it's that spread that it's a net almost that's catching Scars out.
And Ape's been a big piece of that, right? That entire intent. To have him on this roam, we see him so many times. He comes from down below, comes up the stairs, gets a kill on one of the unsuspecting opposition defenders. That just makes things a lot less predictable here for Gaming Glads, and he also has the task of nading them from down below. Luckily, they're able to get out of harm's way before it comes to it. Still has another man to try and gamble the dice. Barely dodges that nade too.
That might have been a breaching charge. They're just trying to get the vert into the vault so that they can't hold between the sides. Either way, 40 seconds, and oh boy, the vert goes both ways there, champ. Arpe just walks in though and takes Washui clean out of the equation. Through the, no! Rek was on the receiving end last time. This time, it's Arpe. Hoven down. Will be picked up though.
You play with fire, prepared to get burned. Play with a nade, explosives, prepared to blow up, I guess. Rek. Quick frag he finds now. The logic bomb It's going to be the last one for them to utilize here in this specific execute. They got no more left. Tolji running through the toxic phase, but the mustard too tough for him to deal with. And they all go down one brick by boring brick. They get placed 1-1 here in our final map.
Oh dear. Yeah, look, you could understand the intentions of both teams there. Yeah, there's only so much you can say about an aid like that. Unfortunate at the end of the day. Honestly, I don't really see it having that much influence on the outcome. I can't say for sure that if Arte hadn't naded himself that they might have won the round. Realistically, the hold was just that much better from Scars, and Gavin Gladiators took too long to get near the side.
Yeah, time drawn out. A big problem for any attacking side, of course. And you face the full brunt and effects of that. You see it right there.
Attackers have located a bomb.
As example, as shown, Washui back on that pulse this time around. But they're going up top instead. Seemingly like they want that active information without having exposed themselves this time. Knowing that the Valky's taken off the board. Could have opted for maybe an Echo, but we know just how proficient the Gladiators have been at denying that from being as impactful as it could be. They like to play it, they like to employ it, so they might as well know how to play against it.
Indeed. But I'm just a little concerned with the fall off from Washui and Tayo, who were, I mean, such influential factors for Scars in days 1 and 2. But I mean, yeah, look, you're still only 3 rounds in. This is the beginning of the 3rd round. But last map, they got 3 kills collectively by the end of a 7-1 score. So I don't know what it needs to be said, what needs to be done to wake these guys up, but they need to get back in with some real intent.
I'm sure we're all quite lucid now, especially after that map number 2. Don't want to let things get too out of hand.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
Drone denied. Memorial held here by Washui. He's going to be constantly feeding them. Coordinating here, orchestrating where to go. Tolji gets that big pick though on the wreck. He has been an absolute offensive force on both ends of the floor. Finding those picks, especially on the last map. But now he's taken out early in the round. The Memorial hold taken down though, that's the pulse removed. That's big here for Gaming Gladiators.
Look, at least we'll compensate, but it doesn't matter. Hoven again in a spot to capitalize and trade back. He himself traded out by Tayo. But it's a 3 versus 2, make that a 1 versus 3 instead. As Tayo falls to Peon, left, trying to clutch up. He moves himself into Trophy, trying to get the long angle. Wants to contest into the bathroom, hearing that jump in, finds a shot under Rix, but Tolji, top Astro stairs, avenges his fallen teammate.
I almost thought Pion was going to get that spray transfer. He's real close to doing it, but doesn't come. Not here. Not yet. 2 rounds out taken by the Gladiators. They go on up to the Indonesian squad. Take the lead once more. Back in return. Has yet to really give it up to this Scars side. We're looking to go back down towards the dining once more. They pull out the Kaid this time. Help make sure some of those walls are a bit more rectified and reinforced and don't get, you know, blown up. The hatches as well could be closed, seemingly so keeping the same amount of nitro cells coming into the round.
I think it might be towards, gearing towards that pantry wall. Because, I mean, you'll see attacking teams, they'll open it up, give yourself that long angle towards China, and then shut it down that way. But if you can reinforce it and electrify that wall, it becomes much harder to clear out the utility. Because, I mean, the artillery, you can put it in so many different positions to be able to electrify that wall where attackers are going to have such a hard time flushing it out that it's almost impossible. You just have to straight force out a pantry wall.
It allows that to be used as well to cut off the rotation. That long angle. You can almost be assuredly so that Scars are going to put some intent into making sure that keeps closed. Yeah, he's within that pantry. Allows him to really spot out where they're coming from. He can potentially go and trick them with a nitro if it does come to it. They're expecting the top floor to be taken anyways. This time, no one coming from underneath. No blitzes to be thrown here for this kitchen defense. And Wreck, he knows exactly where to anticipate going.
TCSG hits like an absolute truck. And Jackal off the board is a big boon for Scars. They're quite happy with that one. Whether they know it was a Jackal or not, kind of doesn't really matter. But if they do, they'll understand just how important that is, not having the Inox scanner to flush out these defenders. But once again, Gaming Gladiators playing the wide net strategy, casting across the map, trying to catch out these offsite players.
But that's what happens though. It goes untraded because they're so spread out, nobody there to get that follow-up if it ever is needed, like there. And playing isolated against someone like a Pulse would almost be a death sentence. Very difficult to try and win out when you don't have the information he has. Here comes out the scan though.
Told you, just straight at the side. Shots on from center. I mean, just up Memorial does get the trade, the transfer onto Tayo. But Scars have the player advantage. Joe not really in position to play for trades, and there is a player covering the door that he's about to enter through. So there is a decent setup, and there is no security. Joe, does he have any info to work with? Doesn't look like it. He's still trying to contest above. Scan will come out. And still, unfortunately, Ricks can't quite go for this plant. Told you as well, is in a rather unfortunate position. Rick, he's going to be tagged, but no! Lewis looking through the floor. Unfortunately, he doesn't catch the cowboy in the corner. But a 2 versus 3 is doable.
He simply just walks through it. Bird control still held here by the defensive Scars. It'll be difficult to plant off. He gets caught, entertained to his fullest, and simply walks through to his own death. Too difficult to push that pantry with it up online. No more Selmas maybe to burn it. And Scars tie up the game.
And realistically, I think it might even been a case there really wasn't just time, but the fact that Told you got this deep into the site, found this kill here onto Tayo, could have been the difference maker, but yeah. Well read, Breck. I mean, the way that he played that was phenomenal. He just tucks into the corner by Bricks, prone on the ground. And unfortunately, because Tology already aiming down sight, just can't see him. And it is back to 2 to 2 in the scoreline. Scar's not going to let them get a significant lead.
Of course, this is going to go down all the way, Panda. We haven't had an overtime yet, surprisingly, in this grand final. But I think that changes right here, right now, barring me jinxing it. Mira coming on out, Goyo as well. Lots here for them to have to deal with coming into the site.
10 seconds left before
if they can apply enough pressure that those get burned, especially those Goyo canisters, maybe the Phoenix won't rise through the day.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Oh dear. This is, I mean, look, it again is worth touching on. You got to remember the Gaming Gladiators. This has already been a long day. This is their second best of 3 today. They've likely been at the venue the entire day. And they've still got Operations League later tonight. They are the last team on the docket. So, 2 best of 3s and a best of 1 in a single day. That's, I mean, minimum. They've played 2. They're 3 deep here. This is going to be a 6-map day for them.
Oh, for sure. They have had the longest run so far of almost any team in this tournament, especially now that they're at the grand final here, Gaming Gladiators. They got so many nades to deal with, all these shields up in front of them. I mean, there's only one, but still, they can deal with the canisters that way too. 2 minutes left on the clock. They've taken the master control, can start to push their way southward.
You're getting the info slowly. Hover, no. The fact that he's already at 90 is rather impressive.
Yeah.
Hasn't been contested. I would hope that the default camera's been destroyed. Otherwise, this could be rather disastrous. But you'd have to imagine he's even going to pop the hatch just to give him an out should he need it. And the rest of the team gearing up to join and then just dumping the utility. EMP out. The impact to follow through the nade will go off. hits the det pack with 1:20 on the clock, so those will burn free well and truly before they go for that execute.
Making sure no unexpected hurdles are there to hamper them when it does come to it. Will they go for that vault open? They still have 2 Selmas to work with, so if those aren't mute jammered, if they can deal with it, then by all means, go for it.
Things slow. Going into the final minute, you can just feel it. Gaming Gladiators getting themselves ready to punch onto the site, and Scars prepping themselves to weather that storm that is inevitably coming their way. We know that they can play backs against the wall. Arpe to scan, free info. Arpe swings, but the nade from Hoven nullifies the push in its necessity. So they take the pick. No more Peon, no more Nitro below. And Gaming Gladiators, they've got 30 seconds to work with these 3 toxic canisters. Another nade to come through. Lua brings it back to even. Hoven falls. Washui for 1, but Lua traded back. And Tolji is into study. No, there's a player in the corner. Rick is deep cut across the room. Washui finds Joe. This Tolji, no, he's looking the wrong way. Needs to catch out Rick in the corner. Rick's just waiting for him, lurking. And finds the kill. 6 seconds, and Arpe alone should get a prize. Can he? No. Rick hits the 180. And Scars will take themselves a third here.
Yeah, Scars himself some spidey senses tingling as soon as he lets his presence be known, but they've taken the lead right now. Scars over Gaiman. Going to the half at the very least, securing the equalized half. Look at that 3-man coordination to try and flush out Pion down below, but ultimately doesn't lead them to the win. As Wreck just going absolutely insane. Reckless abandon secures him the round, but also those toxic canisters, really toxic bays, splitting up the attacking prong defense, rather attacking prong execute there of the Gaming Gladiators. They got shredded down as they were filtered through.
I mean, the worst part of it all is Tolji was only a handful of pixels off spotting Wreck going for the cross into the corner. Literally, he was maybe at 2-3 degrees of vision to his right. So if he had been looking towards the right into, Aviator itself, he might have found that kill, and it might have been a vastly different round. But unfortunately, that's not the way it goes. Scars claim the round and push themselves up by 1 and are now hunting the 4-2 half.
Attackers must locate and defuse
Hindsight,
the bomb.
always a lot more clear than otherwise. Scars, they've taken that lead. We talked about it. The pulse once again coming out for them. Seems to have been working in these past few rounds compared to the earlier attempt. We got the Doki to try and flush out and get some active information of their own.
They've got a lot of clear on the attack. They've got plenty of options, and dealing with this utilitarian setup. Utility heavy setup is what I meant to say. It's been a long weekend. My words are a mess. It is just an absolute shambles, but Tolji. I don't know if he would have had the line of sight there. I think it was through a wall, but Wallbang would have been clutch. Oh, shots on from Arpe. Now knows that there's at least one towards Piano. Went to the attempt. The logic bomb coming out. Arpe, the heads-up gunfight goes his way. Pulls out the secondary, and Lua is out of the equation.
Comes out of it, but not unscathed. Lots of damage done in return. Lua can be assured of that at the very least. Almost taking him out. They still got lots to work with, though. Nitro, Impact. The cardiac sensor can never be something that you're going to simply idly forget about. Nitro doesn't connect.
Unfortunate missed opportunity there. Oh, but this is big from Joe. Capitalizes on the earlier kill found by Arpe. Will find control of the cams. Hoven is just going to tank the breaching charge with his chest there. Carries on running through into Vault. Looking to try and get across and start contesting onto the site itself. Heading to the final minute. 9 of 10 players alive. But Wreck with that MK14 could definitely be a thorn in the side of Gaming Gladiators. And there we go. Shots are ringing out.
Got the logic bomb now to try and press the issue. Landing held by Hoven. And Rix finds a pick on a Pion. Dropping Lucy from being further into play. Small angle through the window, through the door, into that showers, into that bathroom. But the wash doesn't come just yet. Open just applying pressure. That's all he really needs to do. He swings out wide, gets the kill. Washuido, a double for him in the round. It's down to the 1v3.
Oh.
1v2! He gets the triple within the trophy, but he's ultimately going to be taken down to equalize a half. 3-3 from Gaming Glads.
That superhero moment where you think you're invincible and can take the world on, steps out and immediately gets one tapped by the MK14. But before that, initially a hero effort from himself. Very nearly believed that he was going to be able to pull it back, and I mean, it really all started there. In fact, they got Lua out of the equation early on, allowed them to just compound, play the numbers game, play for positioning, despite Washui hitting some ripper shots there with the UMP. It wasn't enough, and it will be a 3-3 half ultimately, and Gaming Gladiators now head to their defense, which, I mean, look, they're comfortable on it. They love it.
Maybe not the highest DPS weapon, but one that is undoubtedly accurate. And that he is. 6 to his name. Almost stopped fragging the team, aside from Breck. Weren't for him. But now Gaming Glads on the defense, and we are just neck and neck. Tied on up at equal footing. The scale flat on 0 on both ends. Nobody really tipping it their way just yet in that half. A max of only 2 rounds strung in a row before the other comes back.
Well, this is where the campaign needs to begin for both teams. You want to generate some momentum. Washui, quite a standard barricade attempt. You see a lot of people from the stables try and hit that window and try and catch anyone rotating between the sites. Right now, there was no one there to receive, unfortunately, to the side of Scars. They don't find that opening that they were looking for, but still, they are, again, moving with some urgency to get themselves into the building.
Of course they do. We saw a while ago Scars, especially on Chalet, that time being a big problem for them. Nade perfectly connecting on Ape. No longer going to be able to apply that MX8 Storm further in the round. Could be a definite big blow to the firepower of Gladiators. They still do got a few to play with, though. Tolji on that Warden. I'm looking for him to come big in this round.
Rick repping the R4C here on the Ash. Not something that we see all too often at the moment, but in the right hands, it could be almost a scalpel. Clearing out the Banshees to enable that push through Zombie. But Washui on the repel needs to find... Oh my god, I thought that was a kill for a second, but no, it was Tolji finding Lua with the Nitro Cell. Back to the 4 versus 4 as we cross the halfway mark here of round 7. No Gemini to get deep information onto the site. They're going to have to force their way through. They've got utility to open Vault, but they're not going to get away with that scot-free by any stretch. Gaming Gladiators should be able to meet them as they come.
Still got some time to work with. Slowly being bled out, though, here. The Logic Bomb, a single one remaining. Same with the Breach. The pellets, still enough to get this open, and there's, barring, you know, a Mute Jammer, if they deal with that from down under, there shouldn't be much reason for them to not be able to open this on up. They don't go with a secondary EMPs here on the impact from the Dokkaebi on Pion. Sticking on the flashes instead could be a crucial piece that they might have wanted to bring here to the table.
Tolji punished just a little. Will back himself out of danger. Oh no! Rick catches Rix. He's tucked in. Toxic Canister might do a decent chunk of damage to him. Tayo, he's been forced out. The Toxic Canister's doing big damage. Tolji comes back up to join the fray. Looks for the pre-fire towards that study door, but not going to connect, unfortunately. 2 versus 3. Swing on into Vault. No, Rick, he just does get the flick off there. Now it's up to Hoven who finds one. Over towards Classical, who's there rotating the shield in a great spot. Rick out of the equation. Hoven, only 9 seconds to go. He's got to play ring around the rosy, but no! What a headshot! And Gaming Gladiators take a very big round.
With a shuffle. Swerving, diving in and out of cover. Simply shaking up the defense, the attacking side there rather. Pushing him behind the bar. Within those games, he played him. What a well-placed shot. and well-placed movement here coming from Hoven. Look at this.
Seconds to go.
Dipping in and out, never exposed for wait for too long.
Defused by attackers.
Whack-a-mole. And seemingly the mole strikes back and wins it.
What a way to kick the half off. We do see a potential rebuttal coming out of Scars in the form of the Monty. Interesting. We've seen a lot of Monty play this weekend. The APAC teams do love it, just a little bit. But whether or not they've got the answer to it, we'll have to see. I mean, no smoke in play, only the one Nitra cell.
10 seconds remaining.
So Pion, if they could set him up for success, might have the opportunity to get quite deep into the building.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Perhaps that could be the case. Especially with him, you know, being so good on that Monty time and time on over. We saw it be more effective on Clubhouse than anything else. Villa could be a good avenue for that as well. Some of these tighter corners absolutely could be clogged up by him. Drone holes being in check. You got logic bombs as well. Try and fish out any pesky defenders. Bandit to come out here from Tolji.
Hold on. M590 Sledge?
Oh, okay. Planning divert, maybe?
I mean, Rek, it's, as I like to call it, buck on a budget. But that was when he still had the SMG-11. Now he no longer does. Lua, though, finds the first, and that's Joe. Tolji as well taking some damage. Tolji goes down, but RP swings aggressively to find Lua. Pion a little isolated here, but RP falls, and it's just an absolute wash. This is insane. Not even quite sure what to make of it. And there you go, Rick. Oh my god, of course. Of course. Rick got his shotgun kill. Where does it go? Oh, okay. All right. All right, Chief. I see you.
Okay. Maybe the one scenario that you might want the shotgun over the L85. But the timeout forced upon him. Scars. I don't know what to say about that. They pull out the shotty on the sledge. Comes from down below, and he was playing down below, so it did seem like he was looking to vert. But yeah, as you said, we don't typically see that up until they took away his SMG-11. Now it's been a lot more of a rarer occurrence. But the shield here, the Monty coming into play, just was able to flush Ape out. Absolute pressure, even though still good effort from Ape. He gets that one kill through the rotation in Astro, comes out of it, getting picked off, and they all just were in a complete wash, swept away.
So we've seen a successful blitz round and a successful shotgun sledge round from each team now. Interesting, bold, but it has led us to this point where we are stacked up 4-4. Washui is on the sledge again. Is it going to be the same? We won't know until we get into the action phase, but you look at it, Washui and Tayo have both showed up. They at least started to anyway. They are getting their kills. We head to kitchen and dining. The defensive setup, the alibi, almost a necessity at this point, and they've got the Goyo, the Vulcan jet packs to try and deter instead of the smoke.
Will it be as effective though? Remains to be seen. Rick's on the mute this time. No pulse, considering it is a dining defense they're pulling out here.
5 seconds
Looking to seemingly have more presence up top than we were seeing from Scars a while ago on their defensive side, so you can expect this trophy and statuary to be occupied for as much as they can during this round. Trying to make Closet a bit more claustrophobic as well.
Yeah, I mean, the more they can do to make this as uncomfortable as possible, the better. No shotgun sledge, it's going to be an Ash instead with G36, so a little bit boring if I'm being perfectly honest with myself, but understandable, justifiable. Given yeah, look, the stakes and all the rest of it. Rek, though, has got some good ground. He's already in towards the entry. Is he going to swing? He is. He's just going to ego peek, but the Vulcan jet pack pops, and he's forced off at the moment. That EE1D feeling a little bit wasted. Unfortunately, how were they to know that that was about to be blown up?
No real way at that point. It's good timing here from Gaming Glads to set it off. Now gonna try and take things slowly. We don't normally see this type of take, where they come from the wine cellar down up. It's Washui on his lonesome, trying to take this top floor, actually. If he finds Joe, that could be good, but it's Tolji who's really gonna lock things down here from up top. He's found the gun barrel, drops one. Does he expect the second to be within the showers?
He's lurking through. Hoven falls. Washui rotates around. It's ring around the rose. You don't even know if he anticipated. It was just the positioning at the end of the day that allowed him to come up with the kill. And there we go. Arpe for one for being traded out himself. Rix in the 1 versus 3. A hugely unfavourable situation for him to be in back against the wall. Just tucks himself into bike. Doesn't want to overextend. Doesn't want to expose himself. Memorial. He's on, yeah, drone, I think, will have spotted him there. Scan comes out and he's stuck in the rotate towards China. There's one hard right. Does he spot the knee? No. Tayo has the advantage in the peak. And, well, Scars take a very pivotal round.
What a round for them to take. At no point did it seem like Gaming Gladiators had a real grasp on what Scars were doing there. They take that second floor quick and clean, and Washui so potent right now. He's dropped 11 frags in this game. And Tayu chiming on in as well. Perfectly timed scans, barring the first. We've yet to see real superstar play coming from Gaming Gladiators. A bit more, I guess, spread out in terms of the fragging distribution, yes. But ultimately, round is the only number they have to be concerned of.
Wow. You gotta hope that there is, again, spare tank here for the Gaming Gladiators. Just a little bit more in reserve. Because the last thing you want is to potentially see them bow out.
10 seconds
They're
left.
only around behind, so they can look to equalise. 6 seconds left in the prep phase. Washui back on the sledge. But the momentum there is currently in the hands of the Scars.
LAE5 sledge, by the way. No more of that Pion shoddy.
Jammer ready to activate. Shields up.
Looking to hold 90 here. Banshee out. I think Hoven's looking to do something cheeky in a second.
We'll see. He's just holding 90 for the moment. Arpe, though, was potentially looking to contest that window just outside of Trophy. Don't know if he is going to now. Would have been spotted through the drone hole. So for the moment, yeah, it's just a bit more passive, a bit more reserved. Brett actively droned in through the first floor. Should have been spotted on the cams. Lua going to join up top Astro. Not quite as successful on clearing the cams out, but still gets it done on the second attempt. They spot the Goyo. They're getting info. They could look to make a play.
They've got some time to work with here. 2 minutes still left on the clock. They've taken most of the northern side of that top floor. And now Gaming Gladiators, how do they continue to burn time off of the clock? That's exactly how opening pick here goes in Hoven's way. And we need to see him start going big for Gaming Glad's sake. Wreck, he is absolutely a monster with that R4C in his hands. Pion, big pick. He finds on Hoven, shutting both of the big players down here for Gaming Gladiators. They could force a plant sometime soon if they get another pick especially. They have the man advantage. Really poison themselves here within the study. Could be the death sentence. But Rix, he finds a huge pick through the floor.
Joe will be finished off, and that is his smoke gone now. Tayo just walks towards the study door. Oh, I say study, aviator door. Just player tucks him behind the shield, but it's Rix alone. 1 versus 3. Pion taking shots at him. Tayo in a bit of trouble, but Lua comes in from the back, and that is map series tournament point. Currently under the belt for the Scars. One more, and they are crowned the ROG Masters APAC champions.
Japan at the cusp of bringing home gold. And what a round after round Scars have been putting up here. At the start of every single round, it seems like Scars are just at the helm of this entire ship, drawing things out, steering us by the wheel. And Gaming Gladiators, they're in for a ride. One they want to get off of soon. and start turning their way. Series point here, tournament point if anything, grand finals point on the final map here between Scars and Gaming Gladiators. They pull out the Oryx. Could be a final Hail Mary to get the job done the old-fashioned way.
Well, Gaming Gladiators have to steal themselves 2 more rounds, and they push to overtime, and then we might have a real contest on our hands, but otherwise Scars, despite dropping that to 7-1,
5 seconds to insertion.
are primed on the edge of victory.
Attackers must
1 more
locate
round
and
is all
defuse
that
the
they
bomb.
need.
One more to get that gold. Toji, what's up? Having a bit of a stall. They have to get on it soon. They know time is of the essence in terms of how much they burn on their defense. Melusi plus Aruni here is looking to be the prime nuisance in terms of utility play that Gaming have, but entirely it's mostly dry. Only a single nitro cell is the game plan here by somehow for Gaming Gladiators to dash in the Monty and knock him off course.
I mean, for a good while, the Oryx was a classic Monty counter. I mean, beyond the smoke and the Legion. You go for the rim of dash, you knock him off his feet, you get the kill before he can get that shield back up. But right now, Scars have a quite clear game plan. The nade trying to push on, enable that push into study, but with the limited info that they had, surely they would have known that there wasn't anyone here. Yeah, they just convinced there's someone in towards the fireplace tucked in the corner.
We've droned it out now, so should be safe for Bashawi to assume that logic bomb to further confirm their suspicions. If it truly is someone there, sure isn't. It's the Gaming Gladiators. Time burnt in their favor without doing much really in return. They're anchoring down now on the side to Monty. Gonna be that big hammer. A strong arm their way onto the site. They've taken the landing, and now they're looking for more.
I mean, I'd have to imagine Arpe could be the linchpin in this defense. If he can knock the Monty over. Oh, the swing! Told you! Was a no-one factor there. But he wins it anyway. Arpe takes down Lua 2. And all of a sudden the numbers skewed quite severely. And this is going to be quite an unfortunate way to close out the round, I think, for the Scars. Likelihood of us going one further. Numbers rising at the minute. Rek doesn't know that there's a player higher right of him. Pion concerned that it might be a threat below. Pushing out. Lifeline already in hand for Rek. He chucks the utility deep. Does he know? Oh, okay, he's concussed himself there accidentally. And already the utility dump on in. Smokes to cover. It's not going to be enough. All of a sudden things are coming apart. He's tucked in. He doesn't know that Arpe's there. Pion down. And Washui absolutely mopped up on the ground for a flawless go in the way of game. And we're going full regulation. Black and blue. One more to victory. One more to overtime. But either team is going to be hungry for it.
They came through the long route there, Panda. But their time was bled for them. Had to commit. No real option to go through that master. And not having any master presence allowed that fact. Allowed Tolji to play there. Swing wide. And nothing really came in terms of utility from the Gaming Glad side. Last second swap from Tolji. So close. He was hovering that Vigil for quite a while. Maybe a bit of kind of second guessing himself on what really to bring to the table. They pull out the Capkin in the final round here of regulation.
I really rate that. Last round of regulation, Scars are just determined to try and get it over the finish line. And you're this deep into the map. You haven't seen a single Capcan, and then all of a sudden it's brought out. And you either notice and take note of that fact that there is a cap cannon play and you check in every single doorway, or you just have no idea. Oh my god, even the pre-placed nitro from Hoven, surely there's no way they... Oh my god, that's outside bathroom. That is a bathroom top Astro pre-placed nitro. So if this finds work being deployed in the prep phase, I'm gonna be mightily impressed.
They're gonna need information that someone's there though, so automatically infers that there's going to be some roam towards that bathroom Astro side. Looking to contest and burn time off the clock. But what if Scars don't even pass there? What if they go directly through the study side? We haven't seen them do that yet. Versus this site, they've got the Twitch, but that's up above. It's not going to suspect the pre-placed Nitro from down below because it doesn't seem like Scars have any real presence down below just yet.
They're looking for the info. So they are droning out. Lua is over towards the bathroom. I don't know if that was a detonation or not. At least not from Hoven.
Oh, it might have been.
Yeah, no, it is, unfortunately. So it looks like, yeah, the Nitro is gone.
Would have been caught out by the Twitch anyways here in Pion. He was down on under. So smart of them to have that inquisitiveness to check it. Mute Jammers certainly have burned time, but maybe not as much as they were hoping to get away with. These tripwires have to come in on big. Goes unchecked as well. That breach charge, nothing to eat it up. No Wamais, no Jaegers, so it goes clean. It takes out a very important aviator shield.
Where's the priority with this utility? They've got a Legion in play. Where are the Goo Mines? Where are the EDDs? How much work are they going to be able to do to deny this push? And it seems like it's lines drawn in the sand. Washui going to be heading towards that study balcony to try and interfere with the defense. I mean, there's just so much tension on this round. All 10 players healthy as anything. Washui heading towards the study window. He's just going to pop it with the hammer. Try and draw some attention. But this time, this round, there is a player tucked in that corner by Fireplace.
That might catch him off guard. They had suspicions a while ago of that exact position being played, but maybe Gaming Gladiators employing a bit of reverse psychology on them as they've now kind of made a custom here. Scars still clearing that. They're getting the vault on open, not the cleanest job, but they still have at least a decent sight line to try and disable that from really being anchored down into. They have a good poise right now to go for the execute with 20 seconds left and ticking.
Hoven, the first to fall tire, does claim him 4 versus 5. Effectively get Rick traded back immediately. 2 quick kills make that 3 from Washui. But 3 versus 2 now. Joe, 1 toxic canister remaining, 13 seconds in which to do it. Joe gets aggressive and it's down to Rix. This is not ideal. He's in towards the vault. He's going to get a shot on. He gets the kill. 4 seconds remaining, but Washui clutches up for Scars. And it will be a 2-1 victory. Your ROG Masters APAC 2022 champions are Scars Gaming from Japan.
Japan taking home the gold as the Gaming Gladiators, the sole Tier 1 team playing in the league, have been taken down here at the grand final. But what a match it was. Final round of regulation, 7-5. Not a win that they were expecting to lose. Not a match they're expecting to lose here, but Scars have absolutely deserved every single round they took. And what a recovery from them after map number 2 being a blowout, a wash, 7-1. Seemingly turned into a fluke from this win. Hard fought. And congratulations to Scars in Japan.
Oh dear. What a series. What a series indeed. I mean, the crazy thing is, so what? 7-5, 7-1, 7-5. Technically, the Gaming Gladiators actually won more rounds in that series. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter.
Yep. A win is a win. They have matching shoes.
I'm not surprised. You want to look uniform? You want to look together? There you go. The ROG Masters APAC with Scars on stage.
There you go. They get the big check, the title card. ROG Masters APAC Grand Finals champion. Right here, right now in Thailand. At the convention itself. They bring home the gold.
Look, they definitely earned it. Fought hard to get them to this point. They dropped 2 maps collectively throughout the entire run of that upper bracket. 1 to Panthera, 1 to Gaming Gladiators. But they fought hard and stayed disciplined. They picked up the victory, and there you go. Absolute monsters coming out of Japan, first seed in their regional, in the National League, sorry, and primed and ready to push on to Tier 1. I couldn't think of anyone more deserving at this stage.
Oh yeah. And this is really good for them, right? A team that is up on the coming. They played in the Japan leagues time and time on over, perennial top 5. That now they get the number 1 versus some of the best in APAC. They take down Panthera, send them to the lower bracket, and they hold on, stopping Gaming Gladiators from gaining their revenge, from seeking and destroying, from acknowledging their vengeance. They take it here in 3 maps at the ROG Masters, sponsored by Intel.
I mean, if nothing else, all the teams here in the competition, Monkey Hunters, LFO, Panthera, Gaming Gladiators, and Scars all put on a show this weekend. Pulled out some top tier siege, gave us some real highlight moments for APAC. One of only a handful of APAC lands that have happened in the last, 18, 24 months. So
Yeah.
huge stuff from them. You love to see it. They represent, they go big, and they take out first place.
How could you not be happy for these guys? Especially since they're in a similar position that, the Gladiators were just some time ago. Being that team up and coming, trying to make a name for themselves, and then they finally do in such a grand stage here. Flying all the way to Thailand, huge time differential for them, but they still get the job done. It just goes to show how deep, really, I think the pool and the talent is in that Japanese region when it comes to Rainbow Six.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some phenomenal players there over in Japan. It's exciting to see those international prospects coming about for them, and obviously now for Scars, who are looking to push into that top regional league, for them to have opportunities to go international as well, not just here, but in the official competitions as well. It's exciting. The future of Rainbow Six Siege, especially in APAC, is looking bright.
Undoubtedly. And it's just quite impressive, right, from what they've been able to prove here today. We take a look at the brackets, how things have gone throughout this entire weekend. An exemplary weekend by all means for some great Rainbow Six Siege action. We saw representatives from all the 4 major regions that we had play here in the qualifiers. You got both teams from the northern halves of APAC. You got from South Asia, the Monkey Hunters, and then from SEA, Gaming Gladiators, who made it all the way to the finals. A true North versus South kind of bout, but the North remembers this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately for them, the day is not done. They've played 2 best of 3s. They've got another best of 1 later tonight in the Operations League, but they represented themselves in the organization well. For Gaming Gladiators, it's been a phenomenal weekend of esports in Southeast Asia, over at, Singapore at the International, here in Thailand, for the Asus ROG Masters. They're going to be ecstatic. The boys put on a show, put in the hard yards, but look, Scars proved once again why APAC North is a terrifying region to take on in the service. Japan and Korea both representing incredibly well this weekend. I want to see more of Scars. I do. I want to see them have those opportunities to step up into the big leagues and go international.
Yeah, I'd be one of their biggest fans if they ever do finally make it in through relegations, make it all the way into that APAC North League, and I would be really honored to have been already casting, their games before they even got there. But this entire tournament is just so important to have, these type of tournaments when these teams can have that experience once more, go into another LAN final, go into another LAN event like this, especially for teams like Monkey Hunters, Panthera, and everybody else in between these 2 grand finalists as well. We can't thank them enough and just celebrate the Rainbow Six Siege we've seen this weekend.
Well, it has been a long road here, starting all the way back in 2016 with the Asus ROG Masters kicking off with Counter-Strike to get here to Rainbow Six. But here in 2022, we're done. The main stage is over. Until next time, see ya, stay safe, and good night.
ค่ะ